Hey there, Fortnite fam, Jacob PR here, and I'm with none other than Ghost Blake. How are you doing, my man?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Glad to have you and pick your brain. Tell us, how did you first learn about Fortnite and what made you stick to it?
Whenever Fortnite came out, I was in freshman year of high school and all my friends were playing it, so obviously I was playing it. And then I just got like better than all of them. And then eventually started making friends like online, and then these online tournaments just started to make a name for myself, and now I'm where I am today.
What was the first tournament that you actually earned money and you felt to yourself, hey, I can actually do this. I can make a living playing Fortnite?
The World Cup warm-up, the duos one, it was like the week before World Cup week 1, I think. And me and my duo made like 125 bucks each. And at the time I had no money, so I was like, dude, that is crazy. Like, this could actually be something. And then World Cup, just played all of that, made money throughout all the weeks. Didn't qualify, unfortunately, but it was still a lot of fun and just took off from there.
Now that you're in the double digits for FNCS Grand Finals qualifications, what would you say is your biggest piece of advice for players that are trying to reach their first FNCS?
Just find a duo that you have like good vibes with and can stick with, and just put in a lot of work playing scrims and every tournament that you possibly can, anything that would help you get better.
Who are you duoing with this season?
I'm playing with Vert this season. He just got top 10 in both DreamHack, Dallas, and Sweden. And we live like 5 minutes away from each other. We're good friends, so we have like the vibes there and everything. Like the chemistry's there, and we're ready to pop off.
You have an illustrious career so far, a number of years to playing, and in that number of years, there has to be some high moments and some low. What are some great moments that stick out to you so far?
Probably my favorite moment in my whole career was, it was a while ago, but Season X Trio Grand Finals when we won Game 6 and got the top 3 finish. That was like the craziest feeling ever, because we just made $30,000 each. And I went from literally nothing to that, and it was just like the start, like the jump start of my career.
We've actually seen you go to Condo Canyon the last couple of seasons. So what is your plan this season? Without spoiling too much though, of course.
Last season in Grand Finals, we fought for Condo Canyon, and the duo we fought split up. I'm just going to keep landing there and just like trying to fight everyone off of it and keep it to myself, so I have it for Grand Finals uncontested. Last
season, they announced in-person events are back. What was your reaction, and how are you preparing for those in-person events?
I'm excited. LAN events are just like a different atmosphere, different experience. I really want to like do good this FNCS, so I make sure I get an invite to that invitational. It's gonna be awesome.
You have a lot of fans out there. Where can they find you on socials?
It's just Blake on Twitch and then Blake PS on Twitter.
Thank you so much. This has been In the Lobby with Ghost Blake.
So the first question is, how do you keep focused with all the pressure?
Through my experience, I feel like you get you have a lot of pressure on you in big tournaments, but the more you play, the more experience you have in these big tournaments, the less pressure you feel.
Just being confident and having a good mentality about like where you're at is the biggest part of dealing with pressure.
Over time, when you get more experience, you tend to like lose that pressure, or at least in smaller tournaments. In bigger tournaments, I still am really pressured. You just gotta like prepare yourself.
You just gotta remain calm, like think to yourself, like being nervous isn't gonna help. Just play the best you can. If you do bad, then whatever. But honestly, just play the best you can and just see where it goes from there.
What is the best layer to be on in endgame? High ground, low ground, or mid ground?
Just go for height. Like height, like there's players that just win tournaments off height.
I would say high ground's the best because high ground wins games, and that's always been the thing forever. So
I think it's definitely either high ground or low ground. Personally, I like low ground better, but it's all player to player, you know?
High ground and low ground do have the best opportunity to win, but you can make mid ground work and use that to maintain or take high ground or low ground.
What was the experience of qualifying for your first FNCS Grand Finals like? Who was the first person in your IRL life that you told? I was super excited when I qualified the first time, and I'll never forget it for sure.
Qualifying to my first FNCS Grand Finals was exhilarating to say the least. But all it did for me, because I did not succeed to the level I was hoping, was just lit a fire under me and gave me that drive to keep on getting better.
Qualifying for my first Grands was all the way back in Season X, and it was a crazy feeling. I remember I didn't even like realize what the top prizes were. I was just excited that I got that minimum last place prize of like $2,000. I was like, dude, there's no way. Like, I was so happy. It was a crazy feeling.
First person that I told in my real life were my parents right after it happens, you know, because you know, they hear you get excited, and then you got to tell them that, you know, you qualified for a huge tournament with a lot of money on the line, and you could win big. So that's what I told.
The first person I told in my real life was definitely my family. My family has supported me all across my journey to becoming a competitive Fortnite player, and I cannot thank them enough. I would not be able to be here without them, so I'm definitely the most excited to tell them when I do well.
I just told my mom, like she knew I was playing a big tournament, and after it I went out of the room and just told her, and she was like super happy for me. What are you most excited about this year for Fortnite Competitive? For me personally, as long as I get invited, is the Invitational and Rally. I feel like it's been so long since we've had an official Epic LAN. I think it was World Cup, so I know everyone's super excited.
100% the FNCS Invitational LAN. That is the most important and exciting thing, I would say, this year that's been announced.
What I'm most excited for is the Fortnite Invitational, that if you place in this FNCS upcoming, then I'm pretty sure you get an invite. So I'm really excited for that one. I need to place in this FNCS to get an invite, so yeah.
I'm most excited about LANs coming back. I unfortunately wasn't able to go to Dream at Sweden, but I'm hoping to go to whatever LAN comes next.
I think I'm excited for in-person tournaments, or better known as LAN tournaments, because it provides an energy that is unmatched to online competition.
What's up, Fortnite fam? With the start of the new season comes new updates to the game. But how can we expect some of these changes to impact competitive? Let's talk about it right now. The first change we have to talk about is the Rave Cave. You may have known this area as Covert Cavern or Command Cavern in the past. However, now it is the bright and bumpin' Rave Cave. This area has been stacked with stationary mobility items like the slipstreams, launch pads, and geysers surrounding it. Another huge advantage to the area is the elevation on top of the Rave Cave and nearby. It is very easy to get surge tags from this POI, as well as a good understanding of what is ahead of you as you rotate. On top of all this, it has an incredible loot spread throughout the cave. This drop has up to 65 chest spawns, making it the most of any POI on the map. Also, you can now access the vault with your teammates instead of having to get that pesky card. While the POI is incredible, it's not the only new one on the map.
The brightest new POI on the map is Reality Falls. Located on the western half of the island, this new location features beautiful trees, waterfalls, and an assortment of new terrain. When teams are landing at Reality Falls, they have two main options: landing on the reality tree itself or on the waterfall side. Each has their strengths and weaknesses. Players landing at the reality tree have fast access to chests for quick looting and also the reality tree's mobility. There's no materials up there, however there's a ton at the base, and they can use the air vent from the tree to go and grab some on the east side of the POI. On the waterfall side, players near the falls have much more loot available to them, but with a catch. A large amount of this loot can be found underground, alongside an almost unbelievable amount of fast harvesting brick. This means that players landing here can easily be pushed and pinched by teams landing at the reality tree. So if you really want to land here, make sure your box fighting skills are up to par. Reality Falls won't just be used by the players landing there, however. With the viable drop spots nearby, you will see other players rotating through this POI to utilize the tree's air vent for rotations. You can travel roughly 450 meters with this, so this will definitely be utilized a lot for far zones. While we all know and love the standard mushrooms we've had for seasons, a new one has appeared known as the Bouncy Slurps room. If you walk or even bounce on these, they will give you 15 shield or health. You'll have to wait another 20 seconds before they recharge to do it again, but in the meantime you can use them as fall damage protection and mobility around the entire biome, even jumping onto things around you like an old depot container. These allow players to keep a lot of the healing items they find in the early game, as they won't be needed when landing near these trusty mushrooms, so we expect that teams leaving this biome will have an inventory stacked full of heals. Now, an interesting strategy with these are to box them up in the mid game and use them to recover health whilst going for surge tags. You may be wondering, how is that possible? Well, since they recharge every 20 seconds, you can trade some damage with another team, and rather than using your shields to heal up, you can continually use these mushrooms, keeping you stacked for the endgame.
The new geysers offer great mobility. They're spread throughout the new biome in the southwest corner of the map. The geysers activate every 14 seconds, and this occurs with or without players standing on it. If you are on a geyser when it explodes, it shoots you up into the air, giving you the ability to glide. Pay attention when you're near a geyser. You cannot build directly on top of it. Additionally, the geyser will break players' builds. They can be great for rotations, but be careful parking yourself too close. Lastly, we have to talk about all the scavenger routes you can find within this biome. There are numerous chests, floor loot, and ammo boxes located outside of the named areas. Believe it or not, there's actually more to take advantage of on the outskirts of this area than what is within Reality Falls. On top of this, you have a great spread of material to farm as you rotate around the outskirts. While it is heavily wood and brick, you could find a decent amount of metal. On top of all the loot and material you can find, you'll also notice how covered you are with the surrounding trees and large mushroom structures. This provides a seamless early game as you rotate around and prepare for the mid and late game.
With FNCS right around the corner, understanding this new area is going to be very important to the season. Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep beep! What's up, Fortnite fam? We got to talk about all the new weapons and some adjustments to the previous loot pool. Let's go ahead and get started.
The Hammer AR is a new addition to the loot pool, providing a new go-to in the medium ammo department. The nice thing about this weapon is the small bloom radius, making it much easier to use than the Ranger AR. It also fires similarly to the standard AR we saw in previous chapters. The only thing to be aware of is the recoil. It takes some time to get used to in comparison to previous ARs, however, once you get it down, you are going to put in some serious damage on your opponent. We see the hammer used often in solos as a secondary weapon, instead of carrying an SMG. If you mix the hammer with a striker shotgun and a DMR, Storm Surge will not be a factor as tags will be easy to come by.
Drop it.
Next up is the DMR. This powerful scoped AR feels like a blend of a sniper rifle and a standard AR, and while this is an assault rifle, it shoots far slower than the other ones in the game, making it a bit more difficult to hit your opponent. However, when that shot lands, it causes significant damage, giving you an incredible edge in your fight. While this weapon is considerably more viable in zero build, it has a special place in competitive play. So far, we've seen a significant amount of players utilizing this for surge tags and to kickstart engagements. With that kind of power in your hands, it makes sense finding a slot for it in your inventory.
Drop it.
Now, while the Hammer AR and the DMR are new, we have some changes to the existing ARs from the previous season. Now, although the damage output of the Burst AR has been adjusted from last season, it's still great for surge tags at further distances due to the scope on it. While this is a huge advantage to have in these situations, it isn't very useful in box fights. So you're definitely going to want to avoid using this without an SMG and striker pump in your inventory to back it up. Another AR adjusted was the Ranger. This trusty AR now allows for a slightly tighter bloom with a bit more damage than we've seen in the past. Even after these adjustments, this should be a last resort when you have a selection of other options on the table.
Drop it.
The next addition we're going to talk about is the two-shot shotgun. As the name says, this interesting shotgun shoots 2 shots at a time. While this may sound like an advantage at first, the timing is a bit tough to master. While it's not as strong as a striker pump shotgun might be, it still has its moments to shine. The biggest advantage to this weapon is its quick pull-out time, which is considerably better than other shotguns. However, those shots come and go quick, so if you're not lined up and in their face, you may miss the shots.
Last thing we've added this season is the Grapple Glove. This is similar to other utility items in the past, but have some key differences. The biggest difference is the cooldown time as you land. In other iterations of this item, we have seen you be able to hit shots as you land from using them. This time, however, you need to make sure you space out enough time to fully land and take the shot. In competitive play, these can be used 10 times per glove and can be found in set locations across the map. With all these changes in mind, what loadouts do you think we're going to see this FNCS season? Make sure to tune in to find out. Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep beep!
Welcome all you wonderful Fortnite fans. It is time for the FNCS Chapter 3 Season 3. We've already had Qualifier 1, which means it's time for Qualifier 2 for NA East.
It's the second chance for the NA East best duos to secure a spot in finals. Tahi and Banks showed up to play and ended last week with the most eliminations. However, that was not enough to make it into top 5. Will their aggressive playstyle net them a qualification this week, or keep them on the bench? Acorn and Edgy had a plan of consistency, getting top 15 in 5 out of 6 games, but failing to move past top 10 in all those games, hindering their chance of qualification. Last week, they needed 1 point to qualify. They will be looking to make up the difference. Crowd favorite Clicks and his duo Duke had a mixed performance in Qualifier. They will be coming out swinging today to get eliminations and win games. Will it be enough for this hugely popular duo? Find out now on FNCS NA East.
And we are back, everyone. I am your host, Hello Kelly Link, and last week we had 50 hopefuls jump into the lobby for their chance to make it all the way to the finals. Only 5 made it through, and that's going to be the same story today. Speaking of the same story, look at this big, beautiful stage, everyone. I love to be a part of this. It is absolutely incredible. And you know what else is incredible? My 2 analysts. So let's bring them out here, everyone. We got Vivid and Jacob PR. Boys, we're back again. Ooh, hopefully we'll be seeing some synergy like that out of the teams today.
Yeah, you know, we get a little bit of practice there towards the back, and I'm hoping that's what teams did from Qualifier 1 to Qualifier number 2, so they can have just as explosive time as me and Vivid have.
Yeah, can't wait to get into it. EU, you guys were absolutely phenomenal. I'm hoping the NA East guys and our players today can also follow suit and give us some really good end games, and when it comes down to the end, a really close leaderboard.
Oh my God, and that's what we got to see last week, right? Literally a tie for 5th place. I mean, Vivid, it came down to the Victory Royale.
I mean, yeah, it was looking good for Acorn and Edgy. We do know that they got snubbed out, literally lost a tiebreaker because of that Victory Royale. But hey, when you're looking at it, 6th place, not too bad. And when you think about it, they should be first at the top of the players today.
That's true, and obviously, you know, our picks for predictions did pretty well last week.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking to kind of repeat that performance here, which we'll get into a little bit later. But with Qualifier 1 already done and over with, you got to think the jitters, the nerves are right out the window for a lot of these teams. So for a team that you're mentioning, Acorn, Edgy 6, you minus those 5 teams, they're going to be shooting to the top, or at least you'd think so.
I mean, we're already breaking down so much, but maybe you guys are just joining us for the first time. So I want to take you over here onto this big, beautiful screen because we're going to be breaking down the schedule for you all. We've talked about it. We already had Qualifier 1 last week. This week, though, it's going to be double trouble. We have Qualifier 2, and then if your favorite teams don't go through, well, it's going to be another opportunity for them in Qualifier 3. Of course, as you can see, that leads to the semifinals for the remaining teams through those series points, and then the finals. Everyone, that's going to be in August. Put that in your calendar because you're not going to want to miss it.
I myself, Kelly, am definitely going to be there. Can't wait to be a part of that. But something today that I cannot wait to be a part of is Qualifier number 2. Now, as mentioned, we already went through Qualifier number 1, and there are going to be 3 total of these. And the important number throughout these qualifiers is 5. Top 5 advances directly through to the finals. But if you do not get top 5, you are still fighting for those series points, so that way you can compete in the semifinals. And that's where we'll secure our last 35 duos. So that way we have 50 duos in those finals. But in order to get top 5 and fight for those series points today, Jacob, they need some points throughout this leaderboard, throughout this 6-game series.
Yeah, points, top 5. This is how you're going to do it. You see this giant graphic here, 35th through 31st. You're only going to get a little bit, only 4 placement points for that, but 30th through 26, you get an additional point. From there on forward, 25th through 1st, those cascading placement points. Each team you outlast gets you more placements into your pocket. But the second way, you see it at the bottom. Each elimination is going to get you 2 points total. I already talked about it last week. A different format from that finals last season, so teams already got some practice under their belt for that switch up.
You got to fight for every single placement. Those points just go up and up, and those eliminations also worth fighting for. But in the finals, Kelly, I think our teams are going to be fighting for a little bit more than points.
I mean, you got the bragging rights, you got the Axe of Champions, and maybe more importantly, you got the money. Here we have it, our NA East prize pool for the finals. And remember, everyone, all 50 teams are going to be walking away with some cash, $1,400 for those in 46th through 50th. But I know what you're looking at. You're looking at that first place spot, $160,000. That is life-changing money for these players. $80,000 per player for getting that top spot. But Vivid, what teams are even competing for this prize pool?
Yeah, so in this round 4 of Qualifier 2, we do have 50 teams gathered here today, and here are 25 of them, and I'm a big fan of one of them in particular, Clicks and Duke. And I know a lot of you guys at home as well are fans of them as well, and it is for good reason. The rise of Clicks throughout every single season, he just keeps getting better, and now he has taken on that IGL role, and he's just learning every single game of Fortnite he plays, every single FNCS he goes through. You can see it in his game play. It is amazing to see, and then picking up the likes of Duke, a previous FNCS winner in his own right as well. Cannot wait to see these guys play mid-ground today.
Yeah, a big switch up there, going from night and day, basically. And talk about day, that's going to be one of my favorite teams to talk about here, all the way in the corner right above Vivid. Cease and Day overall. Cease, World Cup finalist. Day, multi-time FNCS champion of the past, but 2 different playstyles, Brains and Brawn. Let's see how that's going to work out for him today.
Yeah, the accolades are for sure there on this team, and I love watch them because they are just so explosive. A lot of the plays that they make in the end game, you're just like, how in the world did they get there? And it's just that day factor. You know, he just will pop off. He will secure you tons of eliminations. Those refreshes that are oh so important, especially in these end games. And CC loves to go for those high ground plays, especially right after those eliminations. So pay attention for those today. Now we do have to pay attention to some of our other duos. So let's look at the other 25 teams that will be competing here. And again, I always like to talk about one team per page, and it's got to be Slacks and Clarity on this one. I mean, Slacks, previous FNCS winner, Clarity, grinder of Arena. He streams every single day, almost puts in the hours. We'd love to see it. And they did actually make it in the qualifier 1, where they unfortunately got 15th place, but in its own regard, making it to round 4 twice in a row, very, very good. And then also this season, they got a 2nd and a 6th place in Duo Cash Cup. So we know that they have that top 5 potential.
I know you mentioned 15th. That's series points as well if they find themselves on that rough road. But no, we didn't plan this. The team that I want to talk about above Vivid once more, AV and Golden. The reason why I like this team is because you know Chap, he kind of found AV, or at least brought him out from the ashes and kind of made a name or helped him make a name. AV is doing the same thing here with Golden. He has not won an FNCS before, but I think this combination of players have showed what they got. First place in round number 3, and every single game they got inside of the top 10, including Any of the Day on 2nd place.
Wow, absolutely incredible performance then out of this duo. That first place is absolutely phenomenal, and they are going to be uncontested over to the west side of Reality Falls, so cannot wait to see how that plays out. And something else that I cannot wait to see how it plays out is something that Kelly's got cooking for us.
I mean, you guys have broken down the players' mechanics, their history and accolades, but what about their knowledge of the map? Everyone, we wanted to challenge these players, so here's Where in the World.
I play this game every day, so I think I'm gonna do really good. And if I don't even know what to say.
I don't know what you're gonna show me, if it's gonna be hard or not. I don't know these pictures. Let's just see.
So I know I'm gonna do bad in this one, guys, so don't roast me wherever you guys are watching this.
This has to be Logjam, right? No, it's not Logjam. It's not Logjam. There's no way this is Logjam.
It's some type of cabin. I can tell the colors are from like the new biome.
I don't know what this is at.
I'm just gonna guess where Camp Cuddle used to be, Reality Falls.
This is the new one. I don't know where it is.
This has to be Reality Falls. That's my final answer. I knew it. I knew it.
I knew it was the new one at least.
1 for 1 already. Let's go. I have no idea.
Is that Tilted? No.
No clue. I'm actually speechless.
I know where it is. I know where it is. I just forgot the name.
Tilted?
I'm gonna guess Sleepy, because they have a bunch of those little buildings there. I don't know. I'm gonna guess Sleepy.
Oh my god, how did I not know that?
I told you I'd suck at this.
There's no way I already got one wrong.
Books and nipples?
Like the ice cream shop at Tony. It has to be Tony.
Coney?
This is Coney, Crossroads, whatever. 100%.
Hey, let's go. Coney, let's go.
You have to take the gas station out of the picture. It's too obvious.
Yeah, I think it's like the only spot on the map that has like that neon pink.
This is the one with the vault. I forget this one.
I don't know any other spot with that type of like graffiti and stuff. So I'm just gonna go with the Rave Cave.
This has to be Rave Cave. Rave Cave, final answer.
Rave Cave. Yeah, that one.
I knew it. There's a baller.
If I didn't get that one right, I don't know. That was too easy.
This is just the ground.
There's like a little trap grapple or something.
This to be Synapse, where I land. This to be Rocky.
Logjam?
I'm just gonna go with Rocky.
Oh, it's Rocky. It's Rocky Reels. I almost fumbled it. I
was close. Opposite side of the map.
Yes. Thank God. It was a 50-50.
I know all these POIs. It's just I just can't remember the names half the time. So I had I'm definitely placing last place.
There's no way I'm coming out on top.
People could have got 5 out of 5 if they might have Bugle, but yeah, I think I did pretty good.
Thank you so much to our pros there for taking the challenge of where in the world. And obviously knowing the ins and outs of their drop spot is a pivotal part of being a pro. But Vivid, how important is it to know every nook and cranny in the map?
Oh, it's got to be one of the most important things, which is why I even highlighted a little bit earlier, clarity, the fact that he puts in those arena hours. That's how you learn every little thing about the map. And when you're making rotations, you don't have the time to study. So if it is just consistently in the back of your mind that you know where everything's at, chests, floor loot spawns, everything, you will definitely have an advantage over your competitors just because that knowledge is there. So that way you can excel in just random situations that you find yourself in throughout a Fortnite game.
Yeah, that includes all of those ammo crates that tend to go around the floor. But first duo that we're going to talk about, Iamzo and Jamper. Over towards the Rave Cave, you see the average eliminations, 4.6. Average placement, always in the top 15. You talk about a lot, and that's going to include the amount of teams they're going against in that cave.
Oh, yeah. 3 other teams over here at the Rave Cave, and they love, you know, these highly contested spots. Iamzo, obviously a very confident player. He loves to kind of express the fact that he has a little bit of an ego. He feels like he is better at all times than every other player in the lobby, and that is awesome. And then Jamper, very cool, calm, and collected. He has a lot of experience. He's played with the likes of, you know, Booga, Avery, and one thing that I love about Jamper is that he always prioritizes the harpoon. I feel like I've seen so many Jamper plays with the harpoon. It can be very good for refreshes because you don't necessarily have to expose yourself to fights, but then you can just grab some random loot that you see in an endgame with that harpoon. So can't wait to see if Jamper picks up the harpoon today. Hopefully he does.
I have a feeling, just watching their game number 2 of yesterday's round 3, they have a slow rotate, but a team that might need to get that slow rotate is Acorn and Edgy. We talked about them finishing 6th during Qualifier 1. They have a little bit more space to work with over towards Tilted Tower this time around, with a few teams that are not going to be there this time.
Yeah, that central map position, right? Those rotates are usually pretty easy out of this PY because no matter where that first zone goes, you're relatively always going to be pretty close to it. And this is a team that definitely knows how to make rotations, especially towards the center of the zone, where they can land, whether they can find a hill for some of those surge tags that we talk about all the time. And I love the fact, again, that you mentioned that 6th place. Guys, they lost it to a tiebreaker. Like, they pretty much got into the top 5, but they just lost out because of that tiebreaker, that victory royale that came in game 6. None other than that. So if they can stay consistent, they are definitely going to get top 5 today, in my opinion.
Yeah, but a team that's reached top 5 and beyond, or at least one of them, Peterbot and Jeff. Peterbot returning. I almost wanted to talk about him in Qualifier 1, but he wasn't there. He deserves all that shine, wielding that axe of champions. You see, he's going to be over towards the split south of the Joneses, to where he is going to be contested a little bit on that side of the map. And then you have a little bit of other teams towards the outskirts, so it's going to be a great chance for them to get heated up very, very early on.
And for you guys at home that are not aware, there are grapple gloves over towards this split drop, which is why they're going to be landing there. They're hoping to get it, but I know a team that's close by, Duke and Clicks. They might have something to say about that. We'll have to see how that one plays out. But another thing that I want to see how it plays out are some of these spawn fights that we're going to be seeing throughout the day. Kelly, let's break some of those down.
And you know what? Why don't you guys come join me over here as these teams are going to be contested. You're going to be contesting me on this side of the stage. And the first one that we're going to be looking at is the Settlement Split. And it's with 2 former reigning champs, guys. We got Peterbot and Muzz, who is pretty much an international champion.
Yeah, Muzz coming over from the OCE region. We love to talk about it because it's such an important accolade. I mean, how can you make such a move, right? When you move to a different country, you feel like you'd be so uncomfortable in your personal life, but that did not stop him. He still came out, won an FNCS, and something that's uncomfortable in Fortnite sometimes is being contested. So maybe Muzz has the edge over here in these types of situations. We'll have to see how it plays out. But again, Jacob, you got to play for those grapple gloves.
Yeah, and you know, another team that's not even really landed there, Clicks and Duke, going over there. They have already kind of made it known that's something they want to get their hands on very, very early. So for Peterbot and Muzz, the 2 different duos going against each other over at the Settlement Split, they're going to have to be very, very decisive if they're going to take that early game skirmish or not.
Well, I mean, you guys keep talking about it, these grapple gloves, time and time again. Clearly, they are a priority for so many teams, but Why? Why exactly are they such a pivotal part of the competition?
So the biggest change from last season to this season is pretty much the removal of those launch pads. Since you can't have something in your, your trap slot that you can kind of use as a rotation, the grapple gloves are the only thing left. They were an addition this season that these players can use. Now there are 10 charges each, and usually both you and your duo can get them. So that way you can make those hard on-foot rotations in the end game. You can kind of just sling around, boom, get ahead of the zone, and then you're in a good position.
Yeah, conserving resources, conserving mats all the way towards the end game. That's going to be something very, very vital. But you have to be able to hold on to those 10 charges towards the end game to make that a possibility.
Yeah,
but even if you don't, I mean, you say it's a waste, but being able to survive if you're using those is going to be great.
And another off-spawn fight that we're going to be looking at. You know, it's a party. It was there last week. It's here again. The Rave Cave, everyone. We got 4 more duos, but the 2 that we're going to be focusing on right now, it's Iamzo and Cease.
Yeah, we know that Iamzo and Jimper, they landed here in the last qualifier. We did see them in round 4. They did get 7th place, so definitely something works out for him here. And then again, Cease and Day, a very strong duo. Definitely potential to kind of just run at you off one of these early game engagements. Got to be careful. Day sometimes has a mind of his own. He wants to get in. He wants to get those eliminations, that early surge. And then another team here, Avery and Commandment. We did not see them last week in round 4, but this is a newly formed duo that I'm very excited to see how they perform as well, especially all spawn, Jacob.
Yeah, excited and interested, because you got to think, even though they're not the team to watch right now, Commandment, Avery share a very, very similar loot path to Cease and Day right out of the gate. So they're going to be scrounging for that loot and possibly going for an early game elimination to set themselves up for an end game.
Yeah, definitely worth fighting for. The vault, the grapple glove spawn that is in the Rave Cave. We'll have to see how that one plays out. But before we get into that fun, Kelly's got something a little bit fun for us as well.
I mean, I feel like we're talking about every single nuance you can think as a pro player, from their mechanics to their loot pool to their off-spawn fights. But what about something even more nuanced, their binds? Let's check it out.
I definitely think it's really important to choose your binds correctly.
If you really want to be like a fast mechanical player, you definitely want to have good binds.
But now that people are really good at building, optimal binds are probably one of the most important things right now.
I have my shooting bind on left click, and to pull out my pickaxe, I just have it on the regular one. I just click number 1.
So pretty much my binds for my items and stuff are all just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But my last inventory slot is on my mouse button because my fingers weren't long enough to reach the last key. So I thought it'd be smart to do that, but now I kind of regret it.
Okay, my binds, I have 4 of my binds, 3 of them on my thumb, using only my thumb. C, V, and X. I have my wall on C, my floor on X, and my stair on V. And I click all 3 with my thumb, but I also have to click space with my thumb.
I have my stair on my C keybind and my floor on my X, and people usually press that with their thumb. I press that with my pointer finger.
Yeah, so my building binds are kind of irregular. I have my cone on Q, which is pretty good, and then wall on C, floor on X, and stair on C. So I click Z, X, C all with my thumb. It's really inconvenient, but I started off the first ever season with these binds because at the time, I'm sure everyone knows Myth. He was the best builder ever. He was crazy, and he used CXC, and I was just dude, if I want to be like him, I just gotta copy his binds.
I would say it's completely personal, because I don't know any pros that has the same exact binds, and I don't know. The only thing I would say that would help a new player is just literally is not putting all your binds on one thing. That's it.
So I definitely think you guys should pick out what's most comfortable for you guys in terms of keybinds.
I think the best way to do your keybinds is to make sure you have 360 move. You don't ever want to take your hands off WSD when you're building. So as many mouse button keybinds as you make, or just buttons you press with your thumb or your pinky, just anything without taking your hands off WSD. That's the most optimal way to set keybinds. So
see what your fingers are most comfortable with and stick with that.
Thank you once again to all of our incredible pros for sharing their insight. And as a former Fortnite pro, is there, there's a lot of people watching right now that want to become as good as you and as good as them. Is there a set of binds that everyone should kind of get used to when they start?
Yeah, so what we call them in the Fortnite community is optimal binds. Now, usually you're going to be using W, A, S, and D for your movement. And to move around your character, you're going to be using your first 3 fingers on your hand. So that'll be your pointer, middle, and ring finger. That leaves your pinky and your thumb kind of open to, create other binds. So that way you never have to leave those movement binds. You want full movement over your character at all times, which is why also using those mouse binds is really good as well for building and editing and such.
Yeah, Jacob, what about you? Do you have any preferred binds?
Not really. I have about 2 cones because I'm trying to learn to use them as most effectively. But I mean, I could shout out an old name, Demo, way back in the day. He was the one that kind of teaching me about optimized binds. We got to think then and now, it's a little bit different.
Well,
yeah, definitely.
Speaking about different, how about we bring some different people onto the stage, everyone? It is our in-game team. You already saw them in EU. We got Mini Miner, Monster D, Face, and of course, Shio Wager coming back. Guys, so good to have you here once again. Oh, Shio, I can see that you're excited already.
Yeah, I'm like half hot right now, half just serious tones. Qualifier 2, I'm ready to go. It's feeling good.
No, this is the heated side. I got it. I'm feeling good though. We're here, we're on stage. This is a big day for us, of course. Qualifier 2, start heating things up. Y'all talked about the binds. We saw a little bit about the contested drops. There's a lot to start getting into here.
Oh yeah, EU was hot. EU, I couldn't touch it because it was so hot. It was incredible scenes on EU. Now we're hopping over to NAE. So much fun ahead of us, I'm sure.
Top moment from EU.
iDrop and Cherokee qualled. They haven't qualled in so long. It was actually a pick that I chose last season for their semi-finals, and iDrop hasn't made a finals in 6 seasons. This will be his 6th time attempting finals, and he has done it. So really happy for those guys, but an incredible day overall.
Shows that anything can happen here on the FNC, yes, but you know what's going to be repetitive? Our predictions, everyone. We love to do this, and at this point, I'm going to be asking you, who do you think is going to make their way to the finals in August? For me, though, I'm going to be going with Jamper and Iamzo. We saw them get 7th place last week. Obviously, that shows that they already have the potential to do it. They got a victory royale and a 2nd place finish, and as we know, placement is key.
I was almost there. I was almost there with you with Iamzo and Jamper. If I were to get 2 picks, they would definitely be one of them, but I had to go with Acorn and Edgy this time around, just kind of deciphering and digesting everything that did go on. They got a little bit more room to work with because last week they failed to get into the top 15 uncontested. I think they're gonna have the loadout to push through this time.
I was there to see that. It hurt.
What hurt was that 6th place, right? But again, mentioned that 6th place, so Jamper now, so they got 7th, but Acorn and Edgy got 6th in Qualifier 1. So technically, I think we got the edge, Jacob. I think we're looking good.
They have the edges. They got the a little bit of the history going on. I'm talking to the streets. I'm looking at what's going down in the Fortnite, the grounded locations. Right. They're saying the streets, but they're saying Duke and Clicks are rocking in. Everyone's saying they're going for grapplers. I was talking to Duke a little bit. They're just going for wins, grappler or not. I'm hyped.
I mean, I think that's a good pick, but my pick, listen, it's a shoe-in pick, right? Spade and Chimp, they didn't make it here last week. Slightly short of the performance they were probably looking for, but hey, we're talking about week 2. Qualifier number 2 allows us to get those top placing teams out the way. It should even up the playing field a little bit more. I think they're a team that should be placing in. I don't see them going to semi.
Yeah, I agree. And for me this week, I'm going with something a little bit different. I'm going with Smite and Larson. Now, last week, I actually copied Vivid in my... Well, I didn't copy. I pioneered the prediction in Mira and Booga. This time, we decided to copy in outfits. We've decided to match in that department instead.
Oh, okay.
But for me, Smite and Larson, they actually did very, very well towards the latter stages of Qualifier 1. We saw them go down a little bit earlier on in the first 4 games, but their final 2 games, they look really, really solid. They have Shifty Shafts uncontested. They have the Grapple Gloves. They have all the loot in the world and plenty of teams fighting around them. So for them, Storm Surge shouldn't be a problem. A little bit of an interesting pick for me, but I think they can qualify today.
I mean, honestly, out of all the teams we have here, any of them can be in the top 5, everyone. And I know what you're saying. Stop the talking. Let's get to the action. Well, everyone, with all of this being said, it is time for game number 1. So let's toss it to our casters, Monster D, Face, and Shia Wager.
Game 1.
The second qualifier is here. NA East is up. And it is time to jump on into things here. I mean, we have ourselves a competition. Last week, things started off very quick. Game 1 and 2, probably the most exciting of the bulk. Today, though, we reset. I'm most interested on what is happening on that eastern side of the map. The battle bus is here, though. Let us jump on into the world.
Absolutely. Qualifier number 2. This is where we have some old names rocking in, some familiar faces, too, who are looking to maybe get their entire spot onto the board. But over here at NA East, it's always just stacked in that very first game of the qualifiers. We're halfway through them as well, so for some of these teams, they're getting a few lucky breaks, uncontested spots. I'm thinking about Daily Bugle. I'm thinking about the Joneses. So some Macwood up top, Clicks and Duke at the bottom side of the map. Anything is possible here.
And that's definitely a big one to point out. That Daily Bugle being uncontested probably for the first time in what feels like months. And for Donnie there, for Macwood there, they know themselves too. This is their most optimal chance to go ahead and jump on in and figure things out. But like we talked about, there are other teams that are going to be facing much bigger issues. This time around, it looks like Glace, Chewy definitely have something to worry about here, as Glace is on the other side here. Fable Taco's going to be getting the first shields down. This is Greasy Grove. Kanata Agers no longer here, of course. So this is a new drop spot that is going to open up for players for the meantime.
Absolutely. So they're able to just break it off side by side for now. Go for a few fights all across the board, though this is what I was expecting for NA East on that game one. A lot of the time, depending on how things are looking in the qualifier, who actually gets to rock in all the way to round 4, things tend to switch up just slightly. Everyone's not really sure about what your spot might look like, what third party can come in. It's very slow off of spawn, so you can see that happening. It's more of a breakdown rather than just ruthful aggression coming in. Chewy as well with a few good shots off to start things off is now getting just hunted down by Elite. He doesn't want to stop going straight forward. There's another team on the side as well. This will go any which way.
This is looking pretty good for Elite. He has to clutch up here. His man is down, though. It's a 2v1 situation. It was close, but not close enough. Chewy and Fable Taco managed to pull it off, and the little dance on him as well to go ahead and show him that this is our drop spot. Mind you, Greasy Grove, it's going to be hot all day today, and we expect it to be so. This is the drop that we really want to look at, though. Muzz, play of 5. They have Peterbot in the general area. This time, though, no eliminations means they did not get that fight that we thought we were going to see.
Yeah, they're going to be looking good for now in terms of just patience. They're going to have to hunt for Surge, though. That's going to be the big difference. They didn't really have to do that last time, just winning fights over and over again. Meanwhile, tuning back into this drop is just going to be too much chaos, I feel like, overall on the map for NA East.
Definitely a big one here. You can see that things are going to start to take off, and it's going to kick off really quickly. Normally, the second qualifier is where players are feeling comfortable. There's no slow starts here. It's all fast. It's hot action, but to keep up with that action, you saw the little ad there. Check out FN Competitive as well. We have that new Instagram account up there, so make sure you guys go follow.
Absolutely. At FN Comp Official, you can dive right in. Many different player type of interviews on there, many different insights to definitely, just comp all across the entire world. We're also looking at the different insights towards this map. Lots of kind of out of the edge type of fights, some other duos you might not be too familiar with. Now we go towards the Rave Cave and the center POIs. This is where we're looking at our familiar stories. Jamper Yamzo on the outsides of it, don't really want to get involved to get in. Zeus, Costa, they're looking for their own spot at Chonkers Speedway. A few qualifiers coming through from this spot means it opens up in these other weeks, and the fights look so different from what we've seen before.
And when there's no Booga and Mirror on site, it's time to go ahead and move on in. So notice our 5 teams that qualified, essentially those drop spots become the hottest picks on the map. Everyone's going to want to jump into those. Zeus and Costa, looking good so far. Costa's going to find a couple tags here, but what I'm worried about is the inventory overall. Little bit of mats, not too much ammunition. The heals are looking great, but these are those warning signs of an early game that's dragging out a little too long. So pay close attention. If it doesn't end quick, other teams might join in, but most importantly, it might be a position to where you don't have enough time to bounce back and really play for an end game.
Absolutely. So that timing will be huge for these guys to make sure they wrap things up and are able to have the full game experience under their belts as they're moving out of the desert. Once again, due to where zone is as well, all the factors Monster is talking about get put on an absolutely fast timer as well. Costa needs to now start to wrap things up. They're going for a type of pinch, him and Zeus, but it is hard. Bills are trying to penetrate for the moment. It's not going to be too possible too fast, so they'll back off slightly. Zeus is still for it, though. It looks like there's a little bit of miscommunication on both sides. They're just trying to upkeep with builds as well. Overall, right now, Zeus has nothing to replace with. He's all shots, no builds for the moment. Stacky's still kind of fiddling around inside these builds. Zeus has finally found a way to get in, and here are the final shots. It's all about this, but no, he's missing the tragedy. Unfortunate. It could have been one shot on either body. They both got a siphon as well. That is just a demise for Costa's side.
That's right, and you can just feel the pressure in the air as that happens. But as things start to settle down, Mini Miner, so much unfolded there. Catch us up.
Thank you, Monster. Now, I want to talk about Muzz and Playify really optimizing their looting. They're going for the vault, which of course spawns here 100% of the time. But when they're opening it, they're not wasting time. They've thrown down the shield keg, which is just feeding them the HP, the shield that they want, and they're farming up materials as well. That sets them off really, really well in this first game because they know the chests are going to be there. So look out for them later on if they have stacked loot.
So off of the combination of not being contested, they're even faster now, as when he's told us, with just time, and they got the vault rolling in. Talk about Muzz and Playify, talk about power. That's what's needed to win games in NAEs.
The edge, man. Everyone plays for that slight edge. That's going to be the definitive difference, right, between the teams. Ultimately, I mean, we're talking about squads and these duos that are at the top of their tiered games, so it's the little things.
Absolutely. For Clix and Duke, the littlest thing last time was just getting contested off spawn over and over again. They've kind of got rid of that parasite on their back. Now they get to just play entirely as they keep moving on game to game. So also not contesting into the Grappler Gloves, not really going way out of their ways to be able to play their game. They're going to be looking good. And you talk about little things, talk about just a victory royale, not even a point separation that stops Acorn and Edgy from making the finals in Qual 1.
That's right, and that hill, that's an important one right there. That's actually Jack's overall draw spot too. So for them to just go ahead and invade that space is pretty aggressive for them all in all. But let's hop on over to Slacks and Clarity G, a team that, again, has performed well out of this qualifier, right? Just kind of leaning on up. The round 3 was very, very well for Slacks and Clarity G. Last weekend, again, not too shabby. 15th overall is, again, a great placement. And they were about a game or two shy, a big pop-off shy of really being where they needed to be inside that top 5 conversation. Here today, Cease and Day, though, the team that I have my eyes on because there's something so interesting about this dynamic here. All it takes is for them to be in that end game, which is where we really haven't seen them make it to. We see their early game, we see their mid game be pretty exceptional in the sense that they can win their fights. So that's not in the question. It's about those rotates. Can they plan those together, coordinate together, and make that end game? That's going to be what I'm keeping my eye on today.
Yeah, Avery Commandment, the same type of beat for them. They make these end games, but how serious are we looking at them in those situations, right? I feel like a lot of the time it's an attitude problem from both players when it comes to the most historic performances that keeps them behind. Right now, I mean, from what I've seen on socials, from what I've seen just, you know, in some of these third-party tournaments, they're locked in, they want to do well, and they're here in round 4 as well.
Drifter Goes are going to come out here for Jeff and Peterbot. Now they're on the heels of that duo, forcing them out, so we knew there'd be some early game fights, not with these teams though. This is a southern rotate. Very interesting for them to decide to come play the southern side. It's for the vault here, so we're gonna win this one off. That's a big, big play for them. So they'll have plenty of time inside the zone here. You can see the builds are a signal and a sign that shows us there was all types of fights here. We hover on over to Threats in Macwood. That Daily Bugle being, of course, opened up here today for the first time like we talked about before. Things really starting to look up for players like Macwood.
Yeah, and it's going to be very different for both Threats and Macwood in this game. Not being contested means the entire time you've been playing this entire chapter, all your surge, all the damage you've done has been done off spawn for you in these set lobby moments in games. That not being possible, Macwood has to basically rewrite history, how it looks like to just come out of the Bugle. It'll be interesting to see what choices he makes, where he rotates overall on the map.
You can see here as we tune into Dubs and Rokane, they're one of the 24 duos that are returning from the Qualifier 1 to continue their pace, take another attempt here at the second qualifier opportunity. Remember, top 5 go directly to the finals to have that opportunity to fight for over $690,000. This is a big, big week, a big lead up as we start getting closer and closer to finals.
Yeah, Rokane and Dubs honestly should already be in those finals. That first week that we saw them play uncontested Rocky Reels with those types of names on your screen. Kind of fumbled the bag there for, I think, almost every single game. This time they have the same situation. It's redemption.
Skitters and Users had that same issue as well. You saw their draw spot. It just did not work out. They made it maybe one time out of the 6 chances out of Qualifier 1. Today, though, doesn't seem like they have that same exact resistance in their spot, so looking pretty good. So we slide on over to the Coney Crossroad. We have a skirmish going down here. It's a good old-fashioned 2v2. Chubbs and Jackson right now looking for the big fight. They have the HP advantage, but we all know one good striker hit, and all of a sudden things are an even playing field. Could have been that moment right there, but the follow-up from Jackson was good. It looks like they finished things up here.
Yeah, Jackson, Dada, the roll in. Always good synergy when it comes to fighting. When it comes to the end game, those sticking together, it becomes that much tougher. The games just get so stacked here. Oliver OG and Byla playing with each other. surprising combination off of last season. And I like this flavor. I like the flavor of this duo.
What we had was Oliver OG and Jeff actually split up. Peterbot and Bila split up, and they said, hey, I don't have a duo. You don't have a duo. We got snaked. We kind of have to play with each other. There's not a lot of time. And they jump on in. And what is really, really interesting about this is not only that, of course, they makeshift this duo together, but they're still landing so close to one another. So depending on how much animosity between Peterbot and Bila, Jeff and Oliver OG are going on there, they might just end up fighting at some point today.
Yeah, we know the creativity of Bila. We know the entire aggression when it comes to Peterbot as well. And yeah, you see the stat on the top right as well. It's all about these top-level teams just being able to appear over and over again. I'm just curious to see how people navigate once they start running into a few traffic blocks going towards the zone. Jackson's kind of in that business going up against Goo. You can see there's going to be any type of more collisions happening here within these builds, but doesn't look too much like it. Goo's just a solo for now, it seems like, too, so this is just going to be good damage for Jackson. The key of knowing if this fight goes well is how much damage Dada and Jackson are going to take. If it's less than 50, it's basically almost perfect. That is going to be a tough hit to be able to tank, though. That's lots of time invested. The med mist will be going down, too. This is going to be items you can use towards the end game, items you can use while you're boxed up. Goo single-handedly is just taking down the entire inventory of Dada and Jackson.
We've seen multiple misses right now, so that's that time lost there, but hey, it's only a matter of time here. Goo does not have much to work with right now. It's going to come down to this last shot. Chubbs just has to hit it. There it is. And they managed to close things up, but with a minute on the clock, things are going to start closing. We'll get to the zone doing 2 tick of damage, so it is time to get on out of here. Luckily for them, that's an upgrade. And of course, they signaled out that solo because they already picked apart that team. So way to finish off the fight and remain in the game here. On the other side, Jumper and Yamzo. Zone moving much faster on this side. No time to waste. So it shows us that they're pretty far off here. But for a team with no elims, that's a lot of Storm Surge tags. And that's why we saw what unfolded there. Pushing that other team off that Rift to go was the difference maker. So for Peterbot, Jeff, 27 below, a much different story here. Very few options. You got a team at a distance and 2 on each side.
Yeah, I mean, this is the difference of your game, depending on your elevation, right? We have a team that's low ground starting at the bottom right side of the map. It's very, very just deserty. There's not much to really jump up on to see where you can go. And then you have a team like Yamzo and Jamper, big, rolling all the way from the mountains. Peterbot and Jeff, though, because of just this horizontal wasteland where you can't really see much, have to try to get close and personal. They can't really find a vantage point, using grapple charges as well to get close to do a few tags of damage. This is up against Nico and Casker. So far, the defense from the opposing side has been good. This is to build up even more. Whoever's higher right now has a better vantage point. The higher you go, though, the more risky it is. Yeah, exactly. For the rest of the field to be able to see you. Monster mentioned there's so many teams around, and now Jeff, he's kind of all in. Surge has started to strike as well. Peter on just 1 HP. I don't even think he has any minis.
Nope.
It's going to be Raps.
Yeah, that was it. Peterbot had 1 mini, and unfortunately, he got tagged first. So that was going to be the difference there for Jeff right now. I mean, his decisions or his options are slim. And there it is. He gets eliminated. Nico and Casker get gifted with all this loot. And that natural divot there will mean they'll get a free rotate to pick it up as well. Jumping on over to Clicks here. Who's pressuring Narwhal in the distance. That's, of course, due to the fact that they get that surge warning, right? They get to understand, okay, how much damage do I have to do? So Duke and Clicks here are recognizing now they will have to step it up just a little bit.
Yeah, one big thing for both these players as well as their loadouts. Going towards that end game, both rocking a striker. You know, when it comes to box clutch situations, when it comes to just a sliver peak of damage, those who have a striker, those like Duke and Clicks who love to get aggressive, they do so much damage. The 2-shot, still good. The auto, it's rolling in. It has a lot of pressure. But with both those players, Clicks having one of a epic variety, it's going to be nuts to see exactly what they can do with that shotgun. Qualifier and Muzz as well, looking really good. They have the options of the grapplers. They'll be playing a much more passive game, trying to go for the placement overall. Smite and Larson, regardless of their loadout, it starts at your HP. They don't have much to work with at all. Lots of shields, though. They have to get in somewhere and go for a siphon. Smite can't even touch the zone right now. They're so lucky to be on a side where it moves very slowly. He has to find any type of tag, any type of finish as fast as possible.
That just shows us they were in the zone for a little too long. They still have all the shields in the world, so it's not a Storm Surge issue that they were having. It is, in fact, an HP issue from the Storm line with no whites. Smite and Larson are one of the picks here that we're on focus of, as is Acorn and Edgy right now, who are currently sitting dead center in Zone 3. This is a great position to be in. And look, they have options. They can see off to that north side that there are plenty of teams that are going to start playing into that rotate there. And on the top, we get this little stat. Acorn and Edgy had more elims during half-in, half-out zone in Q1 than any other NAE duo. That's qualifier number 1, 8 eliminations being the peak.
Thing is, though, it's all about converting that spot, converting those elims into placement at the end of the day. The thing that held them back is not having a victory royale. That's one of the biggest ways you can break tiebreakers too. And yeah, you can get hot in that 5th zone, but staying consistent means making top 10 over and over again. Cease and Day, they've made it to this portion of their game. That's a huge, burden to overcome. A lot of the times there's not that much synergy between the two. They're out in that 3rd zone.
But we still don't see them in a very powerful position. Every time we tune into them early to / mid game, they're on that outer edge. They stick around a little too long, taking fights on the outskirts, and it does tend to backfire on them. Can they get to center? Can they pull a little bit of zone favor? Is always going to be the question. These mid-game fights, they do well in them. They usually end up winning them. Right now, they do have the advantage. Here comes a double pickaxe. They're looking for the fight right now. It's Gold who's up top again, the team that came first place out of that qualifier number 3. Just that unfolded here. We're now into this final stage. Let's see how it's going to play out. So much health on the armored walls. It takes a long time, but the cap was worth it. And there it is. Patience like a fisherman there. The bait was good.
What a call, what commitment, what a play. Sometimes it takes a whole day to be able to get one elimination, and they just rocked that boat over and over again until they found it. Meanwhile, on the sides of the field, it's not desperation from a few squads. It's just absolute annihilation on the rest of the field. Click's looking really good right now in terms of damage, but in getting here, Duke was lost.
Say annihilation. I'm looking at desperation right now. This is going to be a long rotate here. And what's different about this terrain, it's open for teams that are situated. You can see the towers are getting taller and taller on the grassy mountains here in the distance for Avery right now. He has eyes on that field there. Short sprint away from getting to safety, but you can see for him as well, it's going to go down that divot there and into the open area. So for everyone here, they're not really safe. Sitting back can come with its own backfiring.
Yeah, the king of the zone right now is going to be just in general, Acorn and Edgy all the way in the center. They've pulled, what, 4 zones in total all the way towards the center right now. They must have maximum control of what's going on. People who are also close to that situation but might not have premium control are Clarity and Slacks. You're looking to see exactly what to do next. 157 below, but wait for the update. It'll be 119 above. Still a good spot to be in. They're going to need a little bit more damage overall, and sitting right underneath someone else's build, someone else's base, you might be able to just siphon off of their pressure, find a few cheeky tags. But we already have our first clutch POV of the day. It's Clicks in the driver's seat.
Clicks by himself, 150 damage below the surge. We all know the momentous tags that's put in front of him. It's going to be a big one here. Let's see if he can actually find the tags, find the opportunity up above. Oliver, OG, Byla, no easy options here.
Exactly. One of the best spots to be in for Clicks right now is in other people's bases, some of the most populated. You can cause a ruckus, but you're causing a ruckus in some of NAE's best players. This is not like, the bottom 10 rolling in. These are some veterans. This is also previous winners from the last season. Clicks is caught between a rock and a very hard place.
He's trying to bait them out, though. I love the play, using the shotgun to say, hey, open up that edit, take this tag on me, take this exchange. That's all he wants to look for here. He does have a couple heals to work with, but it's not looking too good. The half-in, half-out zone pulls right directly on top of him. A great shot there, but it's only going to do 42 damage. That's not enough. One Storm Surge tag comes in. Will we get another? Meanwhile, just above them, Oliver OG actually takes out 2 for 1. He catches the special here.
Yeah, he wins the box fight right above. Unfortunately, Clicks can't do much but get a 46 tag.
One tag
down below. He's looking for anything, but from this vantage point as well, there's not much he can really look at. He's blocked, yes, from half his sight as well. Has to commit all his chuck splashes, a bunch of his minis. He's looking for Macwood's head, but Macwood finds his eyes first.
That's all he needed was a single tag there. That ramp, though, didn't give him the opportunity to see up and over. That is going to be all he wrote there. But he falls in 28, so at least he breaks that placement threshold. It's something for his efforts this game. Meanwhile, Blizz and Cynics trying to figure out this rotate here. Barely fighting their way up above the surge and now having to make the cross move. They're the single duo below right now as 52 are alive here. One team has to go down or 2 individual players in full. Otherwise, they will continue to get tagged here as of right now. 4 bullets in the AR, so it ain't looking too good right now.
Blizz is going to be next to him somewhere. Saying it's just a matter of time now. This is just tragedy. Blizz finally down. He's going to be taken out. It's going to be from a knock, though, so revive potential possibly there. Magnolia picking that one up. Everyone's just getting squeezed for the moment towards the top side of the zone, too. There's so many teams just inside the zone. Revives is one of them who goes down. Stinks has found his way in, and Surge has also stopped. But right behind him is half the lobby struggling, stumbling to get into position. Even Inkhorn and Edgy, maximum low ground after pulling almost every single zone. It's Commandment and Avery that sit on the throne.
And Acorn and Edgy should actually pick up that Elam. They should be recognizing right there that that could be a free one as he ran out of builds. Cynics had nothing. I glance over and Skittles falls there too, but let's take a look though. Commandment has the high ground. Avery has eyes here. There is a team in the distance that could be contesting them. I believe that is Posed and Crew, but the zone's going to pull more or less to the direction of Avery's team here. It's looking pretty solid. The loadout, not the greatest, but something to work with, especially when you pull the zone. I mean, more often than not, if you get opposite zone, you'll end up with about half your mats anyways after that one. So this could be the little bit of luck that they needed.
Yeah, we can see the board actually developing itself right now. On one side, Chucky and not looking to hold on to high ground. We have opponents all the way on the other as well. Who really wants to stick onto height? They have grapples on the other side, so they'll move for now. Spade, though, it's not going to be free. Nut has a cost. It's going to be half your HP as you move around. Chimp, too, down below. Nut wants to keep a tab on him as well. Reconnects to make sure there's no chance he's going to be able to pull up. Paper, though, from the backside is looking to climb. Commandment Avery suffering from Surge as well, just down on damage. They've been a little bit too passive for the moment. Can't just free grapple all the way in. They have to find at least one shot, one tag, and Avery's gonna go for it.
He's hunting right now. Oliver OG's gonna get tagged up just a bit there, but not enough for them to make the full jump into anything. Meanwhile, Yamzo is below the Surge, or barely above now. 95 as things start to update here. And it's not looking good as they only have a single Elim. He's looking to see if he can get with his teammate. There it is. Now working together. Threats is going to be the target of choice. And we actually see Threats, Macwood, in an endgame. We talked about the significance of not having a contested drop. Finally now, for the first time in such a long time, they're in the endgame. And so is Cease and Day. But Day is down right now.
Yeah, Cease kind of reverse situation. You want to be in a spot where Day's the one going for the clutch. But we've seen him do magnificent things before. Mustn't play a fight. They played the patience game once. They're going to be able to do it again, and Avery is just doing everything to give his team in the lead for damage. Threats now finally down. The hunt has gone through, and now they're free to grapple all the way towards the front side of the zone. Dubs came from the top rope looking for their chance to go for a big body slam down to anyone that's on low ground. Don't find much just yet. Iamzo switching layers to see a few sightlines of his own. This man's one of the most creative fraggers when it comes to the NA East region. Hasn't found much yet. This time with the pre-edits, it's so fast, it's so clean. I blinked and almost missed it. They got the pressure online.
Still on height though, Chucky and Nut looking to control things here. Meanwhile, Cease is a solo, looking around, desperate as he's starting to run low, run thin on material here. Can he pop open the hood, rev that engine, and go to the finish line? It's a hard stretch. There's one in front of him, a tag, and no commitment. What was that? He says, I'm just gonna stay alive.
It's lost. This man was trying to steer, unfortunately, does miss, but he's able to keep playing the game. Commandment, though, gets lost on the road. It's all up to Avery now. Edgy as well. Uncharacteristic misses from every single pro on NA East. They're trying their best, but it's just so chaotic, so dark down here in all these boxes. Cease somehow still alive in the basement. No one's found him just yet.
Chip finally falls down, but Cease gets one. That's onto Ritual in the full finish. A follow-up tag, a big tag on the team up above. That's going to give him the points that he's looking for. 3 eliminations for Cease. He's on fire. Edgy and Acorn looking great as well. They're approaching top 10, but they're not there yet. They have to continue to fight their way through. Avery, the solo that's waiting on the other side. The splashes come out, the layer change. It's smart plays that we're watching unfold here, but it's the high ground team that's coasting right now. Playfy Muzz holding on. It's a sandwich down there, and it's a messy one.
Yeah, Muzz is going for it, trying to take a chop, trying to take a bite. It's going to be him against Jamper, head Sphinx 2. It's basically bumper cars down on low ground, every single person crashing. There is no navigation. Muzz is trying his best to have fun for the moment now, knows exactly where Sphinx is. There's just one duo on height that's punishing every single person. Sphinx has taken out so much. Avery also alive. It's just all solos. It's anyone's game down on low.
Crazy how he holds on there, wipes his hand clean, and he actually gets the zone to start pulling back to his side. Dubs and Rokane have managed to just weather the storm out, taking shelter on the mid-ground as everyone on the low has no material, and this is where things get real interesting. We saw Avery barely had anything to work with. Iamzo clearly doesn't have much. He's gonna have to jump in. Sphinx here is starting to crank his builds out, so he's on a thin timer right now. Dubs and Mega finally step in. They have to at this point. Iamzo has nothing to lose. He has no more builds, so it's gonna be a clash.
Rokane in that passenger seat for now. Not slowing down the pace, looking for a few shots left and right. Sphinx is just sneaking up, and he does not miss twice. Dumps down, Iamzo around, and he stops him in his tracks. 9 HP for Iamzo. The Siphon, it was barely even just enough. Someone else took the elimination. He finds any gap and closes it with shots. Avery now has to operate within the confines of the zone. He's in that basement seat now. 100 effective HP. 3 different entities to beat for the moment. It's a duo on height, and they have the power. Avery He's looking for his spot here. He's made it close and personal. Chucky doesn't want anyone to breathe. And the first person they asphyxiate is the Amzo. He's down. Avery clowned around. The left shot is not there. Almost the 180, but they meet hands. They have a mini high five with Avery's head in the middle. That's what you love to see.
That was well played there. The smash and grab closeout there in the end for Nut and Chucky. The high ground hold, they made it look easy. Textbook, if you will. And they held that for about 2 zones or so in full. The action, the story, though, was all on the low ground. Avery with the hero's effort trying to stay alive. He didn't stand the chance, but a second place for him is going to be welcomed big time. Chucky and Nut take game number 1.
Yeah, every single person there from height, just the control that we saw from Chucky and Nut, from all the solos down below, they all went the distance, Monster.
Yeah, definitely. That was a big game there. We love to see teams hold that high ground, play it smart, but more so, Cease is going to be that player that I'm just like, yeah, you did excellent. So with that, we're going to jump on over to Kelly because she's got more for us.
I mean, you guys called it there, an absolute run for the solo players. Incredible to see Sphinx there, a player that we don't get to see too much about. Just going absolutely wild on the low ground.
Yeah, the story of the solos on the low ground for sure. I want to point out Iamzo as well, being one of them. Jamper going down a little bit earlier than probably he wanted to, but Iamzo is there. We talk about how he is so confident. He is so mechanical. He is so good. One of the best players on the NAE East region right now, and he's showing why. I mean, a solo performance in a duos game mode, like you can't ask for much more out of your teammate.
No, I can't ask for much more at all. It's that feeling of deja vu all over again because it was Qualifier 1. We were saying the same things. Iamzo had to come up in a lot of that solo play, and it's making wonders happen when Jamper went down a little bit too early for his liking.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just incredible to see it happen time and time again. And this is what you want out of that cool, common, collected Jamper. You want to see him get his frag or his mechanical little beast into the end game so that way he can get into these moments. And it's just like, listen, there's not a lot of room for Iamzo to work with here. Like, he is playing to perfection, and to pick up a top 3 as a solo, just incredible, Kelly.
Yeah, and a lot of the action was going down on the low ground, but up on the high ground, Nut and Chucky were just absolutely playing as smart as they could.
Listen, Nut and Chucky, they're flying under the radar, right? Like, I saw them on high ground, and I was like, oh my gosh, Nut and Chucky are playing today? Like, let's go. These guys are known for their high ground takes, and as MDS said, they were holding it for like 2-3 zones.
Yeah.
This is where they are most comfortable. They will full send it as well. So the fact that they are playing well right out of the gate, game 1, showing everybody, listen, we want the high ground like we usually do, and then controlling it like we also always do. This guy's got to be careful.
Yeah, and I like the way you kind of said it, flying under the radar, because you got to think this team is extremely skilled. One of the few teams that, I don't know if you remember if it was a cash cup or some sort of cup where they went perfect.
Yeah.
Almost every single game that they played had a victory royale attached to it. So you got to think flying under the radar in a final qualifier lobby like this, that's got to be a dream come true.
And obviously they get those placement points, but by playing under the radar, they lose out on some of those much needed elimination points. And that's why, although they are in our first place spot, they're only 3 points ahead of Commandment and Avery. And then, of course, I was talking about the solo run from Sphinx and Kix being in 3rd place right there. We saw it from Muzz and Playify going to be in our 4th place spot. And then my pick, Jamper and Iamzo currently in 5th place. But just look how close our top 10 is.
Oh, yeah, it's very, very close. And I mean, come on, like the fact that some of these solo performances are finding themselves in the top 5 is just extraordinarily awesome. And then I want to point out also, Avery was one of those solos that we saw in the end game as well. And you can see here, 39 points, putting them in 2nd place on the leaderboard, and I'm so excited to see them. We talked about it a little bit before, Jacob, how we didn't see them in Qualifier 1. They did not make it into round 4. This is a newly formed duo this season, and listen, if this game 1 is like an early sign of anything to come, I'm really, really excited for it, especially the fact that, you know, Commandment going down, they haven't even played really, they haven't showed us what they could do as a duo. Avery just popping off as a solo.
Yeah, the first of 3 teams coming out of a hotly contested rave cave. You can see, like I said, they're cross-pathing with Cease and Day. That means they're getting not only the grapple gloves, but they're getting the vault as well to set themselves up for performances just like this.
And, you know, we were talking about at the top of the show how we like to have these special segments, and we're actually adding a new one right now. And Vivid, are you bringing the masterclass back?
Oh, listen, something like that, Kelly. Now, I wanted to talk about Jamper and Iamzo a little bit because we saw them get in that top 5, and then MDF was talking about how, man, they're 400 above in the first time with no elimination. So how can they be that efficient? Well, let me show you. They land over at the Rave Cave. If you look at these 2 purple arrows up here, that's going to be Jamper and Iamzo. And you can see how split they are, how comfortable they are around a POI like this. Then look at that X marks the spot right there. That's where Jamper is going to fly towards. That's where he wants to get in this early game because it is a hill. This this is where he can get a lot of the surge tags from, so that way his team can be comfortable later on in the game. Absolutely phenomenal, just being efficient. And the one thing that I love about the fact that he's using these wind tunnels to kind of navigate around the POI. We always talk about how they use these wind tunnels, these natural kind of rotational items to get towards zone. But what about getting towards surge locations? This is so smart from Jamper. And I also wanted to point out the time at which he did that. First turn wasn't even closing yet. Immediately going for all of those Storm Surge tags. And again, we see him in this position. He's actually going to be looking back towards the Rave Cave. The knowledge is here for Jamper. He knows that there's 4 teams here, right? A lot of teams contesting him, which is why he's going to be looking back. He knows there are still players there that he can get some easy surge tags on. And there you go. You have it right there. There's other arrows that are going to be alive, Cease and Day over there. You know what I mean? Some free tags in Avery and Commandment as well. So this is how that early game plays out. Very, very efficient from Jamper, and we love to see how he can kind of get into positions so that way he can thrive in the end game, have like that early surge ready. And you know, it's just really, really good to see how efficient some of these players have, how good they are with their looting, to the point where they can get to a surge position before the first third or for the first storm is even closing.
And to do it so confidently when they know that there's at least 2, maybe 3 other teams all around them right now.
Yeah.
Is this something that they could only really do in game 1 now that people probably know their strategy a little bit more?
Listen, this shows confidence. I think that if I was another team, I'd be a little bit scared of how confident they are. They know the drop so well. I wouldn't contest them personally.
Oh, and I don't think any of these teams are going to be doing that in game number 2, everyone. Speaking of game number 2, I bet you're ready for it. So let's head on over to our casters. It's Monster D-Face and Shia Wager.
Game 2.
Well, there it is. The stage has been set, and that was actually a great breakdown. I love that we got to see that brief touchdown of what Vivid explained to us. Jamper playing smart. That little bit of execution is going to be the difference maker, especially when we talk about the best of the best. We talked about the minute details and how much they mean.
Yeah, and now they have the space, they have the control, we have Yamzo in the clutch seat as well. I want to see both him and Jamper alive inside these end games, really pushing forward, because it's a duos competition, and the solo performances, they exist, but the duos, they win the games.
That's it. The map is here, the bus is ready, and we're already jumping off things. We got ourselves a horizontal cut this time around, a little different than game number 1. Game 1 was, of course, top to bottom. Now we're going left to right here. We didn't really touch too much about the importance of the battle route, of the battle bus route, but it is very important. It allows a different dynamic to play down. Usually when the bus is favoring your side, you get to touch down first, get weapons first, but more importantly, when it stretches this far and you have to hit that drop spot first like these guys are, I mean, that makes all the difference. And Taco seems to have the alpha drop there, as we like to call it, but up to a fight, a bit of an exchange here of sorts.
Yeah, it's going to be Alpha up against Andrew Tate. And usually that is how it goes down. And yeah, the top G, he falls.
Not looking good for the top G there. Alpha Core and Taj come out on top. And that's going to edge them up. What's that? 4 more points already in the early game. So looking good for them as they continue to win their draw spot. As we get on over to Pledge and DGen. DGen not in the conversation currently. Fall into the hands of Justice and Duo there on the other side of Sleepy Sound. This is a phenomenal draw spot, big enough for 3 teams or more, but when you split it like that, these kind of engagements can happen. Elite falls here to Chewy. Once again, Taco and Chewy looking to clap back here and continue to make a statement for the drop.
Yeah, for Glace last time, it was a lot slower overall how they wanted to approach Greasy Grove. They waited just a little bit too long, and third party started to rock in. This time they get up close and personal, or at least Elite does. Chewy and Taco were side by side. The pressure, too much to handle. Chewy found the POV.
Yeah, Chewy and Taco doing very, very well right now. Taco definitely has a great track record of early game wins, but Glace qualified this entire weekend streaming it. That's a difficulty task on its own, and it looks like he's trying to stream this today out as well. So we love to see that. Glace, pressure is on him as he's looking to pop off here, but again is forced into this 2v1 type scenario. We all know that's difficult to maintain and be successful in. So far, so good, but for how much longer? Taco and Chewy look to have no more shields, so it is still very much anyone's game.
Yeah, okay. Whoa. I was about to say, it might just be about patience. Taco says it's about the shot.
Big tag right there from Taco. He did not miss. I'm sure every single pellet hit there. Redux closes things out here on the other side as well. Freeze and Serbs get put on ice, and it's all wraps here at the Condo Canyon.
I haven't talked too much about Redux and Rogue Shark either. I mean, we've seen them in many different end games. Redux in terms of solos, just phenomenal. Rogue Shark as well, just a veteran that comes all the way in. A bunch of these older players just being able to still keep things up. Smacked is there with Justice. This is the elimination we were talking about at the way start. That's how Pledge went down. And Muzz, him and Qualifier will not be fooling around at all for the start of the game. All these early game elims we're seeing so far, this world has nothing to do with that.
Yeah, they're staying far and far away from Peterbot there. They gave Peterbot the drop spot. Like we said before, we saw the mix-up in the duos here. Muzz was landing directly on them. If it would have been Qualifier 1, they were contested last week. And you saw how good they did when they made it off the drop, so they're trying to continue that story here. So far, so good, though. Let's tune into Stacky and Pose. Let's get a little update here. All right, so we got 0 eliminations, contested drop, Chonker Speedway. Definitely big enough for 2, but again, we all know it's all about the surge. It's all about taking these battles.
Yeah, they won that fight beforehand. Cost, unfortunately, rocked in, missed a few shots. It was off a mistake, so although they had the disadvantage, I'm not sure if it's going to happen again. Meanwhile, Day and Cease were looking really good at getting over their first hurdle, their usual problem we see them have every single qualifier weekend, that mid game. They made it closer towards the end. Unfortunately, before the zone started to rotate, Day goes down.
The difference this week, now that I'm looking at the Rave Cave, there is one less team in the equation. Last week, we had like 4, almost 5 teams here. This time, it looks like there's enough space for 3. We know that high ground layer where Eomzo and Jamper play off of, that's relatively a different drop in its own. It's really what happens inside the Rave Cave where the party is normally going down, but with only 2 teams down there, that general area, there's so much loot there. It seems like everyone's kind of figured out a comfortable pathing, and that is why we're seeing Cease and Day actually survive without taking much risk.
Yeah, they're always playing up against Avery and Commandment as well. It's not like there's a new invitation to a duo straight to the party. This is business as usual for the boys. For Clicks and Duke, though, this is not really what they're used to, at least in a round 4. Always just contested 6 out of 6 games. This time set free. Unfortunately, last time Duke went down.
Yeah, definitely. But of course, with all that, we're going to toss it to Mini Miner for that in-game update.
Thank you, Monster. Now, we just saw Taco and company come off the back of a big off-spawn fight. Now, you might be wondering, why doesn't Taco heal up using those minis? But there's plenty of these mushrooms surrounding the area. What I really like about the way he's doing this is he's actually placing builds to stop him from going up too high, using these bounty shrooms, which, of course, regenerate every 20 seconds, giving them unlimited HP. So they'll be using those minis later on, I'm sure, though.
You know how much one mini matters all the way towards the very end of the game, and now you know how much Mini Miner knows about some of the stuff that happens around the map too.
Hey man, our mini is equally as important. The leaderboard of eliminations there is on the top. You can see Fable Taco and Chewy being one of the leaders there in 3rd currently with 6. But crazy to think, just 6 eliminations after that first game. So no one had that crazy runaway game 1. We are very much in the same territory here, and the points are telling us that story as well. Just take a look. Acorn and Edgy are in 9th right now, up against our 19th of Tragics and Dom. 26 points for the team down low, 7 for the team up top. It's a short gap between them here. This is why consistency all the way through the day is what is going to really reward you if you want to break into top 5. And take a look. Acorn and Edgy start firing at the teams in distance. Tragics and Dom is like, hey, you know what? Instead of fighting you, maybe we can cheese out some tags here too.
They'll try to go for it, but nothing much just yet for now. And I'm scared because every time we've seen this on NA East, the tags don't come from either team, and then they end up box fighting. I want both those teams making the end game. No chance Acorn and Edgy go down to a scuff type of fight all the way towards the 2nd zone. Nico and Casca, though, that was almost their fate last time. The move into Greasy Grove slightly late, looking for one of these hills, but because of that timing, they lose prime real estate, and now they have to rethink their plan.
Yeah, definitely. And just to touch on that Acorn and Edgy positioning one time, this is different this game. They actually have a team right on top of them. Last game, they had all the space in the world, so either they dropped the ball focusing on what was going around, or maybe they were the ones that just got snuck up on, but we'll see. For Olive OG and Byla, their drop spot looking pretty solid, all things considering. We thought it wouldn't have ended as well for them in that first game, but they pull out a top 10 out of nowhere. A magician's trick out the hat. Now looking to touch down. They have eyes on the team just outside the sanctuary. Could be Clicks and Duke. We know they're in this general vicinity as well. So it's actually TK, our 8th place team. That's a dangerous one. TK and Ritual, definitely a team I do not want to mess with in an early game. Talking about Eastern teams playing well, though. Muzz and Playify in 5th as well. So we start setting the stage here for the second game.
They're doing the option of the boat. It's a bit faster. You got to stick to water, but they're still looking good. And they can off-road it a bit too. I like to just walk in though now. And if they get access towards the north side of the circle, that's going to be huge, especially all the way through Coney. I don't think many teams are going to be used to having a team such as Playify and Muzz make it all the way in too fast. Macwood and Threats, they're going to be here. I don't think Playify and Muzz are used to this type of base either, because usually where would Macwood be? In the Bugle, reading the news, just having that off-spawn fight. He's not going to be having that this time. There's an extra team now who's center circle looking to take a few shots.
Yeah, I'm paying attention to that elimination feed, see if any headlines come up there. Keep eyes on them. That clash could be inevitable, as we all know. Surge tags are what is going to be the most important thing here. The zone's going to start to close. 84 remain up right now, and no one is truly making big movements now as everyone's sort of beginning to settle down here. You can just look at the map. It's very stagnant. Teams have settled down into their areas, and they're all starting to think those same exact things. Who do we have good odds against? Who can we catch slipping here on the next rotate to find some cheeky tags? Otherwise, it will be desperate and inevitable disaster, honestly.
Yeah, Blur and Bobby, they're going for the same type of thought process. Make sure you don't make a mistake. You get in towards that zone, and it's the north side shrink all the way down towards the bottom. It's one of the hardest ways to move. Tilted towers, especially being just right on the outside of that zone. That'll make everyone have buildings as an option as well. It'll be so congested, so many people will live. But I feel like the more stacked the lobby is, the better clarity and Slacks on the play.
Yeah, definitely. There's a couple teams that shine under the pressure here. Slacks and Clarity G being absolute to that truth there. This is a veteran duo. This is a duo that snipes up wins, not one that plays for anything other than that. We saw that performance happen in that last game. A 13 all in all is pretty good. That means they were just shy of a couple eliminations of breaking into that first page there. Again, the difference being 5 points between where you sit and just around that top 5. That first game was very competitive. Rogue Shark and Redux, they're holding on to theirs. Great find for them. Allows them to go ahead and cap off here. Redux weighing his options. Does he want to actually heal and cap them off or play it out? It's the decision they have to make, and they're going to take the bold, risky one and keep the lower set of HP there.
Got Chuck's flashes trying to be maybe used towards the end portions of the game. And then, yeah, when it comes to just the pressure for NAE East as well, you can see that stat on the top right. It's all about landing at the big spots. That's why there's so much contention over there. That's why you have the Eomzo, Cease, and Avery split all the way over at Rave Cave. Pose and Stacky as well, contesting Chonkers. Named POIs offer so much more compared to some of the scavenger routes you see across the map. That being said, Jackson, I was about to say might not be beside Dada, but definitely is alive. Looking to control a little bit more space, just block off the lake and river. But the blocking now has to get skipped over. They have to basically be able to swim or maybe move across the shores, get all the way forward. Jackson's just too fast on the draw with the shot as well. Bobby and Plur just take one straight to the head.
Not looking good here for any of those teams, as they're just barely above that Storm Surge threshold. 77 here. Again, Storm Surge is that mechanic that will force the players to fight in order to maintain your stay in the game. In just a minute now, the storm will close, the circle will reveal itself, and then it'll just turn on. And we'll start seeing that damage come in and target players with the lower sets of HP. Day and Cease are actually playing a mega split right now. They're trying to contain this outskirt here. Day looking to essentially catch up, and they're below the surge, and this is why sometimes it can work out, but don't get spotted out as a duo now. That can definitely backfire. Day does have the advantage here. He finds just a couple, and he's on a full-on push. Where is Sisto? Can he catch up? I don't see him in sight, so I'm a little bit nervous right now. Yes, he is 11 below, and you know, this is a dire situation, but most importantly, you need your teammate in the end of the game.
Caesar's in the zone now. He's all around the A of Reality Falls on that mini-map. Day's pushed so far forward. Caesar's ran into two different teams. There's one on the right side of Day as well for the moment. That might just clash with them, but you can see why they're so desperate. Low on surge, 54, now 61 all the way below. A few more teams getting tagged sends them plummeting even more lower on that board for how much damage they have done. Day needs to start landing a few more shots. Seats needs to get into the business as well. He's left so far behind, and the enemies that were fighting him are about to roll up on Day as well. They're going to be angry. They're going to be looking for Surge. That topside POV is going to be the most active one to look at for now. Chimp also taking shots on the bottom right. Casker and Nico looking fine towards the left, but it's Day who we're kind of focusing on for the moment. And it's Chimp who will jump up to for now. This fight's really breaking down. Chimp going for it. The third party's there too, stopping him. 3 HP, 2. He has to get back into the zone, look for anything. And no, he goes down.
Down goes Chimp and Spade there. My pick and inside the top 10. Super unfortunate for them, but that is what happens. That is why the Storm Surge and finding the action is so important for Day, though. He is sitting back. It's not looking good for Cease either. They made the decision to take these mega splits and it's not paid off. Instead, both sides have gone under the factor of the damage coming in. It's all up to Cease now, as he just needs to find anything here. Desperation in sight, still nothing. There's a team behind them. There's one even closer there inside the wood walls, but no, he could not find the opportunity. And down goes Cease to the hands of Revised and Crazy G's. Yes, they're gonna pick up all that loot, and that's gonna be a well-placed reward for them.
Nico has to be angry about that one, though. I think he was taking shots at Cease the entire time. Was tracking him for 2 minutes. Crazy pops up, 1 shotgun shot, 6 damage. He gets the credit for that, Elin.
So close. A sneeze, a gust of wind. I mean, shoot, he could have clapped and the sound waves might have taken him out from that type of distance. Let's take a look at those highlights, though. Big fights, Storm Surge fights. Here's a look from Casker's perspective. Oh, yeah. Frying players through the sky. Down on Chucky, the player who took game number 1. Where was Nut when you needed him there to pick him up? We'll see if he gets saved in the end. A knock is good, but that's not everything.
Absolutely. Especially when it's that long range. It's just basically damage. You got dropped down next to a tree as well. Lots of foliage to cover the light rays of beams from every single person on the map. He'll be able to get revved up in that shade. Meanwhile, Posed and Stacky, this time not a rude awakening off spawn. They have a set plan to walk in with, and that plan's name is just Shields. I've never seen that many inside some builds.
Looking good for them. They have the essentially a vault worth of loot on top of them, and usually that comes from getting a nice little elimination at the opportune time. Here's Ritual and TK. This is a team that I was so close to picking up for a guess, for a pick, for a prediction today. Acorn and Edgy on the other side, though. Looking like trouble in paradise here. Low on material count. Desperation, you can tell, looming on their shoulders. The pressure's on. The option, 3rd place team next door. It's not too good of a pick. Instead, they focus on the one inside the zone. That's Tragics and Crew. Some loots there. Harpoon might be the difference maker. Oh, and he gets the medal. That's important.
That's going to be huge, especially since they're building with it right about now. Edgy also electing to stay in the storm just a little bit more. One of the Elams is going to be perfect for the team. Still, though, allowed to move fast and get out. That zone will be coming in and really stretching every single person thin. Acorn really dipping into that zone to make sure he gets as much as possible. Smack the buff these guys and Qualifier and Muzz stopping them right in front. It's anyone's game for now in any of these north sides right next to the zone.
Yeah, and everyone's fighting for this position overall. The catch comes in, though, and Muzz and Playify pick up another elimination there. That's going to make it 2 for them now in this game. Looking very good. They jump on up to 43 points already, so a great game 1 and setting themselves up for a strong and solid game 2.
Yeah, some teams already leaving over here from the north side to jump in. Slacks and Clarity, though, they're biding their time, waiting to see exactly what every other team does around them first. The later you leave these positions, the better position you get inside the zone. You can stack up on top of people. You get to see a lot more. The issue is, it's more dangerous. Everyone can shoot you while you're moving in. It's a risk and reward type system, and Clarity and Slacks are clearly going for maximum risk, maximum reward.
All in all, I love these zones, though. These are 2 general center positions here coming into the 4th zone. So a little bit of green, a little bit of sand in play. There's a lot going on here. Pretty much favoritism for all the teams.
For Earth.
This overall area, yeah, definitely. A little bit of everything. What side will it end up ultimately going to, though? Of course, we have that left and right side split directly down the middle with the river here. Here comes a surge warning. Plenty of players are going to have issues right now. Avery, although he is edging his way above, this is not a safe position to be in, not just yet.
The fact that this team's had to move so much, hasn't had a hill to really just siphon a few tags off of. It's going to be tough. Playify as well, interrupted while going for a few edits through his build. This is the danger of leaving later. You're going to have not only people expecting you in the zone, but lots of people moving beside you as well. on that off timing. Now it's just up to Muzz. And with so little white HP, with the zone so close and so many players side by side, it's going to be so tough for him to do this solo clutch.
And here we are, 30 teams remaining now. Big placements start being rewarded after we get into that top 27, of course. We get to those cascading top 28, top 27, point. That's really where you want to get to. Skittles and users managing to do that as well right now. Here it is. Couple players continue to fall on the feed. 7 more have to go down now. Skittles and users have just a second left here, and there it is. Everything becomes active.
This is one of the best spots for users and Skuga to be in for the moment. They haven't really got an opportunity to get into an end and even get any tags. Same thing for Alpha, Taji. They're trying their best to be able to stay in here, not just make it, not just accept the invitation, but also enjoy the party. But unfortunately, Taji, I think he's just had a bit too much fun overall. He goes down. Alpha is going to try his best, but TK, you talked about it, Monster. They see someone, they capitalize.
I love this team right here. Like I said, TK has proven that he is one of the greats now on NA East. From console to PC, now pairing up with the new up-and-comer of Ritual. DreamHack Dallas' solo winner, already performing and making headlines. I love those two teams playing together, but here it is. Skuga and users jump in. Armored Wall comes out. Not looking good. Skuga has to hit the drawing board there, decide, hey, you know what? We got high ground for now, but what good is high ground when you have to rotate here?
What good is high ground when you're 215 below surge as well?
Oh, no.
Max full, no damage done. Golden, very excellent defense. This is why they rocked in and won that round 3. When it comes to chaos, this team knows exactly how to deal with it. Users still hunting him down, and Golden is not making this easy for the team. Skuga now even lower than users. They're trying their best to get into the box of AV, but they have denied them over and over again. No chance for users. Skuga now melting with the zone, and that surge almost striking. It stops for now. They just have to make it in. They're so far behind. Users still stuck. Skuga down. They're out.
That's it. Although they have that uncontested draw spot this week, the mid game has been their demise. Not looking good at all. Chucky, we saw Chucky get knocked. That means the pickup was good. The save was real. He gets saved by his teammate here, and they managed to play out this end game here that we're starting to set up. It's cost them a lot, though. Material count looking very, very low. Desperate situation here to take a fight. Love the heals, though, but the material count. How far can they go with that? No grapple gloves in sight. I didn't see any on the inventories. Long pull on the rotate. I mean, everything's going against them, even the current on the river.
They needed height beforehand to be able to translate their position into points. This time it's Mason and Npen who are in that seat. We'll see exactly if they can hold on, because so far in NA East, it hasn't really switched hands too much.
I'm not seeing a loadout worthy of holding a high ground for that long, but we could see some upsets here. It only takes one single refresh to change that entire narrative. You can see Mason and Npen are opting to hold it all the way through. The grapple gloves are swinging across as well. Most teams will opt to rotate here and now with them. Muzz is still holding on already into 24th now, as there's so many more teams that can fall here. The number count shows us there's a lot of solos in play, Muzz being one of them.
When you have less bills than there are teams alive, that's going to be an unfortunate situation, though. That's the situation for Muzz right now. Just 9 left for the moment. He's looking to see exactly what he can do next. Not many people going down to the feed either, so everyone's kind of holding on for dear life. He's down to the grass, though. Looking to see what to do next. Knocking on boxes, but he gets knocked out.
That was very close. Rokane just had 50 HP before catching the siphon on the elimination there. Rokane and Dubs now get gifted with some material, of course, off the siphon. Nut here, though.
Wow.
Loses Chucky. Has to clutch up by himself. The Elam was stolen, though. So no heals for him. And we talked about how that river's current can be such an obstacle to work against, and it holds him down for a second there. But the longer he holds on, the more points that he manages to cushion himself with. Iamzo, though, in the meanwhile, looking to rocket their way up. He's got the mats, he's got the heals, but the time, Jamper needs to pause. They need to start healing. He starts to do that. TK and Ritual are now on the hunt. No reason for them to slow down just yet. They need material count, though. 24 is not going to cut it here.
Everyone looking down towards the ground. They want some type of safety. They want the same cushion that that first place team has. He goes down. Now it's up to Iamzo and Jamper to stop one more big push coming towards their boxes. Drop down, crazy, revised, like sharks in water looking to hunt their next prey. Jamper's already been bitten down. It's up to Iamzo now to stay afloat. He's trying his best. Revised, he gets a chomp on the backside. There's an option here for Iamzo to go for the res. He's trying to. Jamper says no. Just play out your life. Here are my mats. He's gonna just send Iamzo to straight up go for it. He's front side of the zone down on low ground. He's still holding on to Jamper. Iamzo does not want to let go.
What a teammate. And I mean, if there's a time to do it, it's when you have an armored wall in the inventory. One to just play on the back up there. So he is going to be able to successfully get a save. That is a rare circumstance indeed. And Iamzo now takes over, begins to lead the tarp. We know his IGL skills are good, but hold up. On the other side, Edgy and Acorn go down. Taco still in this, and a big elimination for him. He takes out Macwood. He's racking up names right now. No Chewy in sight. Taco, pressure's on you, but let's see it. Crazy GG's revives. We saw them working their way through those low grounds. They were the problem. The thorn in TK's side, looking very good.
Everyone, a storm on every single layer for Iamzo and Jamper. They're the eye of the hurricane. Absolute peace. Taco, though, takes their entire house and just lifts it off the ground. 2 shots, they're down. Mason jumps into a box as well. Npen's beside him, but he's doing this solo. He sees exactly where Taco is as well. He's playing his one, he's playing his zone, but he's connected with height. That's exactly where his teammate is. Npen is holding on for so long from the 5th zone, and they're still looking good.
They definitely managed to hold things down up there. It was looking like it couldn't be possible, but they make it a possibility. Mason has 4 eliminations. We knew it was only going to be a possibility if they can get Elon and continue to ratchet through. Rhythm, though, finds one there. It's crazy. Where's Revive? The Siphon, the full finish. He has mats now, and he doesn't stop. That is what a pro will do. They continue to fight. They catch you off guard.
You can feel his rhythm. A Python on the low ground slithering through every build. You can't even track his type of movement. Paper, though, he's going to try to emulate that. Rhythm just strikes. Oh, my goodness. Too hard to handle, but he finally gets taken down. It is Taco. He makes fall to that first place spot, possibly up for grabs. 12th place team, though. Cam finds Narwhal. They're up together. Look at Mason and Npen, though. They're making this absolute punishment for anyone on low ground.
Looking good, though, for Nika and Cascor as well. They're starting to find Paper. Paper's trying to hold on. The edit comes through. He goes down. 3 teams remaining. 2 duos and another set on the other side as well. We already know who's on high ground, but Casker and Nico are the one in the middle. It's up to Cameron Narwhal. Will they focus the mid-ground team, or will they wait this one out? This will determine who can win the game. This will determine who will have the opportunity to snatch it. High ground gets assaulted essentially here, and it's Casker who's inching his way on up.
What a cone.
What a great cone. And the chop through. This is looking so solid. No more builds now. 1 shot is all she takes. Nico's down. He wants to finish. He gets it as well. Snipes up some builds. It's looking good, but of course, low ground is here to snipe.
Oh my goodness. Blocks from all sides from Npen, but it's not going to be enough to stop the ground from coming through. Cam's there too. He's gone all the way towards the bottom. He's playing
1v1.
maximum insurance. Mason now has to chomp down. No builds left. He finally drops a little bit of damage, a little bit of zone. That's all up to Mason. He has to do this on his own. Siphon comes in. Up to Cam now. Armored walls finally put in. No builds from either side. Cam with the spray. He prays and he wins.
And I love the usage of the armored walls there as well. Cuts him off, eliminating the circulation, forces him into only one avenue, and that's the avenue where his SMG would ultimately meet him there in the end. So a great play and a predictable read by him.
Absolutely, but unpredictable with how that endgame would go down, especially with 3 teams all the way at the end. Cam, though, recognizing a bunch of 2v2s are happening, a bunch of teammate-oriented players are going down, he just ends up with the solo play, the one you can't hear, you can't see, and he has the last word on the server, the Victory Royale.
And there it is. You see the quick follow-up, and he hits every single shot. Cam and Narwhal will take game number 2. New teams popping up and entering into the conversation here. But of course, the player that played upset, Casker, Nico, they took the opportunity to fight for high ground. They really wanted it.
They almost had it too if it wasn't for Npen's clutch cones. He had like 3 builds, all of them cones, all of them denying whoever had height. It was very valiantly fought, but Cam, at the end of the day, the invisible man on low, he takes that win.
Hey, well, I know someone who's not invisible. It's our entire team, the analyst crew, and of course, Kelly. So let's go ahead, get on over there.
Thank you so much, Monster D-Face and Shio, and what an incredible game 2 there. 3 duos at the very end, but of course, it was the team that held the high ground that was able to grab another VR.
Yeah, and there we have it. You know, that was really well fought. I love the way that Shio phrased it there. Npen and Mason trying to hold on for as long as they can. But Nico and Casker putting up a phenomenal fight right there. And just really like to see, you know, Npen and Mason on the high ground holding it for quite some time. Very nice to see because, Jacob, we've talked about it multiple times now. NA East has really yet to find a real personality for like who's going to play high ground consistently, it's usually like a random team. So maybe NPen and Mason kind of find themselves up toward this high ground consistently.
Yeah, you saw Nut and Chucky last game, NPen and Mason this time. I think sooner or later, one of those teams will begin to catch on. Exactly what you're saying. The lack of teams' proactivity to try to fight for that high ground, but it all can come down to what you have in your loadout, what match that you have, and these games are so close, you can see it being expended early.
They were so close, I actually thought that it was them that grabbed the VR, but no, it was Cam and Narwhal, and we actually saw them in Qualifier 1. Were they the team that grabbed 50 eliminations in round 1, I believe?
They were, yes, and it is currently the record. Absolutely phenomenal stat there. Cam and Narwhal from the low ground, like you mentioned, Kelly, taking full advantage of the fact that this high ground fight was going on. I mean, 9th zone, there's like a little bit of a build battle going on, and Ben Mason trying to defend it, but ultimately they couldn't do it, and Cam and Narwhal very well aware of the fact what was going on, taking full advantage there at the end too of everything that he has. 2 armored walls to use. I'm going to block you out. I'm going to keep you in the storm, and then eventually finding that elimination. And here you go, Jacob. Here's the leaderboard. Taco and Chewy, though, Kelly, find themselves up at the top.
Taka was the Titan eliminator, just taking down so many top names, and that's why we're seeing them in our top of the leaderboard with 10 eliminations right now, 68 points, but right behind them and 6 points below, it's going to be Nut and Chucky, our VR winner from game 1. We also have Ritual and TK in 3rd place, Paper and Lost Dash in 4th, and then Nico and Casker in 5th. And although Jamper and Iamzo did drop out of our top 5, can we talk about that revive?
Please. Yes, we could definitely talk about it. That is what you call making the teamwork happen. Teamwork makes the dream work, of course. And you see him go for it very, very early on, and the team kind of knock at his door of the box and kind of prevent it from going through. As you see, it does continue. But if first you don't succeed, you must try and try again. And Iamzo tried for sure.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal there, and you could see it as well, where like he was going for the revive, and then Jimper's like, no, not now, and he's like, no, listen, we're getting this off. I'm going to build a little bit more towards the zone, and eventually they do get it off. But honestly, the reason why it worked so well, Iamzo had so many materials to work with to build out to full tarp him and his duo to safety. Now, ultimately, they didn't end up going out, but they did get that top 10, and currently on the leaderboard, we do see them still around that top 5 spot, 6th, ultimately, but still in the race for sure.
And I mentioned them earlier. They're in our 1st place spot. Taco just taking down so many big names in that last game.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. If you're one of those teams or one of those players like we talked about last game, flying under the radar, a lot of people don't expect you to be in this position. This is the perfect way to put your name on the map and really take NA East by storm. You see Taco all by himself, still picking up a massive amount of eliminations, still picking up those placement points on the big names like Macwood.
Yeah, absolutely. And listen, you mentioned it kind of flying under the radar. Maybe some of these other teams need some sonar, right? The Grapple Gloves coming in the end game. That's why they are so good. It puts these teams that get them every single game into positions constantly to where they can have these pop-off moments. But the thing is, you are set up for those moments. You just have to take full advantage of them. And that's what Taco does this game, which is why we can see them in 1st place.
Yes, and of course, we do have our 11th through 20th place right now, going from 48 points all the way down to 32 points. And, you know, there's some big names here. We got Muzz and Play and Fine 11th, Rokane and Dubs in 12th place right now. And I'm just looking down. We obviously saw Mason and NPen jump up 21 placement points in game 2.
That's that high ground. That's exactly what it does. You put yourself above and beyond everybody else. You get that free amount of placement points as that chaotic battle towards the low ground will ensue. And then towards everything, the dust settles. You see they got the best chances to take it at the end of the day. And as long as they can carry this momentum into game number 3, they can finally figure out that high ground strategy that we're talking about.
Yeah, high ground definitely wins games, but it's the action that's going on down below and getting all these eliminations that is getting these players up to our top 5. And remember, guys, this is what it's all about. They want to get top 5. Those teams get to go straight to the finals, and they don't have to face the incredibly scary semifinals that are going to be happening in 2 weeks. But guys, that's just game number 2. We still got 4 more games to go, so it's time for game number 3 with our casters.
Game 3.
Here we have it. Things are really heating up now. I mean, so much. I have to take the jacket off. It's time to jump into things. Game 3 is here. You heard the honk. You heard the horn. Let us jump onto this world here, because what we have unfolding right now, unpredictability, I think is the theme of today's qualifier so far. 2 teams that we didn't expect to snipe up those wins are there.
Yeah, I have consistency in my hands right now. In my palms, monster. Can you see this? Yeah? Find an open window.
See it.
Throw it out of there, because it's not exactly what's going down for some of our top teams. It's the hot man's game for now. Whoever rolls in gets so many eliminations, gets that clutch, goes towards the VR, gets deep into the games, they're just rising on the boards.
Now, my real question is, how long can a player like Fable Taco keep it up? They have this contested drop, Greasy Grove. We've seen this before where you farm those points in that early game. Those 8 points make a world of difference if you continue to win it. The moment it doesn't go your way, though, you slip down. And, I mean, they say when you fall from somewhere high, it hurts.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a steep and dangerous fall. Meanwhile, though, Andrew Tate Illis managed to clap back here. Looking very, very good. A single elim, not two yet. But so far, the first set of points on the board for them.
No rock in. Last time the fight didn't go too well. Still had one elimination. Alpha still up in the business, looking to see if he can maybe try to clap back. It's 27th versus 31st as well, so bottom of the board. They're kind of both anchoring and holding each other down. Meanwhile, Sleepy Sound, no one really attacking Smacked. I'm wondering why they're having trouble moving into some of these games. I mean, we saw one of the situations with Smack before. Really good third-party situation. He got everything locked down, but it seems like these end games are a bit too much to handle.
Yeah, and this game looking a little unfortunate for him as he's a man down. I think that might be, oh, we got that 99 up top, so we'll keep a close pulse on him. Glace and Elite, though, in the meantime, fighting. This is what we expected here. Again, Fable Taco Elite, yes, they are in first place, but they are contested. Sorry, Chewy and Fable Taco, they are contested here. And they're actually, on this time, you know, pretty hurt, right? They don't have that dominant position that they had before. Instead, you see Taco is pinched in between the two players. So it's going to come down to whether or not Chewy can actually snipe and make this push here. Save his teammate, essentially.
I've been in these types of spots before at the very start of game number 1. The split team had a little bit of an issue locking things down, but Chewy's turning that split all the way up into a pinch. They know exactly where Elite is, and he's going for a few shots straight to the bush. Meanwhile, though, Taco's taking a lot of pressure.
Nice.
Reverse pinch from the other side. Elite finally going down. They know Glaze is up top, though. He has full shield.
Huge.
Even HP on both sides, though.
Actually huge that Taco gets the siphon as well. That little difference here is going to give him so much more confidence. Confidence all it takes. A great, great trade right there. And that two-shot, right? The adjustment to that. You saw how quickly the draw speed is and the damage comes out. Great defense, though. Hold up by Glaze. Glaze really put up a great fight, but not before Taco comes in and snipes up the second one as well. So excellent teamwork from them. It really could have gone either way. In the distance, though, Mason's name tag starts to pop up there. So it's not all clear just yet. On the other side, here's a fight that we've seen before as well. Redux and Rogue Shark.
Outside, there's a bunch of different teams they're kind of dealing with. Unfortunately, just one elimination so far, but I think it is Stacky and Ozone who are now walking in as well. Rogue Shark's not done. And with metal kind of being used, it looks like those are Ozone's last builds for now. Rogue Shark has so many to deal with. He has to know that, yeah, there's a bridge situation going on. Might be a little bit of a troll down there in terms of trying to waste time. Redux goes there for the pinch. It's enough to get Mr. Ozone out into the open and for Shark to get the big shot.
A lot of two-shot shotguns coming into play right now. That's a surprise to me. I know we saw the adjustment and I touched on it, but really cool to see it starting to make its way into the inventory. It's popping up everywhere. Yamzo has one now as well. Are we seeing the change of a meta where pros are starting to figure out, hey, wait a second, this is pretty powerful if I hit those quick openers there? We'll see as we continue to edge our way in. In the meanwhile, Avery, Commandment, control the Rave Cave. Cease and Day no longer in sight. Seems like they might have made a move a little early this time around. Nut and Chucky, our team that came into the last game in first place, now slide their way down to second after an okay performance. Again, they did earn something there, so it wasn't a dropout by any means, but it's very close up at the top.
Larson up on a D-Gen too. I mean, it's either him or Pledge going down extremely early. Even the other at a disadvantage. The two-shot back and forth. That's literally at the last second that shot comes in. That's the buff right there doing its magic. Here's how Larson started it off. There's D-Gen building up, and this man, his tracking, I mean, it's world class.
You see it. That two-shot, if both of those pellets hit, especially if you get the headshot multiplier, it does a lot of damage very quick. Almost hard to defend against there. Jackson, Chubbs here in the meanwhile, looking to continue their push right now. They've been playing all right. Seems like they've met someone that's just about at their match. It's Plur on the other side. 18th and 14th positioned duels here. Interesting loadout. We see Harpoon in play, DMR in play. A couple of options here. They're taking their time. No need to Be too risky here and get punished first. Armored Wall comes out. That's a big commitment for a low ground team. Pretty passive. Let's see it here. Angle opens up. I mean, there's only one other opportunity there. Bobby should have known that one, but he gets punished first.
They're not just fighting another duo right now. They're also fighting against time. We saw where the zone's going towards. It's all the way closer towards the south side, the edge of it. On Chonkers, it's locked towards the middle, but usually these ones keep pulling down. You want to have control of these center zones. So yeah, Dada, Jackson, although it's a very nice isolated fight, they want to be able to play the rest of their game. They rotate out.
Now on over to Clicks here. Duke, of course, holding on. Punishment comes in from the side, though. Those are big tags there. It's going to slow down their momentum. It's Narwhal and Cam. We already saw the second place, the big finish there. Or sorry, the win, in fact, for Narwhal and Cam.
You're right, technically. It is a big finish.
Hey, listen, it was a huge finish for them. I mean, sometimes it's just hard to remember. Like, normally the low ground team doesn't close it out. So that was the mix-up there. But a team that you don't really want to get into a big involvement with. Clicks and Duke managed to, I guess, get bested on the build-off, and they play the low ground here. Very slow right now, but of course it's because that team that's off in the distance did find some big tags in there.
There's a big investment from both sides, too. Clicks almost all his brick gone. Duke siphoned through, or just burnt through, almost 500 wood for this fight, it seems like. They're going to be chilling for now. Got Law as well as Paper, who look to be in very good positions, trying to turn that into damage. So we'll see them at Sanctuary just slightly close by. This is exactly who Clicks was looking at just moments ago. But there's no one here.
Nope. The only team was, of course, Duke and Clicks that were inside that fight. And they did what they had to do. They hit the tags that they needed to. A lot of teams you see will fumble that opportunity. For them, that might just be the difference maker that actually edges them over some others later into this game here. Ritual and TK, though, one of the more explosive teams. Keep your eyes out on them. Currently in third place so far. Slow and steady has been their game plan. But TK, if there's anyone who's explosive, it's him. He's the kind of player that will pop off in those games, really pick up a huge chain of eliminations in those end games. He's got that controller, I guess, cliche to him. We say it all the time, but I mean, he really puts up the numbers. So the fact that they've been slow and steady is actually a great sign, because they are due for a pop-off game, and they will normally find it.
Yeah, you want to make sure when you're looking at NA East as well, some of these first games, a lot of the players that end up popping off, hold that top 3, top 5, they dwindle out as things get more consistent throughout the day. Nico and Caster, they're riding on that consistency more so just than the VR every single time. So we'll see what position they take up. Important, too, that they're speccing into taking these big pots, going for double shield and utility instead of maybe an extra weapon, because a lot of these teams, while they rotate, take so many extra shots. Where will they have to move now? Well, the majority of the left side of the lobby will have to get towards shuffled shrines. The Jones is going to be at advantage. Clicks and Duke going to be looking good as well from where they are, as are a bunch of other teams on that right side. Dubs and Rocane, surprising game one. Made it super deep, fixed a lot of different mistakes. This time, I want to see that really lock through. They have a lot of control of the map right now.
And there's the time to do it. It's now. We have 3 zones that are relatively center. So for them to have successful 2, this third one is very, very likely. I mean, we are truly setting up for just that right now. The potential is there. Acorn and Edgy once again find themselves on this same exact positioning here. This mountain seems to be their center space, their safe space. Chewy making a rotate right underneath Day here, though, who's looking down. Where is Cease? Not once in the early game have we seen them together. Instead, it's always been one or the other, never the two.
Kind of like 2 different regions to try to qualify. Seem to maybe going for
I think he's in
a
the
world
city.
record. Yeah, has to be somewhere, but they take split all the way to another level. Let's tune in with Day real quick. Yeah, Cease is alive, so definitely somewhere.
When I saw on the map, I mean, I saw, yeah, there he is. I think he's by the gas station there. I saw the icon there, so I know he's nearby. They're the 2 pink cursors. For those of you guys that are looking at it, the duo in the middle is the one that they're focusing on. That's Taco and Chewy, who, of course, have Greasy Grove to themselves. This is their home drop. But you saw how much of a rocky start Chewy and Taco had. It does seem like they didn't get lucky with looting the rest of the drop spot, as they are really low on shields right now. So Looking like a very tough game for them. As we jump into Taji and Alpha Core here, just tuning in as they already have picked up elimination, trying to finish up this team right now. Playing smart, too. Oliver OG's down, Bala's left by himself, and they're happy with just getting what they've managed to find. They're just saying, hey, you know what? Come to us. Bala finds a huge tag there. That's because these are his builds. Mistakes are made for Taji. Alpha Core. That was a little one, but should not be making those errors in this type of setting. This is high tier lobby.
For them, it's so different, the game they're playing. High pressure every single game. Challenged off spawn, have to fight to survive. They don't have it like Viola, who gets to have an option to really fight, but this time, there is no choice. There is only elimination. Taji jumps straight into that box. He gets a nice one. So many other fights, so many things developing all the way across the map. Now, and Chucky rolling in, they had a taste of what VR's kind of felt like, what having that first seed was really like in that first game. Unfortunately, on the second, going down a little bit, not in the most optimal place during the moving zones.
Definitely. The name of the game is Surge right now for sure, as it's already active. And listen, teams, players, they'll do anything to make sure they can get just that. Even players like Crisp and Nevify here who are just hunting right now, looking all around, desperate for someone to make a mistake, peek themselves out. Otherwise, they'll just have to jump in the box right now. Look at the option. This 26th place team will have to jump in on our 9th place team, Cam and Narwhal. Potentially, if they can't find just a couple tags, they're slowly slipping behind as well. And that will continue to make desperate measures put on this team. Narwhal with a great counterattack from low ground there. It's going to expose Nevify from down low. Look at that. Already looking bad for them. They're going to have to heal here. Much less heals for them to work with. It's not looking good.
They're expecting the floppers a little bit, so I'm looking for white heals, and Nevify will force them out of his inventory, so valiant strategy. They'll not have to go for a full type of siphon. They'll have to really go for that dive in. Meanwhile, NPen, this is how you take risks. You stack your loadout with so many shields that you want to overpeak, take damage, and trade it with many teams. This is 10 splashes he's looking at. He's by himself in this box so far too, so can link up with his teammate, and they both be able to take their own type of fights, both be able to heal. It's very, very efficient. Sphinx, though, will do the classic mini-up strategy. 212 below, they are the ones in this lobby at massive trouble.
And they're inside the top 10. They're our 9th place team. 8th place team, Edgy and Acorn, have to face this wrap. They have to face the team that are playing as equally as good as them. And they're now starting to push here. Look at the loadout. Combat SMG, Hammer AR. These are big high fire rate weapons. The tags come through. It's good for Sphinx, but the punishment was even better on the other side of the wall. Edgy and Acorn managed to get those two. Illis, though, puts his 2 cents into the mix here, and they now start to continue the fight in. They want the loot. They don't get it. It doesn't seem like it's going to be theirs. Acorn sitting on the middle pole here, looking very good. 2 armored walls as well, so he's going to be all right.
Whoever ends up winning this fight has claims to an airdrop as well, so very important to even just have every single box of space possible. You see Illis' team already moving around. Day and C's finally finding their chance to keep moving. That's on Taco and Chewy, our first place team. Yeah, so they're split, I guess effective. They let Taco move a little bit. They were playing the ebb and flow, the bait and switch, and they get the catch.
That's huge right there. First place now down and out. Just like that to the hands of Cease and Day. And that actually jumps Cease and Day up a couple points. Slacks and Clarity falling now too. 12th place is out. Listen, the standings are very, very close as we start approaching our halfway mark. Teams that are on the bubble, teams that are outside top 10 are falling. Teams inside the top 10 are definitely falling. This is going to continue to make it competitive. No runaway trains here today for Qualifier 2 as it sits so far. Once again, Day making the push here though. Another top 10 in sight. NPen and Mason. Mason already down. He has the pressure of the world sitting on top of him. NPen has Day and Cease looking down, and they're hungry.
NPen just maximum order alongside Mason. What a cool strat to have so many splashes, have a split base, go for a few tags. What ruins order? Absolute chaos, and that's Day. This man sometimes not even caring about what the call is. He has the vision and sights for where he wants to go, where he needs to go. This time it was in enemy boxes, it was with big sprays, and he's still not stopping. NPen in maximum trouble.
Look at this, he doesn't even have a full loadout just yet. There it is, he's rocking just the combat SMG. The burst they are for long range tags. That's a weapon and a loadout that tells us it's an all-in type decision there. He's going in that box and he's dumping till He has nothing left. Duke and Clicks here on the outskirts. They managed to make their way in. Again, this center pull game after game it's like a simulation over and over for Clicks and Duke. They've managed to continue to get better and better round after round. NPen looks like he claps back though. That legendary 2-shot showing us what kind of damage it can put in. It's gonna hurt Cease. Huge tags come in, and NPen didn't like that one. Day takes the trade. He ends up on top there. The quick heals trade on both sides. He's got the HP advantage, but instead he goes for the pickup. I like that. 60 seconds on the clock is going to be a great decision for him, but NPen already playing the side. The barrel's down too. The chug barrel's there, but no, the double edit comes in. Cease gets up, he eats one, and Day is hurt.
Push back in the storm too, so he's burning even more. He comes back on the right side, playing just a little bit on that triangle. NPen, can you do the 2v1? Absolutely. Maximum defense. He cannot be stopped.
Just take a look at this one more time from NPen's perspective. That 2-shot legendary shotgun, you can see how devastating it is. That slight adjustment to the faster fire rate has been the difference. Avery is holding it as well. And you just see, it will put you down if the pilots connect, and that's exactly what happened to Cease there.
What a train to stop too. Cease and Day, who were finally looking good, Monster. We were calling it. They were controlling the ebb and flow of so many different teams. They take out the first place team too, and Mason. NPen and Mason were looking so good. They were interrupted in a game plan, but NPen really locks it down. That last game, being on height, knowing exactly how to hold it down too. This man was experiencing even more pressure than Day, and that's a lot to say.
Now let's think about it. What are the true odds that you can continue to topple down teams inside the top 10? When a team's hot, they're pretty hot. There'll be a big ass there. But for Chucky, for Nut, they're looking very, very good. No difficult orders here for them. They're in second. I mean, first place is out of the game. The runway is clear. They're currently cruising down. No speed limits here for them. It's looking so smooth for them right now.
It's a close for the entire lobby. Usually, they're already starting to get tested towards the third, fourth zone. Big pulls. It's tough to get in. There's not that much natural rotation either, but a lot of teams already use that river. There are big flies nearby as well from some of those wind tunnels and geysers across the map too. So many players just ready to play this lobby, and they're all on the outskirts. Not too stretched thin either. You can see it on Law and Paper too. They were far away from the spot. They had a little bit of a base. They lock in. Lots of mats, lots of shields. Illust also in the business. TK and Rituals usually shambles, but you see their situation as well is looking really good. 900 damage above Surge. Why fight? Why fight at all? Why breathe or even edit your build?
I was thinking the same thing. That's such a huge risk to take when you start weighing your options. And look, I think they even pull the zone. It goes to this general north area, so that's a pretty good pull. Anyone on the grassy green side is going to be happy about this one. No clicks here, though. Duke left by himself right now. Yamza opens the box. Almost punished there, but he's just chilling.
He gets to play his game right now. Duke is 735 damage above Storm Surge. That's the last little update I got right before it subsided. He doesn't have to think about damage. He only has to move for the moment for now.
NAE actually picking up the fewest double-digit elims. Just a single one produced in round 4s this season.
I mean, that means that this lobby is just ever so close. And we saw that in that final game in Qualifier 1. Almost a 17-way tie. It could have gone anyone's way. For now, too, we're seeing the Victory Royale switch hands over and over. We're seeing a bunch of different teams in every single endgame. Even in this one where people have a chance, it's just 2 or 3 elims a person before they go down. No one's really absorbing everything or really has had a chance to. Yamzo and Jamper, though, they look very familiar where they are. Already 2 eliminations. This might be our first double-digit elim POV because they have zone.
Yeah, and our last elimination leaderboard showed us that as well. 10 was the tie marker for our first 3 teams, so it really has just gotten there, which is pretty late. Like we said, coming into game 3 here already.
Jackson Dada, the pattern that we've seen so far is whoever has this power position in half and half in 5th zone, the one we're looking at now, they continue to hold it all the way towards the end of the game. So if they have height right now, there's a very good chance they might be 2nd place overall. One of the last teams alive. Look at Rokane try to talk, have a conversation. Hey, how are you guys gonna rotate? What does endgame look like? Dada does not want to speak. He wants to shoot first. Jackson drops down. NPen's there too. He's gonna be playing as a solo. Important for him to get as many refreshes as possible. He takes half. Jackson takes the other.
Meanwhile, in the feed, big eliminations come through. Law finds another one. Law and Paper really on fire right now. We saw them holding around that 6th place spot, but already things looking different. Duke actually pulls the full zone here. He's got first dibs, so he'll have an easy rotate, some builds to recycle there as well. So that's honestly all you can ask for.
I hope those are enough builds. This is the perfect spot for a solo to be in, which is a horrible situation. 17 builds. This has to be max wood, and his inventory has to be just hard builds left if he wants to have a chance. I'm going to see Duke jump for that on the left side of your screen in just a moment. Cameron Narwhal push in front of him. We got Avery on height looking to see what he can do. And Chucky, though, in the game. Game 1 winners looking to repeat that in game number 3.
Trying to set up another win here. The potential is real, but the mats are looking low for Crazy GG's as well. Same story for him. He needs that as much as anyone else. The greed is going to punish him, though. Down he goes. Acorn and Edgy reap the rewards here. Now at 3 Elans. Duke, with nothing left, makes a 142 desperate attempt. He gets another follow-up onto Taji, and it was almost enough to get 2 eliminations, but he goes down. Finally there in the end, the Storm will do the rest. Taji and Alpha Core do end up falling. I don't think he gets rewarded those points, though. On high ground, Avery, the veterans are here. Commandment, side by side, fresh out the Rave Cave, looking to bring the tunes here to high.
Two-way tie, it looks like. 71 points for 2nd and 3rd place. NPen slowly trailing behind 62. It's very close within that top 5. Ritual at 69. Everyone is hand in hand for now. TK looking to see when he has a chance to pounce. Running low on builds. Paper also right there in the same threshold. If you go down, you fall out of that first page of leaderboards. It's anyone's chance now to be the reigning holder of NAE. Paper's trying to take it by storm by hand. Golden and AV on the other side of these walls. They're prepped, they're ready for play, but they don't control the edits. Paper has the damage, and he gets one down.
AV's down. Here comes the follow-up, the full siphon, and he does get the material count there, too. TK off to the races with TK on the side here. Already at 2 eliminations, looking good, but running low on the rest of the heals here. How far can they go now? Meanwhile, in the feed, players are dropping there, including Acorn. Edgy left by himself now. The second high ground position is his. It's not looking too good, but hey, he's got something to work with. It's not over yet. Here comes the cross through. Bold and risky too. Jumps out, no builds, trying to save. Is that going to be enough here?
Trying to move, trying to do whatever they can. The entire lobby moving west. Might not be where the sun sets, but still Narwhal's trying to shine bright. Looking for a few more shots. 10 HP, can't really pair with the Storm either. Maybe just edits in the way. Maybe some type of miraculous discovery, and that is a bounce back of the zone. He gets to live for just one more day. Not will end up going down. TK Ritual, they'll start to move. Absolute low ground, but the vibes never looked higher.
Looking good right now for Yamzo and Jumper as well. They fend off another team there. But they are starting to run out of builds. Just 17 in front of them. Paper and Law, though, have managed to finally find themselves some eliminations here. They now have 2. So those knocks were saved before. No points, but here it is. The full finishes. Narwhal has a tick left of HP. He flirts with the edge of the zone. Armored Wall's going to come out to buy him some time here, and he should be able to bounce back. On the other side, Edgy, though, 6 in the Grapple Glove. That's actually amazing. He can continue to make big plays here. Paper's going to go down. Law is left to clutch it up. He gets Ritual. TK finishes the job, though.
Low ground clash. Every single person is here to fight. On the right side is TK, first place. Yamzo Jamper second. They have to take him out if they have a chance to really overtake. They have so much space down below now. Edgy in third too, so it's a cascading leaderboard POV we're seeing inside this end game. Jamper and Yamzo, though, hip to hip, have both shot for shot, and it looks good. They're finally in control. They're a duo. No more clutches anymore. They're looking to win.
All of our top 3 teams are still in play, including Edgy. Somehow, by himself, he lost Acorn zones ago. Many moments ago. He's still fighting. He still has a chance here. A huge tag, and finally, the finish up there. Now, we break into the top 5. Avery and Commandment are on top here, truly racking up the points. 7 eliminations for them, being one of the few to finally start to break away here. If they close this out, they can be that team that breaks that double-digit threshold, change the narrative around just a bit. Freeze is going to get knocked there, a huge one. Down goes Serves. It's into Jamper and Yamzo's hands. They get to snipe that up. 6 elims for low ground and high ground. Just a point away, separate the 2.
Back with the NAE's classic 2v2, hype versus low. One person somewhere way in the storm. Yamzo Jamper are going to be looking for it. A few armored walls already going down. They have to be quick with this reaction. They're looking for that one person in storm as well, just in case there is someone really driving by. Avery Commandment have way more than enough builds to take this all the way for 40 seconds. Yamzo goes for the jump. He gets denied. Commandment, he's just too good, way too aware. And now it's all about a few slivers of HP. Another chop down. Avery Commandment, they are just so good.
Now, what I love about this, though, Commandment really showing us, hey, I'm the man who was putting up the clutch shots first, the big highlights first there. And he manages to put Iamzo down. As we start to coast this one out, you can see Motomot just playing for the heal off as Avery and Commandment are trying to do just that. They go for the fishing opportunities here. Smart, right? Really playing to the very, very end. Everything and every moment matters here as you start to pull this off.
Absolutely. Motomot has a course set up right now that he's rocking and going in with. Avery will be able to chomp down on a few apples, but I guess it's not enough to stop a man just playing a platformer, it looks like. 30 HP, 20, and Modi, with still fish in the inventory, is able to rock that one out with the victory royale.
There you have it. A quick finish there, and things end up coasting out in the very end. Motomot ends up taking home that victory royale. The big story, though, Avery, who manages to play alongside Commandment, find 7 eliminations, really make it exciting. Iamzo was there, too, to back him up. Iamzo found his own set of just about 7 eliminations. There you have it. Just a quick highlight. HP difference.
Oh my God, I'm trying not to laugh, but this is just crazy from Motomot. I mean, just jumping around, doesn't even have to use his inventory. The big thing to focus on, not just the winners of that game, but how close it was for the rest of NA East towards the end, right, Monster? 69 points across the whole board on who could win, and Commandment edges right out. I think they have like, what, a 15-point lead?
Just barely.
Everyone else is side by side.
Just barely, and also Edgy with just a phenomenal performance. He manages to hold on. He lost Acorn super early, so that gives us about a 3-way conversation up there. TK and Ritual made an endgame too. I mean, we can continue to riff around about what just went down, but of course, the numbers are going to come from Kelly in the game.
Thank you once again there, MDF and Shia Wager. And you know, we said at the top of the show that anything can happen here, especially in the qualifiers. And Motomot there going for the platformer run for the heal off. You know, it's questionable, but if it's stupid and works, it's not stupid.
There you go. You have it from Kelly. If it's stupid and it works, it's not stupid. I mean, yeah, as you can see, he's still got plenty of heals up in the inventory as well. And then with the new addition of these Bouncy Slurp streams, taking full advantage. Every 15 seconds, they do regen. That's why he's got that course set up. So at the end of the day, maybe he didn't necessarily play the best in terms of, you know, making it to the end game, but he does play the best when it comes to that heal off, Jacob.
Yeah, and I honestly do not suggest even trying this at home because it takes so much precise decision making and timing that I would not attempt it even if it costs you your game.
Well, let's focus on the action though, because it was Commandment and Avery versus my team, of course, Jamper and Iamzo. High ground versus low ground, but it was Avery and Commandment that came out on top.
Yeah, and this is awesome to see because this is actually the first time it took all the way to game 3 where we actually saw both of these duos make it into the top 10 as a duo. We've seen a couple clutches from Avery, we saw a couple clutches from Iamzo, and then obviously in game number 2 we saw Jamper try to get revived, but ultimately it did not end up working out. But as soon as they are in like a stable position, they have the materials, they have the positioning, they show us what they can do in that second and third place, respectively, for both of these teams is what we love to see. And then Jacob, 9 eliminations total for Avery and Commandment.
Yeah, but let's take a few steps back. It all starts because they go directly into Rave Cave. They not only get the vault, but they get the grapple gloves that you're seeing them use all the way towards that end game. And then from there, they try to make that quick rotation out to set themselves up so they can also gather up that surge. Just a quick, sound game from Commandment Avery. That's why they're in first place.
Yeah, look at all those eliminations that they have, as well as the placement points, and now they're going to be starting to take a little bit of a lead. Still only 6 points though that separate first from second place being Jamper and Iamzo there. We do still have Ritual and TK holding out strong in third place. Acorn and Edgy, with Edgy's incredible solo run, going to be holding himself up in 4th place now. And then we're going to take a quick look at 11th through 20th right now. 11th place being around 59 points. Not too bad, not too far off.
Yeah, the gap is ever increasing here. 20th place with 44 points. And we actually saw our first place team. They have broken the threshold. They now have 103 points. 3-digit numbers are appearing on the leaderboard just after game 3. Some very consistent play out of Commandment and Avery. And I love the fact to see that Jamper and Iamzo not too far behind. But Jacob, one thing that I'm looking forward to, and Kelly mentioned it, that solo clutch from Edgy, I feel like we still have not seen Acorn and Edgy as a duo in these end games. But we did mention it here, Jamper and Iamzo, we have seen them, and this game right here was phenomenal from them.
For one player that wasn't able to make the solo plays, to another one that has done it 3 games in a row. Iamso is just proving that that grind is truly paying off. So if you guys are wondering at home, how do I make it happen? How do I make it work? Go into Iamso's stream, figure out how he's making it work, because he is doing it season after season, and it's an upward trajectory each time.
Yeah, and I mean, we keep seeing a lot of these solo clutches come out towards the end game, but this duo right here is so consistent in staying alive, helping each other. I mean, we literally saw them revive each other in what, Zone 7, Zone 8 over water. So clearly they are a duo team right here, unlike a lot of other teams that we see that end up being a solo clutch. But incredible run right there. And that's still just the halfway point, guys. This is game 3. 3 more games to go. And after that last game, we know that anything can happen. Is there anything that you haven't seen yet that you want to see, Jacob?
I mean, I think everything is kind of getting checked off my list right here, right now. I'm getting to see Acorn and Edgy find themselves in progress. I'm getting to see Iamso and Jamper. And just remember the prediction show. They were my number 2 pick. I shouldn't have switched it around, but I'm glad to see both of them performing very well.
So we're just going to keep with the pick that you actually picked, man. Slow down.
All right, everyone, that is game number 3, which means we only have 3 more games to go here. This is the halfway point, and remember, we're looking for that top 5 spot because the top 5 teams are going to move on to the finals in August. But everyone, it's time for game number 4 of Qualifier 2.
Game 4.
Game number 4 in Fortnite, a game where anything can happen. Kelly is absolutely correct. In this one, though, it's a focus on that top 5. So much more past that, too. There's so many things happening in NAEs.
That's right. We are at the halfway mark. We're jumping on to the battle bus here. Let's take ourselves into the world where all the magic has began and, of course, ended in that last round there. Saw a little bit of everything now. The bus mirroring what just unfolded there in game 3. We got another left to right split, roughly the same exact areas. That's going to lead for a quick fight there at the Greasy Grove. We already saw what happened with Taco and crew last time. It worked because they won in the end, Taco and Chewy, but at the same time, it was, the result. A lot of damage taken. It forces them to fall 6 positions. And look at this. The first touchdown. Taco he's really good at getting this high ground position here. This is his go-to default landing spot, and drops Glace out the gate there. So great start already for him.
Huge for Chewy in general, too. This forces Elite to really push forward to him, give up his high ground, and play Taco's game. One striker shot is all it's going to take. He slides in. The patience, lethality, it's huge.
Very smart play, very clean execution there as well. Taco kicks things off with another 2 eliminations. And that's going to be 4 more points to go ahead and buffer up the score. Again, taken down by Cease and Day that last game. Unexpected hold there out of Zone 3. D-Gen and Pledge over at the Sleepy Sound. Looking pretty good for them. This is another fight that we've seen unfold round after round, of course. Smacked Injustice on the other side. Both sides kind of, more or less even between the two. Taco looks like he took some tags. This could be to the hands of Mason, potentially, as Mason and Shadow are the teams that are on that general outskirt.
Chewy and Taco want to make sure that they're able to see some of this deep placement, though. I believe in the last game, it was Day and Cease that took them down. One of those mid-game patroller squads that wants to make sure they're as aggressive as possible. Might not make the most passive and looking forward to the end game plays, more so the best spots and shots for their current situation. So when those 2 different ideas collide, that's where you have a few upsets happen. That's where you have first place maybe getting knocked down. Acorn and Edgy want to be way out of where they are now in 4th. This is how they were yesterday, very consistent. But they need that one pop-off game. They need the win. They didn't have it before Monster, and that's because of that, they're here this week. They're not qualified.
It came down to the win, that tiebreaker. Very, very rarely do we see a tiebreaker be the deciding factor, especially for a qualifying round. Like that 5th spot being the cutoff. So look at this, Chucky. Zutzing down a player. Someone's trying to hide in the cabin. It's not going to work this time. Chucky and Nut. These are great points for them too. Again, teams that managed to slip down just a little bit. So any of those free points in the early games are going to be huge for them. Of course, checks off Surge, checks off making up the lost time too. Iamso and Jamper. Rave Cave, High Ground Kings. We've seen a lot come out of them. We saw the breakdown from Mini Miner as well, how they play the air tunnels to go ahead and rotate around. Those wind tunnels are so important. Goo and Johnny here, though. One Elim already getting worked by the other two. Oh, this is a fresh team that comes in. It's Magnolia and Gold. That's a team that has been here before. Magnolia, but they slid there, holds on.
Wow, just the follow through from Gold.
So clean.
Double shot. Almost looks like he has the 2-shot using it. The striker just that maximum fire rate back and forth. He'll be able to go up and around. This will take a while, but it's a lot less pickaxes and damage needed. To jump right in. Haji with the ramp block. Haji is now all the way in. You have to force yourself
He's
to
trapped
use
too.
this. Yeah, I mean, he can mine one of the side walls and then go for it. He's gonna bait Haji to go towards the other side. That's exactly where Magnolia is waiting. What a way to basically, you know, fumigate a rat.
I like that, though. I like that. You know, he really tried.
Yeah.
Gold is quick, though. No hesitation there. Plays it very smart.
Paper will rock in. Not going to be a survival situation for him. Haji specifically, too. I think week after week, season after season, I just see him improving over and over again. Just want to make sure that you're attacking things as a team. Solo clutch, no matter who it's up against, especially so far in the early game, is just so tough to win.
And we've only seen one of those today. Showing you guys, again, how difficult that is to pull off. Every FNCS, we get maybe one if we're lucky. Really, really good one. Last week it was Kanata. I mean, we lost it.
Unreal. Yeah,
we lost it. That was crazy. Let's get an update on the leaderboard eliminations. Last time we tuned in, 10 was the threshold. Those teams managed to jump up now just a little bit. 16 being the leaders, Commandment and Avery. That great performance last game. Picking up the bulk of their elims, because I counted about 7 or so. So it's really going to jump them on up to that 16th spot now, leading with elims, and it reflects on the standings too. They're up there right now. TK and Ritual up there as well.
Everyone now taking a little bit of a step back. Instead of focusing on what teams to push, they're focusing on position first. Control before the shot. Crazy doesn't have the option, so he has to get aggressive. Big reverse jump shot. He lands with it, but still, he's just buying time for Revised. Oh my goodness, he's gaining time now on this fight as well, but that's what happens when you're up against a little 2v1 situation. Revised finally there. Gets the trade. Revised is still there, still online. The SMG doesn't stop.
All right, guys, slow down. Revise is here to rewrite the script. That was crazy. Turns and burns, catches the 2. 1 magazine of the combat SMG is all it took for him. That was very impressive, but you saw the team lurking nearby, so it's not just over yet. Vita Lux is that player that was starting to slide up here. Catches Revise out in the open, a 30 tag, and more from the teammate too. They don't miss. Beast and Vita pick up 4 points for the timed rotate in, and this is on the outskirts. So unfortunate for Revise. You don't really expect the team to be that close either, so he was definitely caught with his guard down.
This is the back half too. Some of these teams that are used to a certain type of play, the lobby might be switching up exactly how things go down. Chucky falling in the feed to possible mistakes. We'll see exactly what happened over there. Clicks and Day though, finally active in a split. They get one of these zones. It's just a mimic of the last one, it looks like, almost a mirror, so they'll be able to instantly fix mistakes. Move a little bit earlier. They have so much ammunition still. They're a little bit lower on those shields. Looks like they've already taken a few shots, but in a way better position now, and they're both finally alive.
Yeah, definitely. You see Duke playing that outskirt, right? They're just holding down this general area, trying to get big visions on the overall field. Here it is. A team exposes themselves with these missed shots there. Going to be a huge upset for him. Nice little peek off the cone there. Catches the opponent off guard. Duke gets some tags. It's on to Illest and Andrew Tate, who's on the rotate there. Playify and Muzz on the outside. Zone seems to finally land on them for this first one here. So no rush to leave the drop. This is going to allow them to finally play for max material off the gate here. A lot of time to work with here. Playify reflecting that same loadout with the hammer and combat SMG. So pretty big spray options there.
I like the fact that one of these players has maxed metal for the moment, is able to just get that from a lot of the houses, then focus on the wood. The other one does the opposite. As a result, they leave at almost the same time. Really cool. If you want more player insights as to what's going down personally instead of strategy, you can check out the new Instagram at FNCompOfficial. And we can check out a lot more than just the styles for all these players. We can get a little bit more insight on Surge with the most stylish of styles, Mini Minor.
Thank you, Shai. Now we're hopping on board with our second place team currently, Eomzo and Jamper. Now, a few people might have asked questions about how do they get their surge. This is really, really good stuff from Eomzo. He goes to the edge of the hill, gets these surge tags, but then uses the wind tunnels and the launch pads to get back into his POI. Just sneakily getting in there, getting a few tags, and then dipping back out. He does get tagged in the process, but he has those shield barrels, of course, to heal his way back up.
And you can see the difference right there. Thank you, Mini Miner, for the breakdown. But those shield barrels too, right? That's like one less investment they really have to worry about. But more importantly, it's a guarantee. Like that does not have a spawn chance or anything. It's there, and you know it's there, and you can strategize around that. We love to see that. Jamper and Eomzo convert 50% of their games to top 5 when they make it to the 5th zone. Partially, of course, is answering that Storm Surge question. It's one of the hardest riddles for professional players.
Yeah, the earlier you answer it, basically while you're looting like Eomzo is, the easier your game is and the deeper it can even go. I like the fact, too, that these guys are so smart with how many tags they can get. You just saw it with Jamper's POV. He had the shot on the day. He waited till he jumped first. He's a lot more predictable and can't build in the air. They got an extra 2-3 tags, the headshot multiplier as well.
This is kind of like a deep battle going on here. You know, this 2 teams that land at the Rave Cave, Cease and Day opting to get ahead of Eomzo and Jamper. It's inevitable that they rotate through here, but the position where Day stops, the area where those shrooms are, right, that he can get the heals and really extend his stay there in the zone. That's some smart play. That's some optimization right there. We actually like to see that kind of strategy come into play. For Cease and Day, though, hasn't really clicked beyond that. They had that first game. It was rough the last 3, picking up some points along the way, so they're still in the conversation. They're about a bubble team. Edgy and Acorn, however, though, zone after zone after zone. They've pulled center zones for 3 games in a row. This is the 4th now, and things are finally mixing up.
Have Cease and Day looking to catch up, Edgy and Acorn looking to get ahead. I think both teams in kind of similar situations. They're not comfortable. They're not safe just yet. Yes, it's all about top 5. Yes, Edgy and Acorn are in 5th, maybe Paper and Law in 6th. You saw all the way towards that last game. When it comes to NA East, the top 15 aren't safe and guaranteed a ticket to the finals. You really need to be at a huge difference compared to the people beside you on the boards. You need to be way forward in the lead if you want to stay easy, if you don't really want to sweat. And that's so difficult when every single team is splintered apart, right? There's a few solo plays happening. Not one team is taking too many eliminations home either. TK and Rituals, who are one of the most aggressive teams in the region, 3rd place overall. They're also still tied with everyone. We're seeing how many elims are getting per game. That's still not enough to set them apart from the entire server.
Well, they continue to keep this up. If they qualify today, I know my finals pick. I'm serious. I'm going to go with the underdogs. I'm going to go with the young guns here. Should have known better when I saw the roster. I really, really, really believe in this team. Their gameplay has proven it as well. They're looking very solid. Meanwhile, on the feed, Golden picking up the pace there from round 3 to round 4 now. Another set of elims, nice and early. On the other side, Smite left by himself here. Teammate down. 100 above the surge, so nothing to worry about for now. But there is, of course, that duo nearby. No big plays coming out. It's Paper and Law he ends up sitting on top of. Pretty rough.
We talk about switch-ups. These guys were all about big bases, going for tags over and over again. What just happened before we tuned in, might get a replay of it, was Law setting up a trap to take down Larson all the way on the other side towards this fight. So as a result, solo player on the other side. It's going to be Smite. They're going to have a lot more surge, and they don't have to worry about exposing themselves to so many tags. They keep this fight close and personal instead. Inside the Joneses, inside the jungle. Now Smite is kind of left on the vines, left on the ropes. Not sure exactly what to do. There is a reboot van inside that POI, but he has to get by 2 of these trap makers, basically, up inside the jungle. And there's no chance when they're sticking side by side. Pouncing forward, too. Smite now is going to be in a little bit of trouble. This is Brick, so Smite will have a little bit of a chance for at least that first edit to be able to give a little bit of a preemptive shot. That being said, though, now it's all about fresh builds. The edit's going to be that much more predictable. Paper's going to be able to track and see exactly what Smite wants to do. So he stops at one layer, Paper sees it. He drops one, Paper follows. And it's nice that he's right below him, going for these pinches. Law right behind him, too. So if Smite does want to make an edit towards Paper, take his head off, Law's going to be right there to respond with a shot back. This is so tough for Smite to win. He has to not only outbuild, but outspeed 2 players who are sticking side by side.
Let's watch it go down here. Paper finally gets a chance. Smite looks like he might have run out of fuel here, run out of play. Gassed out, into the box he goes. The one mistake finally costs him. Paper and Love played that like they had everything to lose for a moment there, but finally it comes together.
He ran out of speed, runs out of time. gets taken out, and that's 2 very clean elims for Paper and Law.
Big one there. Now on over to Rapid. We were sitting with that fight for quite some time. Rapid is like, hey, we got zone, we're looking good, but that Storm Surge, they try to sit it out and actually heal it out, and it's not looking good so far. Pose and Stacky on the other side of the wall. Now, keep in mind, if the shield breaks while the Storm Surge is happening, they will know that the team is under Storm Surge. Otherwise, you don't really have an indicator. The players, Posed and Stacky, cannot see those lightning bolts coming down from the sky. So for Ozone and Rapid, it actually ends up working out. The 70-player threshold comes through. They managed to have just enough heals, which honestly had to be a lot because they still have more in the inventory, which is pretty crazy.
The coolest thing I'm seeing too right now for the zones, and just NA East in specific, Eom Zone and Jamper. Like, this is a zone that's so far away, almost on the opposite side of the map from them, right? They land all the way on the west. This is max east. I've never seen a zone like this in my life when it comes to the Joneses. They're already in there. Center zone, based up, looking to see what to do. They moved on tags early, they moved on loot early, fights early, and the zone early. Are they like swapped with clones halfway? How do they have the entirety of NA East, every single game plan covered?
I mean, the insight is there. Take a look here. We know the Rave Cave has that extra mobility, and I mean, like you said, for the fact that they got to this key position so early, when we literally saw Day holding him out for a second there, right? They weren't just gifted a free pass for the rotate across here. They had to work for this one. But the smart plays, they play that dead side, they rotate Southern all the way around these guys, and now they put themselves in a key position. The early rotate ends up paying off. Mason Npen on the other side also in a great spot. Just a little bit of high ground. What's holding them back right now is those trees, though, blocking line of sight here.
Absolutely, 9th place, but you have to give them their flowers for now. They're taking a lot of control in NA East. Every time we see a half and half and they make it, they have some form of elevation, almost some form of control all the way on height. So, Mason and Npen, their plan, stay together, stay alive. Narwhal and Cam, kind of opposite. They want to be on low a lot, be able to influence the game all the way towards the very end. It's hard, though, to be one of those top 3 teams. It's not as consistent. That's why they're just in 7th for now and not in the top 5.
They have a game where they picked up that win, though, which is pretty huge here for this qualifier number 2. But we'll continue to keep tabs on them. But there's other teams we need to catch up with, TK and Ritual being one of the few. For a second, they were center. Now they're on the outskirts here, playing for eliminations potentially right now. The map, though, let's see where Zone 4 goes. It stays on the water. We should have all guessed that one, though. There's a very, very high likelihood, I believe, in the code to go ahead and position that on top of landmass, not to the water for the most part. So those odds are usually super slim. There it is. We get right on top. Look at this. 2 airdrops in play that no one's picked up either. No one willing to take the risk just yet.
The shields mats and a upgraded loadout, too. The trickiest thing that's going to happen right now is a move in from the top side of this map from the north. Already a few teams trying to move a bit early. From the south, they'll have a lot more cover, so just a few tags back and forth. They just have to slide into the zone. Acorn is looking at this base as well. Is it a chance for a chop? Is there a chance to interrupt it at all? And he might have seen something. Edgy's looking at it too.
Let's see it go down here. Edgy and Acorn. 0 elims this game, but we see the tags coming in from the POVs. As we continue to tune in, Chucky and Nut still up in the distance. Narwhal still up in the distance. Fable and Taco, Chewy still alive right now. Remember, they were in first place after game 3. Or sorry, during game 3 when we went into it. They went down so early that they dropped 6 spots. Make it more now because other teams are racing ahead off of their eliminations. But they do have 2 because their drop spot's been consistent for them up until now. We're 4 games in. We're past that halfway mark. If they want to start jumping back into that top 5 conversation, they need a breakaway again here.
Duke and Clicks finally seeing a game, and I'm happy that it's going to be this one because this is the Joneses. This is exactly where they start the game off, so they should have some control of how the game plays, but currently, way down on low ground. Shield's kind of looking wonky. They don't have too much of that, but the loadout looks gun heavy.
Uh-oh. I'm saying that because they're below Surge, but it's not them I'm worried about. It's the teams nearby. Ritual and TK have to decide who they want to push, and they're going straight for high ground. The pre-edits come through. This is a full set up here. They try to catch the player on the other side. Ritual ready for the battle here. Look at that, the pre-edit too, ready to drop those players down with the cone there and the floor edit. So they were absolutely ready. Armored Wall comes in, and there it is. The full situation unfolds. They now have 12 builds, so maybe I am nervous for them just a bit here.
Will they have to move is the question. Yup, max rotate all the way towards the beach. We are leaving the jungle, so below Surge, out of time, out of position, and now out of luck. That Surge is starting to strike. They had their time for the fight. Armored Wall stopped them in their tracks. Good ideas from both Ritual and TK, but now they need the damage. They're going for it. A few shots here and there. 28 now below. It was good from Ritual, but they just need to tie a bow on that package. 79, they're dropping down. Everyone's competitive for this one. He still has pre-edits in his builds. He's going to try to go for the heal. It's not really going to be enough, unfortunately, for both Ritual and TK. This should be bye-bye. They're going to be knocked out completely. Users and Skuga all the way up top. Vita, I mean, they just held back on the pressure. Everyone on that side will have to move. Meanwhile, this is also way back out of zone. The majority of players need to go all the way in, and what a perfect time to have a grappler. One tree still up, and one tree is all it's going to take for Muzz and Playify to get all the way in. They land kind of towards the sand. They're slightly elevated all the way outside of Built. But look at just the immediate reaction of Muzz. He knows exactly what he needs to do. That's take a few more shots, get a lot of damage dealt down. When we have zones like this where everyone's side by side, it's all about the movement, open builds, open boxes as well as everyone's trying to get shots. These damage numbers, they start to rise, rise, and rise. Everyone has to keep up and make sure they're landing their shots. He's lost Chucky, he's lost control, and right now he does not want to lose his game completely.
Take a look at this highlight right here. First place, Commandment gets trapped on the outskirts, and Avery comes in. 350 damage above the Surge as well. They were looking so good, and you saw the loadout. It was also reflective of a game that could have been huge for them, but they're down, they're out. Mason and Penn are back in this, though. User gets caught up in the edits as well. I think someone actually sniped that. It was Nico who takes the full Elin there, so NPen, a little upset about that as they don't get the points, but hey, at least they get the material count here, and the zone pulls their way. This is actually massive now.
They have 2 armored walls on this side, too, so any team that's looking to get into this position is going to have that much of a tougher time trying to do that. At the same time, you look up top, Acorn and Edgy. We talked about gaining an advantage, and they have that max zone pull, not even max, just the best zone pull possible for them too. A few people will start to fly in the sky. All they have to do is play defense.
Big fights going on here. Edgy and Acorn have been gifted this opportunity here, and they also have the material to hold on just for just a little bit, but they will need a refresher here shortly. It's not free, not just yet. A big surge warning is reckoning the lobby right here, but hold up. Edgy's putting up a fight here, really defending the high ground. Meanwhile, that little bit of distraction, someone else takes it. Edgy has to give it up, and this is a problem that becomes even worse for them now. They did not want to have to give it up that early. It cost them a lot of material to even fight that battle, and now Tragics and Dom might be the new team to take a win here.
Grapplers all the way up to the sky. Tragics is ready to just rain down so many shots, as many as possible. He'll be looking for it. Dom is there too, but in taking the spot, they will be slightly below Surge. Same thing with the Amzo, triple digits. He's played good to get this far, but the damage needs to start bleeding through these builds. Both him and Jamper looking for any opportunity all around him. Zone will lock in. They do not want to stay locked out.
One tag is all it takes here. They are just ever so above here, and NPen slightly below as well. Needs a single one here too. Jamper's right there beside him, but he doesn't take the shot. He misses it instead. Jamper finds Byla in the meantime, and just like that, Jamper and Yamzo might be the most lucky players we have seen, because that could have been disastrous as he did not have a wall behind him. Meanwhile, Paper and Laldo making the rotate here. They have 2 Elins. Grapple Glove puts them right in front. This is where you want to be with material count to work with as well. Other names I'm seeing here. Mac was still in the business. Chimp still in the business. Jamper still up, making a run for it.
He pressures so much from Dom all the way towards the skies. Now he's got nothing left in the tank to really hold on to that high ground. 380 builds of wood, which can easily be sprayed. Jamper's going for it again. I see the chop. He's going to be able to spray for it down. Jamper, all that investment gone, but it looks like Tragics is there to help him with a little bit of a reconnect. Maybe an error in both builds, but both teammates meet each other all the way on height. Look at the investment. It's so many mats. We still have 2 zones to go. Dom and Tragics might run out of gas here.
Dom also has a win condition. Keep that in mind. Here is Cam and Narwhal, though. Top 5 for them. Just a single elim, but plenty available now.
Drop down.
Comes through a great 2 pickup right there. That's nice. That's a refresh there onto Peterbot. No simple player indeed. Here's Magnolia though, playing the zone. It bounces back to him even better as he gets to continue to stay alive right now. And the pressure is on its way. That's a 2-man push, and he is off. Great edits there. Great builds now too. Buys him a little bit more time. Clicks though is in the mix here as well. Just trying to hold on. The first end game we see from him.
HP, and he is denied. 2 players in the box. No mats. They're looking to just take everything. Raw just shots from all sides and traps set up for many players like Clicks who are trying to clutch and survive. Stacky might fall prey to it. He lifts off of the low ground. Kicks in a very similar situation. They're both desperate. Magnolia with a big shot from up top and then falls it through on a Mac with no builds to be able to defend. He gets put down.
That was super close, but no chance there in the end. Muzz is still up though. Top 8 for him in play of 5. They're still holding on right now. Paper and Law, second place now as they slide up. Remember, no more Commandment, no more Avery. First place is completely open. With every team that falls, more placement points are given out, and that is where you need to be there to snipe them up. Oh, almost a misplay there. Stacky could have really played upset as the builds are open, and he finds himself a little loophole here. Okay, looks around, nothing big. Those are his builds as well. He can work with that. Cam in the meanwhile, ultimate low for him. This is where he likes to be, and Narwhal's there as well.
What a layer. They find an entire empty catacomb base. They're looking to be operating towards a little bit of a graveyard down bottom. D-Lawler will send Stacky way down below as well. He goes towards the left side. This is exactly where Cam, Narwhal, and the rest of the lobby should be. They'll try to break in. Free elimination for both those players down below. They're so far low to the ground. No one else is going down either. 7 teams, everyone at a standstill. It's silent on the server. Just one high ground, rattling with SMG to try to break a few builds. Playify waiting, getting ready. It'll Stacky. He's gonna be first to go down. Playify still looking around and out the corner. There come a few shots. He's gonna be surprised. Paper looking to see exactly what he can do, but it's chaos on all sides. He sticks together with his teammate Law. They're going for the next shot. He lands one, drops down for another. 2-way street, but he's caught in the crossroads by 2 different collisions. He goes down. D-Roller, his headlights on, looking for the next one too, but the shot wraps around. It serves who's there to take him down.
Finally now we start to edge our way into the final teams that are left. It was slow, but here we are. We finally get here, and that's what happens when it starts bouncing back and forth here. Trax and Dom have put up such a fight to hold high ground. You saw the Grapple Glove snatches up a little bit of loot that's going to buy him some time there, but Narwhal and Cam have played the low ground so well. They have more builds, it looks like more heals, and they might just play for another win here. Already Dom, he's super lit. Is he going to give away that free siphon here? Because one bad peek and the striker's going to sting.
He drops down, electing for Trax to go for possible heal game all the way towards the very end. He has to do any damage, but he's denied and the siphon is up for grabs. This is going to be possibly detrimental in terms of where his body has gone down. Narwhal has to track its final elimination. 3 seconds still left to maybe even try to go for it. Cam is trying to run for it too, but he has no mats. The low ground team, who kind of won the fight, does not win the war. It's Tragic and Dom with perfect strategy and then the victory royale.
Smart plays and clean execution in the end will make the difference. I was a little bit worried, I'm not gonna lie. Dom falling there, giving away what is the siphon materials from his body. Yes, he may not have had any extra heals or anything, but the fact that you give that away opens up an opportunity for a team to win there. You saw Cam was so close. One little build would have been the difference for him to jump on up and make the peak there. But in the end, Tragics and Dom win game 4.
And it's just beautiful what I'm seeing on Height today from NAE. Sometimes they might not close out the games all the way to the very end, but right now, these players who are there on these final zones, they handle pressure excellently. Sending Dom first down as a distraction is huge for Tragic.
Yeah, definitely. We saw those big names, those big clutch names, those power names playing the low ground there. The leaderboards were shake up though. All that matters, Commandment and Avery are now down, so something is going to be different there. Kelly, update us.
I cannot wait to see our leaderboard, but we are going to have to wait just a few moments and take a quick look at some of the highlights. But my goodness, I felt like that endgame was going to last forever. There was so many people alive in Zone 9. I don't even know if I've ever seen that many people up before.
Absolutely agree with Kelly here. I was looking at it and I was like, man, there's 7 teams left. Like, what's going on? And I looked at the zone and I was like, wait, it's Zone 9. Like, what's going on? Like, teams want it more and more as these games keep going. And that's what we love to see, right? Tight competition. And at the end, there. It was awesome to see, too, as well. We saw Paper actually in the end game alongside his duo there, Limit Lostache. He's going to be changing his name up there, but the Grapple Gloves showing why they are so good, making a rotation towards these moving zones, allowing this duo to keep their mats. I mean, look at this. Only 2 eliminations, Jacob, and Paper has 90 builds right there.
And you can see moments ago, they were below Surge, they went above Surge, like you said, only 2 elims. That goes to show they're not forcing any of these altercations. They're not getting greedy. They're not just putting it all into one moment. They're slow and steady, and they know, just as well as you do, that when you make it towards the end game, those eliminations, those points will naturally present itself, and they'll be yours to grab.
Yeah, and then the fact that they have only 2 eliminations and they make it all the way to the top 10, Kelly, that means that they were really good. They made well use out of those Grapple Gloves.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. But we do need to talk about the VR winner there, Dom and Trag. Just congratulations there, but they only grabbed a few eliminations. Although I want to talk about a team that was trying to take height away from them. Actually, no, just kidding. We're going to be looking at Dom and Trag.
Yeah, I mean, Dom and Trag are going to be shout out to these guys because winning a game from high ground with only 1 elimination is very, very hard. Now, they do have the assistance there from the Grapple Glove, but usually what we see teams do, especially on the NA East region, is they'll gather that high ground position very early on, but they will never go for eliminations, which means that they won't get those refreshes. But here, Tragics and Dom, they had it all figured out, but the fact that they get almost no eliminations, only 1, means that they're not going to be getting a lot of points.
And we can see that here on our leaderboard. In fact, I don't see their name at all, unless I'm blind. No, they aren't, even with that VR. 1 elimination is only going to give you so many points, but obviously Narwhal and Cam there go up 6 points now. 119 is going to be our first place spot. Jamper and Eonza, though, still doing a pretty good job, and now we're going to be shifting focus onto 11th through 20th place and still looking
not
for
even here.
Wow. I mean, that goes to show that so much can change at this halfway point, right? That was just game number 4. There's still 2 more games to go, and if they keep pulling out games like that, that's going to shoot them up the leaderboard. But is it going to be enough?
Only time will tell, really, at the end of the day, but you have to be consistent. One of those teams that's being consistent, though, that we keep talking about, and they find themselves in the end game, is going to be Yamzo and Jamper. Even though they didn't move up any placement points, they're solidifying their spot in the top 5, and after today, that's what's most important.
Yeah, and I like the life that we saw out of them there, right? And you mentioned it. They were actually going for the high ground at one point, and I feel like Yamzo's kind of synonymous with height. Like, he loves to go up there and kind of fight for it because he is so mechanical. He is so good, and we kind of got a glimpse of that, like, oh, they won it right here, but ultimately did not work out, and they spent a little bit too much of their resources, and it ended up leading to them going down a little bit earlier than they would have liked.
And real quick, do want to point out that from 1st to 10th place there, it is only a 20-point difference, so much can change up here. And speaking about changing, I think that the weather is changing just a little bit. Nope, never mind. There we go. We got a bit of a storm going on right now. Vivid, talk us through Storm Surge.
Yeah, so Storm Surge is basically this comparison, right? These players in the lobby, they need to do damage, more damage than the other players in the lobby. Now, around the 3rd, 5th, and 7th zone, you'll see Storm Surge pop up. And the threshold for number of players until Storm Surge is satisfied is going to be 70, 50, and then 30 players. And basically how you stay above this threshold is just doing more damage than other players. It's kind of like this comparison, like, hey, have you done more damage during this game than any of the other players? And it'll keep doing damage to those who have not done enough damage, precisely 25 damage every 5 seconds. So it can be very, very detrimental. And sometimes we see teams make plays to get Storm Surge, some aggressive plays, and then sometimes we also see some teams trying to kind of outlive it. But when they do that, they use a lot of their resources, a lot of their heals. They really get into their shield resources and sometimes also their floppers and everything like that. So you have to keep in mind Storm Surge throughout the entire game, kind of find positions on the map. Hills are usually very, very good in that sense because, you're up on that high ground. You have so many angles to look at, so many players to look at. So keep in mind Storm Surge when you're watching these players kind of rotate throughout the mid and late games.
All right, I want to ask you 2 questions real quick. What's the best weapon to handle Storm Surge?
Got to be the Striker Burst right now for sure. We see every single, pro player carry it right now, and that's why they do.
And best heals?
Minis.
All right, everyone, there you have it. We have game number 5 ready to go, so let's head on over to our casters.
Game 5.
Game number 5. What a time to be alive here in NA East, Monster. Just the action we're seeing so far today is so different in every avenue, and the game is already ready. I want to hop right in.
It is time to jump in. It's time to take ourselves one more time on the roller coaster here. It's game 5. We start edging our way to the very end. The leaderboard, the standings, 20 points separating our number 1 and 2nd teams. And then from there, it's a very close race. It's a multiple horse race, if you will, for the top 5 spots. No one is locked in yet. Very different than qualifier number 1. We knew out the gate last time. One of those spots done for grabs. Kanata Agers, they were up there. They had things sniped up, and then it continued to develop down that storyline. So we had a realistic representation of what was going to happen. This time around, not that at all.
Not at all.
It's been very competitive.
Absolutely. I think towards the top, we've seen Avery and Commandment get a little bit over there deeper into the end games. And it just feels like every single time we watch one person do well in one game, in that next game, they're cut a little bit short. Someone else catches up. Taco, perfect example of that. They got cut short way past the top 5, now in 11th place.
Yeah, they fall just a little bit more now. I think about 3 spots or so. They only earned about a point or 2 that last game, so really nothing, just finally getting those first rushes. Actually, make that 5, the first placement, and of course the 4 for the elims out the gate. DJ and Pledge are also looking to find those elims in the early game here for the first time. No, Pledge gets taken out. The follow-up, though, okay. Smack eats a face full of lead there, and that's going to be all she wrote. So big pickup should happen there shortly. Fights are going to unfold everywhere right now. Reality Falls being another one of these hot drops. There's a team looking to rotate in pretty quickly now and clean up house here. Oh, it's Nut and Chucky. This is actually huge.
They need these elims under their belt. I would always like not to be able to let Quackle go for this res, just so they'd be able to get both elimination points for their squad here, but they're going to go straight for the guaranteed 2v1 as well. Searching for it. Poop it down. Not looking for the next one, and
same thing. Last game.
Always in this attic, like.
There it is. The fight starts to break out here. Oh, that was actually a knock onto Nut. Hold up. Q is not playing games. That was a great hit there. That striker shotgun is all he has, but it's all you also need if you hit everything. And the Siphon is going to give him the loadout to actually follow up here. It is not looking good at all right now. Nut left to turn around and run here. No duo. And Q just has all the HP in the world. A little bit of extra builds as well. I mean, if Nut can't just find a huge shot and piece him up, I don't know if he stands a chance right now.
Wow, it is just done. Talk about plummeting down the leaderboard. Monster just called it out at the start of the game. All these players, these teams look so confident, so good at the start. Putin with the movement, he's just way too good for everyone else.
That was a 2v1 for Q there. Keep in mind, after clutching up the one-on-one right there, huge plays for Q in the early game. So, hey, he's making a statement. He's finding his highlights. Top 5 may not be in the cards for him, but a skilled player he is indeed to put down our team that's been performing so well. For Taco and Chewy, the fight rages on here for the first time. This one stretches out a little bit longer. The edit, though, Glace falls into the trap door. Taco looking for the piece up. You see how quick he was looking to turn that around, but a little too quick, a little too greedy. It's up to Chewy now as well. We might be safe for the second time. Mistakes being made. Chewy barely has a health advantage here. Looking for the slip in through the wall there. Trying to set the ramp edit. Here it is, he's inside. The cone comes in, looks good. The follow-up, but he needs to finish. He's trapped though, those are enemy builds. Smart for him to escape there. Don't let that enemy get away. There it is, the full finish. He grabs what he needs and out the side he goes. Keep in mind, those are enemy builds, and he's showing us how mechanically gifted he is.
Not even just the speed with it, but the decisions that he's making, which walls he's choosing to really edit. It's huge for Chewy right now. Place, tires, all the way back up into the fight and going straight for the high ground too. Chewy has a few matches to be able to match, but I don't think he's gonna be going exactly for that play just now. Going for a pop shot and double builds put down. A few mistakes here and there. It's been happening consistently around this fight still. The decisions he's making, following through with them. Similar HP almost for both players. Glace, a little bit of an advantage. A striker shot from both sides though should be able to end this fight. Chewy looking for it. Not gonna bite. Goes for the pre-fire shot. On both sides now, Chewy's all in. He has no more builds left. He has to hit this last shot.
Even if he pops the big pot here, I mean, he's one full striker tag away from getting finished. Glace is on the other side there, misses one of the most important. A fresh team rolls in, and this is it. What was once a 1v1 now gets entered into. Shadow and Walkers are here, and they're sniffing around. They're looking See if they can catch the scent here. Can they track down these solos? How much do they know?
Shadow will walk around a bunch of the builds. Looking for the next spot, looking for the next shot. They have the Elim lead for a reason. It's about hunting a bunch of these duos who are looking down bad. That's the pattern for round 3. That's the pattern for games where you're not sure exactly where everyone's landing. They're bringing that round 3 pattern straight into round number 4. This is something you'd see them do all the time inside a majority of their games, inside a majority of times outside the zone 2. The difference is round 4, though, is you can't really stay for these eliminations. They just leave, and these guys are so quiet.
But they're smart. They recognize, whoa, that's a new team. I can't move. You can't move. We're going to wait this out. We'll finish this later. Keep in mind, Chewy is in 10th place here. This means so much more for his position currently, as he has a realistic chance after these 2 games. So right now, it's going to be hard to tell who will be able to get the reboot card, who will be able to actually finish this one out. Chewy did, of course, get that big pot off. It comes down to overall loadout. I mean, he's looking like the better player. He can afford to take a trade there. I'm holding my breath here as he was thinking about it, but no, doesn't want to shoot. And if he actually does shoot, I mean, it's only a matter of time before Shadow and company just look back. I mean, they haven't forgotten that there was a team here. There it is. Walker's just sitting up above. They're going to hear Glaze below him now. Oh, he pauses. Oh, this is all types of bad.
They're choosing to stay here for all their mats mostly, just to be able to get their game plan down. But I'm just wondering when that first person's going to make the mistake and pop out. I guess everyone's fine. Meanwhile, box fights. I think there's a lot more in terms of firepower available on these loadouts. It's not the early game anymore, the mid game almost for a bunch of these teams.
Yeah, the clock has been running this entire time, and for others, more extended battles go down, but a much better position for Suscript and Haji here. As we're seeing a loadout that is really coming to life. Suscript is committed so much to this, though. Haji not as much, being a little more passive, and it's Illis who's on the other side of the wall with Tate. Let's see it here. Trying to get the replace for the wall there. Suscript not being successful so far. Andrew Tate, I didn't know he played Fortnite so well. Oh my gosh. It's looking crazy here.
And expanding into all corners of the earth. Suscript keeping both players contained in just a few boxes, though. With the pressure, 20 Crossroads is where things get crazy, and Suscript's not stopping with this one. Andrew Tate now down. Haji and Suscript, finally, their defense holds strong.
What can't this man do? Suscript gets the follow-up there. It's looking good. He should be able to pick up the mats as well. Haji puts up a great fight from the side onto Illis. Illis looking to get pushed down here. Let's see it. He runs off to the side. Off the builds he goes. Looking to conserve, but snatched up by Magnolia. Those points are going to go in his way. Be very good. Magnolia's gonna be really happy about that, actually. They had a great last game. We saw they were doing Magnolia gold there, popping off, playing smart. Jamper and Iamzo in the meantime, just kicking it here. No elims, nothing like that. Playing nice and smart Fortnite.
Zone will lock in a sec, too. Moving towards Rocky Reels this time. So we saw when this happened last time, Dubs and Rokane had a very nice position overall, a lot of control, but towards the end, big things were going down. Now, I want to see what Miniminer has to say, because you can't spell Dada without Miniminer.
Thank you, Shy. Not too sure about that one, but Dota right now getting some early eliminations, a crucial early elimination as well, because they are 17th right now. He was left to solo clutch this little 1v1 at the top of Shifty Shafts. This is a really, really smart way of taking this fight as well. You'll notice he does get coned, he does get boxed, but he doesn't use it as an opportunity to spray his SMG. He saves the ammo, waits for the player to edit, and then uses the SMG to close out the elimination to keep them in the game.
It's all about bed mass, right? It's all about the mathematics, the choices you make when you're going towards these box fights. And Mini, with a lesson of choice that you can attribute to math, many different subjects. Really nice from Dada there on picking the right choices inside a box fight, especially under pressure.
Yeah, the pressure is to clutch up, to win the fight, save your tournament run, and give you a true chance. We talked about the importance of his position in particular, because coming into game 5 and 17, you are 2 good games away from a top 5 position, no doubt. Take a look at the leaderboard of placement now. Not eliminations, but placement. Our most consistent placing team, Iamzo and Jamper, followed by Paper Law, Narwhal, Cam, Acorn, Edgy, Muzz, and Playify. So everyone putting up the numbers, performing very well. And I'm so surprised to see Muzz and Playify up there because we already saw their draw spot. We thought that was going to be the biggest story today. What could have been a huge contested drop. They switch it up today. They managed to make it work, which is all the more impressive because they played well in Qualifier 1. The times that they were able to get away from the drop quickly.
No, it's been monumental. It's been huge. Talking about surprises on the day as well, I think Mason and NPen are the biggest one for me. I know Nut and Chuck are in the business as well. Cam, Narwhal, they're looking good, but the sense of control this duo has had, the ebbs and flows they're making on everyone around them, points or not, top 5 or not, it's been monumental so far on how Height's shaped, on how Fifth Zone's been playing around, NPen with awesome defense as well towards the end of these games. And we talk about that low ground team, how they're looking. Cam and Narwhal, good so far in end games. Right now in the desert, dry on Surge Techs.
Definitely dry, but they're looking. They see a team of 2 in front of them and just past that. Little do they know they're all there. The edits are open though. Narwhal's looking around. What were they looking at is probably what he's thinking here. They definitely weren't spotted, so this is all about information gathering here. Quick glance from behind shows them there is no one behind us. We're good to push this. With 150 damage that needs to be done, you have to assume that Rokane and Dubs are on the menu right now.
Cam and Narwhal ready to eat is the question. It's a different type of course for them right now towards the right side. They have to get close and comfortable for this one.
Here it is.
Have a bunch of time though, and yeah, we're starting to move. Looking at Dubs, looking at Rokane. Rokane does not edit open to shoot. It's gonna make Narwhal even more comfortable to push this fight. Monster, you called it. They're going straight for it.
And they allow it to happen because they didn't put up the defensive shot. Rokane will really have to start building now. But this is what they want. They don't want to overcommit. They don't want to do anything that'll throw the game away. If they can entice the open edits, if they can entice players like that, they'll take that first before tossing it all away, before jumping into a player's box who made it to round 4. It's the respect that Narwhal and Cam are giving this lobby that makes me really, really, really focus in on what's going down right now. And the smart play to start manipulating the surge here, really figuring it out. That was just a chef's touch on the execution.
It's a masterclass type beat from Narwhal. You can go back and just look at this last minute and a half of gameplay. That's exactly how you fix the situation when it's bad in terms of surge. Every decision perfect. The shots obviously could have been more accurate. These guys are human, but this man is a different beast.
Like literally that's a top tier Fortnite at play right there. Smart play. It's understanding what's at stake here. You know you're in first. You have everything to lose right now. That player behind the wall, chances are probably not. How can we force this situation into our favor but not throw it all away? Just such a smart play. Acorn and Edgy, I mean, after what we just watched, hey, figure it out, guys. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to live up to that surge execution there. They're going to have to start healing their way through this. Chug splashes could be a potential here as they both need big heals. There it is. It was on the wall. The writing was on the wall. They're just barely above here. They will need a little tag. 4 damage below, so 1 tag to put them up above. Oh, man, it's costing so much.
It's so tough. They're so good at getting surge when there's a lot of chaos beside them, and it's kind of very close box to box. I've seen both Acorn and Edgy struggle so much today when it's long range, looking for those options. Acorn will put his life on the line for them a little bit, but their story for Surge, their relationship with damage, is not over just yet.
Cost them 2 inventory slots worth of heals right there. They had 12 chug splashes coming in, down to just 6 on one perspective. Serves and freeze. They continue to have the struggle written out before them. The big pot comes in. 3 players have to fall here. So that is definitely a team plus 2, which they are the 2. And they're in 12th. This is a bubble squad right now. This is the worst position you can have laid out before you coming into game 5. But if you know what you are doing, we've literally just watched 2 teams execute at the highest level to go ahead and change the situation around. Doesn't mean that you have to throw your game around. You just have to really be smart about it. Cam and Narwhal, we know, have already shown that they're some of the smartest ones. So I think they're recognizing the desperation from Freeze and Serbs here. Those wood walls are also just an opening telltale sign for them. Hey, the moment they peek that, let's shoot that.
Yeah, 1 person now needs to kind of go down. Serbs in the business survived long enough to where a bunch of teams went away, and his damage that he had before is just enough. But every single team's heard the shield cracks in here. They haven't seen anything in terms of reshielding from either side, so Cam and Narwhal should know where the weak team is and are. Way center circle, we haven't really seen them play when they haven't had to move yet, so this should be a very nice, exciting new POV. Rogue Shark down, a bunch of these edge teams still having trouble getting into the circle. Avery takes out Jackson, one of the furthest moving ones. With Avery having a refresh at this point, it's going to be huge for him moving into the game.
There's tags like that that have managed to change this entire story for them from being 150 damage below now to 400 or so above with those extra tags they start to rack in. What a way to really turn your game around. Let's tune in with Ritual and TK. No elims for them. Surge seemingly affected them a bit here, right? See the Chug splashes down. You see a Chug barrel down. TK doesn't have a heal slot open, so they definitely just decide to heal their way through this one. They're right underneath the building of Duke, but Clicks is in the bush down low. They're starting to pinch potentially here. Looked like they were thinking about going in for it. Clicks ends up avoiding the bush there. He's like, all right, I'm not trying to get dived on here. Time to get out.
Yeah, it's tough for them. For TK and Rituals, it's about making a name inside the top 5. For Clicks and Duke, it's about catching up. Both these teams need game 5 and 6 to go superbly well. Clicks so much more so than TK. Duke too. They have such a good spot inside Rocky, and they pulled that next zone. Need this conversion. If they don't do well here, Monster, top 5 dreams, you can just cut them apart.
Now keep in mind, the qualifier for Qualifier 1, the number cutoff was 152 points. I don't anticipate us to go that high. It seems unlikely, but there's still a chance depending on how these teams end up playing it out. The players like Muzz and crew just start popping off here, and they have another good run. I mean, those top teams will just continue to absorb those points. Talking about it, though, Acorn goes down. That's a big, big elimination right there. Edgy will be left by himself to fend off the placement that they've managed to fight their way to. Will we see the 2-week back-to-back potential heartbreak here from Acorn to Edgy? I mean, the pressure is truly on. Yamzo and Jamper also a part of that conversation. Remember, they were just in 7th, but they're looking so much better than the counterparts of Edgy and company. Here's Avery and Commandment. After falling, being in first place last game, they fall down to 4th, so they're still in this top 5 here. They still have a chance, but 2 games. Still 2 games here.
Cannot get rid of the pressure of Yamzo and Jamper for now. Rocade and Dubs, how's the home zone looking? How's the home team looking for now inside Rocky Reels? Well, they're not even in the zone just yet. Yeah, this is sandpaper rough. This is just tough for Rocade. And Dubs got that Grappler chance as well to be able to move in. But once again, nothing going to plan. Even Surge, I didn't even notice that just yet. They're down.
That's why I was saying those ad-libs meant this is really, really bad, Shayo.
Yeah.
But here it is. They're going to start committing to the fight. It's NPen on the other side of the wall. Oh my gosh.
You can't. That's the defensive king of the lobby right now.
They've been here
There's no
before.
chance. Yeah, they're not going to get a single shot out here. Perfect armored wall to be able to come in. Shape of a ramp. Rocade now on the outer side. The splash is already going down. NPen knows this is the team that is down on Surge.
I like the play to try to look for new angles, but it's only a matter of time now. Here it is. They do have some extra heals, but again, telltale signs. Players like NPen and crew, they're going to know these guys are pushing us for a reason. They are hurt.
Now they hear the shield crack. Yep, absolutely. So NPen knows exactly what's going down. About 10 seconds, that's all they need to count out. Dubs also just so low. They have to opt for these minis. That lightning will take him out. Surviving by a few seconds. Dubs looking for a shot back. It's not enough. The Rocky Reels team goes down in their home.
They pulled the zone back to back to back, but the Storm Surge in the end will be the deciding factor for them. Users and Skuga trying to fight this one out. Shots come from behind. Big punishment comes in, and the rotate. The teams are starting to slide closer and closer now as well. There's danger all around them. Meanwhile, in the feed, Casker manages to find another one. So Casker still trying to put himself in the mix here as we're leaning our way into this last game here. Golden Magnolia in 6th place managed to maintain their game. They back off that Surge fight. They want nothing to do with it. They start playing for zone there. I love that smart play. And in the meanwhile, Yamzo and Jamper start building the catacombs down low, already setting themselves up. And again, we haven't really seen them down low, right? They've been playing for high ground, mid ground position, so this is not their strong suit.
They're waiting to see exactly where this game goes, how much fuel they want to put into the tank. If we get the game, the entire zone, pulling south, this becomes a much longer game. Everyone gets to save their mats. They get a mini bounce back. Everyone's nice and happy. If this zone pulls north in the next 5 seconds, we are stretching every single player here super thin. Lots of mats involvement. Height will be that much harder to be able to hold on to. And Quackle, Floopid this is going to be tough for them so far. Have to stretch this out with barely even, what, a third of the mats available to do this. It's going to be tough. Fluke was already taking shape in Storm. It's Skuga, it's users. They want to have a sense of a way to win this game.
Very bold of them to start building all the way across the side there. They want to get to that front side, the spear point of the zone here, and try to make the rotate. Meanwhile, Narwhal and Cam have a big decision to make themselves. They are in the middle of this entire thing, right above the river, and they have to cross all the way through. I don't see a Grapple Glove in play, so they're just going to go for it. They hit the ground running quite literally there. Avery and Commandment are the team with the high ground here, so they managed to somehow pull themselves into a dominant position here for the rotate. This could be the comeback story.
It's a left side versus right side. Avery Commandment versus Skuga and users on the other way. I don't think either team wants to really give up hype for now. We'll see exactly what happens in just a moment. Trash is taking out a few more players, so running off that win strong from the last game. Avery now interrupted inside the box. A huge player, but just knives down, stop, shut up with that armored wall. Avery reaches for the skies. He needs to breathe. He needs that sunlight. Some vitamin D in the bones. Commandment grapples right beside him. Buckle upset that they didn't have height. Have to now drop down. Skuga trying to hold on to that second height. Goes down inside the zone. So that's all up the users now on the backside. Meanwhile, Jamper, Yamzo, you're right. We haven't seen this on low and mid just yet, but they're popping off.
But for the first time, they're also below the surge, so those elims mean nothing if you don't have the damage to back it up. Qualifier and Muzz need it too, but they're actually making numbers appear. Now they're 97 above. They're looking very good here. They have some movement to work with. Here's the team below. Second place, Jamper and Yamzo. Not looking too hot right now. Yamzo says, I'm going to step it up here. Time to begin the push. He's looking around here. No one on the layer. Jamper gets hit from behind, though. Will he turn back and save him? Narwhal and Cam now. First place is there. They're starting to move through. 4 armored walls, so they have big plays in front of them. But for Yamzo and Jamper, Jamper's out of the conversation. Yamzo's all that's left here. Couple players have to go down. He will have to fight.
They hear the shield crack. Everyone knows that it's weak around him. Second lightning strike won't just come out just yet.
There it is.
Yamzo, big shots, but they have to be just perfect. Surge now finally gone. He can play his own game. Yamzo in his own layers, on his own time, in his own space, makes it happen. Siphoned up, matched it out. He's ready to see exactly what to do next. The perfect armor wall to buy a little bit of time from height, but he's dropping all the way down to low.
Remember, Muzz had that average placement about 14 or so Playify is by himself here. He really has some big dues here. Playify is still up right now. Down he goes in 14. The average remains. He continues to play well. For Yamzo, though, talk about a comeback for him to maintain, to weather the storm. There it is. Lose the wall, though. The double edit comes in. It's not looking good. Magnolia will fall, too. Gold is left by himself here as he fights back. It's actually Byla who's there. Yamzo escapes that near-death situation. Even the dance there, he's just showing off at this point. It's like, all right, I'm up. I'm trying to earn some points right now.
He's found a bubble to bleed, and he's kind of floating right now overall from layer to layer. Final grappler, though, so he's kind of out of time in terms of being able to have a clutch spot to be able to take out. And now it's all about the shot. It's perfect onto Dom. Straight for the dome piece. Yamzo is insane.
He continues to find more and more, making lemonade out of the lemons he was gifted this game. But here it is. Avery Commandment managed to lose high ground somehow to the hands of Mason. Mason's up there as well. No more builds here for Avery. He has to back up Commandment with just raw gunpowder, and instead he goes for the mantle off. Mason explodes himself. Down he goes, and those mats are his. He tries to grab them up, but not before getting caught off. Yamzo has a chance here to actually take high ground. He takes the peak. No one's nearby, but now he's out of mats. Will this be the mistake, or will this be the great play? We'll find out shortly. Meanwhile, Narwhal and Cam are still in the mix. They can actually get a second win.
Yamzo sees them on the left side, gets a little bit of a reaction. He's overheating from the current moment. Steam kind of just emanating off his body. Sees one team towards the left. He's focused on the right. Who's going to drop down first? 2 sight lines, and he survives just so much longer still. Finally down. It's up to duels now. Commandment all the way up high, but you know that his match is low. Cam with a whip shot. That might be the difference maker. Goes on to Avery on the right side. Every single ounce of control. Cam has it. He's put the world on its head. The low ground team is now kind of holding on to height. His teammate down below, Narwhal's doing whatever he can, but now Cam's out of mats. Straight towards his face. The 2 shot from the striker. And Cam, it's enough to win the game.
We knew it was possible. We saw it coming that they can pick up the back-to-back wins on the weekend, but my gosh, to do it in such fashion is something I couldn't call there in the end. What a play! And the way he did it, so masterfully done. He stepped into the storm line, tanks it, and then just catches Commandment and Avery in the end. And Casker, he just leaked out to the storm line.
Yeah, I mean, low ground, high ground, they're skating, not kick flipping over NAE, it seems like every single game. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Cam and Narwhal.
This is their weekend. It's looking very, very good. Another victory out for them is going to set them up for success. We know those points are going to start to add up. And there it is. The plot thickens just a little bit more as we start approaching our final game.
Only one more game for our 50 hopeful teams here, and that leaderboard, you know it shook up in that last game right there. But congratulations to Cam and Narwhal for that victory royale. An incredible run right there. But I actually want to shift focus to the team that originally had height. It was Commandment and Avery, and I mean, they held it for quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, Avery and Commandment absolutely did perfect that game. Another game we see them in the end game as a duo, which we love to see, Jacob. You know, big questions coming in as this duo. We haven't really seen a lot out of them this season. We mentioned it. They didn't actually make it to round 4 of Qualifier 1. However, we see them for the first time here in Qualifier 2 round 4, and it's looking like they're going to be one of those top 5 teams.
Yep, they found their rhythm. They're definitely in their groove. You can see it before our very eyes. You're saying it yourself, putting that pressure on from the high ground. But it starts at the drop. I'll keep saying it. Even though we're seeing Iamzo and Jamper at the top as well, they're taking the vault. They're taking the grapple gloves, and they're taking the game by storm. That's allowing them the free rotations. That's allowing them even to save as many mats as possible to an end game scenario just like you're watching.
Yeah, and if we look at it again, I mean, look how many teams I kind of had to fend off throughout this game. And then one of these great plays as well, no builds left, turns back like, hey, Mason, what's up, man? You don't have any builds either, but he does have that grapple glove. And, you know, the great thing that we haven't really touched on yet is that you can actually use the grapple glove to grab materials, grab loot off of the ground. So very well aware right there, always using everything that he can to get that edge. Obviously, at the end, Cam and Narwhal, they're just too good. They're playing so well right now, Kelly, that they ended up getting the victory route. But I mean, Avery and Commandment.
I was kind of wondering why the harpoon gun isn't used more, but when you have the grapple gloves that can swing you across the map as well as grab items, why even need that, right?
Exactly.
But we got to look at our VR winners there, everyone. We already said it before. It's Cam and Narwhal, and I just love to give this little tidbit that they grabbed 50 eliminations in round 1 for Qualifier 1. So just having that accolade alone and probably getting into the top 5, big start for this team right here.
Yeah, big start indeed. I remember the first time myself particularly watching Cam. It was back when he was playing with Bucky and really getting a lot of shine and a lot of noise to be made. Now he's here along with Narwhal. Yeah, Kelly talked about that 50 elimination game. These guys are carrying that momentum because that is just a teaser of what they're looking to do throughout this FNCS.
I do want to say, though, I appreciate the fact that clearly that's, you know, qualifier, or that's round 1 of the first qualifier. They know that a lot of people aren't going to... It still counts, but obviously they're not going for that heavy aggro game in round 4, which is what you need to do. Here we have it, everyone. Narwhal and Cam jumping up even more so into our leaderboard with those 2 victory royales, now 161 points. There's going to be a 16-point difference between the second team, Jamper and Iamzo. Commandment and Avery going to jump up just a little bit, but it's Gold and Magnolia after that incredible run that's going to shoot up 4 points into that top 5 spot. But here we have it, everyone. 11th through 20th right now, and you can see Spade and Chimp have 105 points, so this is still a close competition, Vivid.
Yeah, and if we're looking at the leaderboard closely right there, the 5th place team does have 120 points. So right now, that is kind of the mark that these teams want to hit. But obviously, that mark is going to go up as we go through Game 6. So really, you got to aim higher. You got to aim for the stars right now. And one team that I want to point out is it's kind of on the bubble that had an unfortunate Qualifier 1, Acorn and Edgy, 109 points. Currently sitting in the 10th place position. They're going to need a big Game 6, as are some of these other teams as well.
Yeah, the same struggles of their placement does continue. Seeing only 85 points. The big difference this time around is they're not heating up as early as they would hope. Only 12 eliminations through 5 games. That's not where even I would think they would be at this point or another. So in this final game, game number 6, the last chance these guys have to score some points, it's all or nothing for them, because I know they don't want to go again a 3rd time through the qualifiers.
And you're talking about heating up. We can see that the stage is now red. It's getting a little hot and fiery in here. Speaking about hot and fiery, we have to look at Magnolia's play there. Of course, with Gold as well. I think Magnolia, before he got eliminated, have 4 or 5 eliminations.
And we see right there, they actually jumped up 4 positions right there to kind of put them into that top 5. I mean, give them even like a little bit of a cushion. I think they ended right there on 125 points. So 5 points ahead of 5th place. Not too many, but, you know, something that you can work with. But yeah, just a straight up pop off in these end games. And I love the fact that every single time, a lot of these top 5 teams right now, they've all had significant plays that come from these solo clutches. It's not just about the duos game modes right now. It's that these solos opportunities are being taken full advantage of by a lot of these players, and that's really making the difference.
I mean, this is the last game right now. This is the last opportunity for a lot of these teams. And we even saw on our top 10 leaderboard, Nico jumping all the way up to 6th place after being in around 14th place, I think. So there is still an opportunity to jump so far. What do they have to do?
Honestly, play your game. Play how you practice up into this point. Don't need to get flashy. You don't need to force any of these plays. We've seen too many teams today kind of throw it away at the very last moment, trying to go for an elim, trying to go for high ground where they don't necessarily have to. I think it's just calm, cool, collected, especially for the teams already sitting in the top 5.
So Vivid, obviously, you know, there's an opportunity for players to play a little bit passively, try and make it to the end game, or go for those elimination points. What are you doing in this situation?
You really just need both, right? Like, you're not going to be able to just go for placement points. Like we saw a Victory Royale earlier, right? A team got like 30 points with 1 elimination. That's only like a 34-point game, and if you get that Victory Royale. So I really feel like you need to go for the placement. You need to get into that top 5 for sure, but then you need the eliminations to back up the fact that, like, hey, listen, I deserve to be in the top 5, because if you're not getting both of these placement points and these elimination points, there are other teams on the leaderboard that are. So you've really got to put yourself up there and be like, hey, listen, I can compete. I deserve to be top 5.
And that is what we are looking for to set the stage one more time, everyone. 5 of our teams, the top 5, are going to be moving on to the finals in the middle of August. And we do still have another qualifier. And then, of course, all the teams remaining are going to get those much-needed series points to compete in the semifinals. But they don't want to go through the semifinals. They want to make it to the money, to the finals, everyone. So let's do it. The final game, it's Game 6. And let's head on over to our casters.
Game 6.
That's right. Why wait for semis when you can do it right here, right now in the final stage? The standings are very close. I mean, we're now coming down to the wire. Will we see another tiebreaker that comes down to Victory Royale? Will team just rocket on through and solidify that top 5 shot?
Straight to the moon here on NAE East, and I can't wait, because this qualifier so much more so interesting. So many more teams that have the potential to be able to fly sky high, but only 5 can make it to the finals.
That's right, here it is. The battle bus is already underway, and it's going in reverse this time. We're going north to south, but from east to west. Teams that will touch down first, Daily Bugle, uncontested. The general surrounding areas, uncontested. Muzz and Playify, uncontested in the island area. Peterbot and Jeff also have that outskirt to themselves. For Cam and Narwhal, though, they've been able to play such huge games, momentous games, that have allowed them to sit on top of the mountain coming into last game for first place. There's a lot of players on their heels. Acorn, Edgy, Commandment, Avery. We saw how close it was.
Already off spawn, though, we get a little bit hot. Degen rolling in with Pledge, and we saw how much of an issue Sleepy can be. Degen much more so awake. Pledge is active, too. They pick up those first elims so fast. Even at the Bugle, I saw threats landing so fast, up sky high, looking for a few shots. He picks up a few of his own. Knife might be the next target here in Game 6. You gotta know there's a bunch of teams who just need every possible elimination. It will start to operate super fast. New drop, it looks like, for Glacier overall. Straggles and Dom that they're going for, but that's not gonna work either.
Little comeback story here for Dom and Tragics, honestly. The last 3 games or so, they've really been on that rocket to the moon here. Starting to finally get their momentum going. They're gonna need a big game for this last one. They're off to the right start to do just that. Here's some filler episode for us. Johnny and Goop trying to figure out the Daily Bugle. This was uncontested on paper, but now we have the team here landing here. But if you guys want to continue to stay up to date, don't forget, check out FN Competitive there. We have that new Instagram account.
Yeah, FN Comp Official. Looking real nice on Insta. You can check out a few of the player interviews. You can check out a lot more behind the scenes on how these guys think overall. Gonna be nice to stay tuned, stay a part of the community, because you know Gold Days, you know Magnolia is, they want to stay around in this top 5.
That's right, and they're just there. They're in 4th right now, holding on by a sliver, though. 125. Anything can happen. We saw it last week. Go down, even in the end game, you're not safe.
Every Commandment are not doing that much in terms of being risky towards these end games. They're trying to make it as deep as possible, but indeed, them two at 3rd, possibly not safe, because you know how far people can skyrocket. In Game 6, all these elims come out so much earlier. You have some of these teams that start 100 going to endgame with 130. They steal away so much before it even starts.
Well, exactly. A wing's worth 32. add up the elims, and all of a sudden, if you fall early, you're out. Last week, qualifier cutoff, 152 points. That means if we just reference that point cutoff, Commandment, Avery, they would need at least 9. Iamzo, Jamper, they would need at least 7, right? To kind of put them in a what would be somewhat of a safety bubble. But even then, it's really looking like the point threshold might be even more competitive than that.
Absolutely. I mean, you have Paper and Law in the business. Muzz and Playfire also active wherever they can be in terms of just placement, right? Monster's talking about elims, though. Iamzo, Jamper, all those second are leading in placement. That means that top team is just looking so good on elims every single game. These guys, though, you got to expect them to be there. And you know, the rocket ship is Jamper, right? He's kind of the casing that takes the Iamzo so close to the exosphere. Then he breaks off. Iamzo's there with the clutch. This man packs the force of like, what? 3 players when he's by himself? It's kind of insane.
Yeah, I just watched a clip recently. Iamzo was making all the calls, but they actually co-IGL right now, Jamper and Iamzo, which is very impressive. Seeing Iamzo really step in and find his groove right now, not only as a player, but as a leader now, almost taking up the reins. Kind of how we saw Miro hit his evolution and his transition into more of a big brain player. Casker and Nico here on the other side. 6th place, 116. If 4th had 125, I mean, 116, they're just right there.
So super close. This is going to be just another one of those NAEs type games. If the Synapse Station is, you know, making a performance like this, you just know how competitive it is all the way across the map. They can keep up with the likes of Rave Cave. They can keep up with the likes of Sleepy up north as well. Mason and NPen too. I just think, even though we're watching amazing things from Cam and Narwhal, this is my favorite team of the day. NPen specifically is just rolling in. I keep mentioning it, the defensive style this man has, dodging so many box dives on Surge. Mason is just excellent there to be able to support every single decision that they're in and around with. He's also putting his life on the line to get NPen into good spots. It's huge from both those players.
They're honestly keeping up. And one thing that's really cool about every game, I don't know if it's luck or not, but they've had armored walls, right?
Yeah.
That's the difference maker. Because they're not one of the teams that have a storm surge issue. They're one of the teams that have generally have teams coming towards them. Right? They have problems coming to them. It's like living in New York City. You know, you never really know. You have no problems, then you just have problems sometimes. We'll see. Acorn and Edgy, they have a bit of an ambush strategy going on right here. Start looking at teams in distance. Let's get the fill in here. TK, Ritual, they start getting the work put out here. Great follow-up there. And look at that. Neverfy and company go down. Chris, that's 4 points from them. They actually needed that. They go from 9th to 7th now.
Wow, it's that super close. And right there, just an example of sometimes you just got to shoot. Building, don't need it. SMG spray, commit. Even playing field on both sides.
Right back. That's what they say. If you don't, someone else will. But jump over to some action here. Blizz and Cynics, seen a couple of these fights go down. Rogue Shark this time being on the loser's edge for the last game, but Redux has a chance here to redeem his team. Can he get the trade-off? 70 builds is making it looking much less likely right now. In the distance, those shots could be coming from any team. There's so many good ones that are inside the top 5, top 10 that land around the general area. Here it is, though. Redux.
My God.
Okay. Big follow-up at the Siphon. Cynics only had 33 HP before getting elimination. That was almost too close.
0.6 more shots. The tension, it's thick in the air. I need someone beautiful to just cut it. Mini Minor, what do you have?
Thank you very much, Shire. Too kind, of course, there. But now, Mars, we're hopping on board with this team now. They're trying to make sure that they are making it through this game. They're not taking any risks. You can see Muzz building before anyone even shoots him, just being extra cautious when looting this area. And looking at the loot that he has, it's not bad at all. We see the gold auto shotgun in his inventory. Maybe the striker nerf recently might have had a factor to play in that as well. But really good stuff from this team, who are currently sat in 7th. So making it through this game is going to be absolutely vital for this team.
Long day for Mini Minor. Don't worry, we're here. The breakdown was great. Muzz and Playify really get the stage set right there. I mean, hey, they have a chance here. Top 5 is in front of them. And what a difference, right? Last week, Qualifier 1, they took round 3. Like, they took it with flying colors, but then they get contested. And all of a sudden, they just bomb out. It doesn't look good. It doesn't work out. And we see them here today. They come back and a new story unfolds. Shadow and Walkers were also here last week. Didn't quite work out, but again, another team that we're seeing have that late game stretch, the last couple rounds really finding their stride. It's teams like this that need to figure it out a little bit earlier, and they will be the next rising stars.
Absolutely, the round 3s already look so good, and Minnie talked about the cautiousness on the building. You can already see it come out from the opponents of Shadow and Walker here. Instant armored walls. Usually, Chucky and Nut, they have a little bit of an exchange beforehand, and then the defensive tactics come out, but instantly at the sign of pressure, they put it down. Isolated fight overall, too. They have no one near them at all on the minimap in their area. There's one person, one team just entering Greasy at the moment, one team still building over at Reality Falls. This is an absolutely isolated fight. It will go the maximum mile, and that zone is not even closing in for another 20 seconds, so no team has to leave yet.
Yeah, and then the engine here for Chucky and Nut, not looking too good. It's not going to last a mile here. They don't have any more materials. Just take a look here.
Oh, man.
Yes, we have some builds. Chucky hasn't even taken the time to actually pop that big pot here, which shows us that I don't think he's fully heading the game right now. You can assume that it's a full tilt situation. They were in first place after 3 games, dropped down to 11 for 2 bad, unfortunate performances. Cease and Day catch them at the Greasy Grove. Last game, they get taken out early, and now look at this. Pressured on by Shadow and crew who are just so happening to really find their groove right now. Chucky has to dig deep here.
No
That's
way.
a huge one. He needs those mats more than anybody right now. He gets it. Okay, now we have ourselves a tournament here.
This is Walker's versus Chucky for the moment. I'm so surprised no builds is able to make that happen, but maybe he's been playing that playlist mode a lot on the side, so has that bob and weave down. Now he's trying to find exactly how much Walker has to be able to walk around. Chucky going for it, the armored wall on the other side this time, but he just claims the roof first with the cone. That's so smart. There's nowhere Walker can go. Ended out the backside. Chucky, though, mismanaged the mats. Big shot off the backside. Does he have the timing? No. Walker's there, and Chucky goes down.
Oh, I was holding my breath there. It really could have gone either way. What an exciting early game fight, but Chucky and Nuts run is now over. Back to the lobby, they get sent after a great 6 games. It's just Shadow and Walker, man. They've really, really figured it out these last 2 or 3, and all of a sudden now starting to shine here today on what looked like their darkest day. But for Clicks and Duke now, as we start to jump across here, a team that's in 16th right now, still trying to find their best performance. Not too bad for them. Paper and Law holding on. The threshold, the bar has been set. 120 is the number, the magic number that you need to jump up and over. You want to hurdle into top 5 currently.
A bunch of teams right behind it. Everyone near 15s near that 70, 80 point threshold, so it's safe to assume unless they go crazy, 10, 15 elim game, it's going to be so tough to catch up. Gaster and Nico 4 points behind that 5th place spot. And just a reminder, the competition kind of elevated by 20 points-ish from where we're at for the moment. Almost 30, actually. It was 152 in Qualifier 1 to qualify. Might be a little bit less this time, but we'll keep tuning in with that 5th place team to see exactly what the business is. Nico and Caster, this has to be such a hot spot, a hot seat for them in general, because they know they're 6th place. They know they're so close. It's 2 elims that set them apart.
Yeah, we can see the points there, and they knew it coming in. Both sides don't have elims. Chimp and Spade, 105, 15 points away. Talk about a comeback for them. They were nowhere in sight after the 2nd and 3rd game, really having their rough spot. They managed to play just enough to be on the bubble. I dare say they're about the last team that can really, really do this, that are inside the conversation for a race to 5th. Eoms, though, we already know, like we said before, 7 or so points at least if they want to break the qualifier threshold from week 1, as we're here in week 2. And if you are just tuning in, it's FNCS. This is the biggest competitive stage we have to offer for Fortnite's NA East region, and this is game 6, the last on the day. The stakes have been set, and that is a 5th place is what you want to go to finals, which will be happening in August.
Want to be able to rock and lock it in. Just need a bit more. If you miss any of the action, if you want a little bit more of the behind-the-scenes content for some of these players and how they think, FN Comp Official on Instagram. Tune in, check it out. It's brand new. If you follow me and Monster, we deem you cool. We give you the cool stamp. Just like Taji, his head leveled. Cool with these shots.
Let's not forget, we also have the FNCS Invitational coming up sometime soon as well. So FN Comp Official handle is going to have a whole lot of great stuff there. Content pieces, updates, announcements. There's going to be a lot of cool things there. Keep in the loop. as we jump on over, our 5th place team, okay, Paper and Law, find a team, they put some shots down, they rotate out. Again, have been watching these teams be very, very smart. These are teams that have everything to lose right now.
This is kind of desperate, though. I haven't seen these many teams late rolling in from the storm in this zone specifically. They were so close by fighting as well, so everyone trying to max stretch exactly what's going down. Shadow, who survived that last fight, Casker takes him out. That's going to be tough. And yeah, fully deleted too. I believe his team is going to be towards the top right for now. Nico's alive. It's 6th place that gets slightly rumbled for now, but that's one of the elims they need to try to get ahead and catch up.
Yeah, they need one more in order to close that gap there. So Casker and Nico actually find a massive elimination right there. Keep in mind, too, this is right before the surge warning, but not this one that's really going to matter. It's the next one that usually kind of throws the wrench into the street for the last game of Game 6. So we're starting to watch Narwhal perform here. He is one of the just 4 players, at least one elimination in every single game today. An accolade that's difficult to perform on any high-caliber weekend.
And the big thing for Cameron Narwhal in specific right now is to keep up the pace, make NAEs feel the same for every single team.
They're in first.
Deny a lot of the players down below them a free ride all the way to the top. Nico and Casker, that elimination that we saw was not theirs. They were rolling with 116 points before that. They just confirmed it for someone else, it feels like, just right after a knock. I understand, well, they have it, I guess, and now they're upgraded to 116 points. I don't see the point total changing, so we'll see exactly what that means later on. Jeff, Peterbot, they'll be rolling in. 38 points, although they can't qualify off of this unless something crazy happens and they get every single elim on the board. I still don't think it might not be enough. We'll see. Yeah, we're not living in fantasy land. They can still affect exactly who goes in and out, what the stories look and shape like in this final game.
That's exactly what they can do. They can play upset. They can spoil players' chances right now. And look at this zone. It's all over the place. All types of terrain in play right now, but what's sticking out to me like a sore thumb is that mountain, the one that Avery and Commandment are on. Dead center right now. Amazing odds for Zone 4, even equal odds for the half in, half out. They're in 3rd. This could be everything aligning for them right now. Muzz and Playify, however, things are not aligning. Playify is down to the hands of Macklin, who's right below him. In the box he goes, no time to waste. And it was looking so good for Muzz and Playify, who were in 7th. I really thought this was it. This was their weekend. Uncontested drop over by the Islands, and they get taken out. And that is how quick things can change.
Heartbreaking for those two. A chance for Muzz to even clutch was taken away from his grasp right there towards the very end. Narwhal just straight up inside that box. Now we look at where people need to go. 2 different mountains kind of in the way. We're going towards Rave Cave. All of these people at the south can't even beeline it to zone. They have to choose the left or the right. And already there's going to be a little bit of fright because there's people based up on that front portion of the mountain. It's not going to be safe at all or easy to rotate in. Already Magnolia, 4th place, interrupted, just disturbed. A moment of not building and instantly 60 HP gone.
Punished for the play right there. You can't try to steal away little bits of placement here and now. You really have to put it all in the field. Here's Ritual and TK. Now slide up to 7th. They take that position away from Muzz and Playify. This is a big opportunity for them. Don't forget, Avery and Commandment can see all of this. They can hear all of this. They're actually looking downwards right now. They can see all the chaos unfolding. Edgy and Acorn are in this battle. A shoe-in pick for us on the desk. Multiple talent here was rooted for Acorn and Edgy. We knew they had what it took, but so far it's not looking good right now. Very worse for wear in Game 6. TK and Ritual being a part of that issue right now.
They're right beside a box that has a lot of mats though, so when it comes to getting refreshes kind of in the 4th zone, every time I've seen Acorn and Edgy in that spot with those extra materials, they're able to level up, keep rolling in, and driving by. Skuga, he gets a big elimination. He's able to get that refresh too. Our 1st place team has fallen a little bit earlier on as these fights started, so amazing day for them. Now for Acorn and Edgy, it's desperation. They are way above in terms of surge, but they need some of the mats to be able to play the rest of this game. They need the points too to stay ahead. 114, whoa, they're climbing slowly. Costa down, what a refresh for the boys.
Yeah, you said they needed some mats, and just like that, they're maxed out. They're sitting on extras and heals. This could be the comeback for them. Just moments ago, it was looking desperate. NPen goes down. 8th place is out. a big elimination there. One of the favorites, Empen and Mason, who have played so great today, have also fallen already. Two absolute favorites that we were rooting for, teams that were playing so well, are down and out.
The way to just completely cull this lobby is make this zone pull towards the top left. That rotate would be so tough.
It'll
Pay
break
attention
things.
to that mini map. It'll literally just chop this entire lobby, snap it in half. We'll see exactly where it goes as we tune into a bunch of these teams just stuck behind the mountain.
It is.
All the way to the left. Everyone has to move. There are no pads. I don't think you can really fly either. Some of those wind tunnels do get disabled towards the later portions of the game. Acorn and Edgy, this is gonna be tough. They are caught in the maximum mix.
Clip it and ship it. Shio has been rooting for everyone's downfall. First it was the North Zone call, now the hard West pull, and everyone is gonna have to get a move on it. Commandment and Avery, what once was looking so safe, not so much now. Magnolia will find Clarity G. Gold and Magnolia find those Elans and the refresh too. They're gonna absolutely need these mats if they want to make this rotate here, because it's not looking good. It's not looking safe for any of our teams that are just inside that top 5.
It's the worst timeline for all these players in terms of the zone. This is gonna be so tough to move onward from. There's 3 options. You can go left. That's where everyone's going. Risk some of these desperate Storm Surge players jumping into your boxes. Go over the mountain, but you're out of mats. Or go right, but you're fighting up against time. A lot of people go straight over. They're starting to move, gliding all the way right in. A little bit of mobility to be able to use to get all the way towards the spot. They can hop, skip, and jump. That being said, it's still very dangerous for a bunch of the people on low ground.
And it's crazy because although Avery used a Grapple Glove to get over here, he still wasted almost half his material just to build this catacomb to get safe because the stars started to come in. Our 7th place team, TK. Ritual not looking good. TK has to clutch. We know it's possible. He gets a knock, but no. Down he goes. The full finish in another team that was in that conversation for top 5 falls now. I think this might be one of the first and few times where our top 5 teams have been gifted 6, 7, 8, their competition dropping.
Can they get another gift though? Do not pull towards the top right when it comes to this zone.
He said
we
it.
go towards the top right,
said it.
past the cave. This is just so tough for every player. Maximum inclination. They have to go up the side of a mountain. Half these players will be maximum low, the other half just way too far up in the sky. We've seen NAE make mistakes. They want to drop down to low. If you're on high ground, that's not allowed now. If you're in top 5 trying to survive, that's not allowed. They're not absolutely all the way up there, but there's many people beside them. Ritual still in this game. If they mess up once, it could mean doom.
At this point, do not pick a winner, Shio. just let it happen. The calls are too on point. The zone goes in that direction there, and we're watching it play out. Bobby has high ground. Acorn and Edgy are actually going for it. You just saw a glimpse of them actually putting it all on the table there to play for high. Law falls. That's huge. They were up there. Nico and Casker have to make the rotate. Casker is so hurt, and they have to stop down now for a second.
Look how far they still have to go. They have to move up this entire mountain. Look at the way people have to play. And Nico and Casker, just focus on them for a sec, are so far back. High ground dope. They can affect a lot, but I need to see some of these top 5 teams. How are they looking for the moment? There's Paper, the 5th place slot, 128 points for now. Looking to see what to do next.
Down.
150 points for now. Edgy gets one of the Elans into his repertoire.
Casker down.
Looking for the big shots. Casker's on. It's all up to Nico. He gets to trade on the sinks for the moment. That's Casker's body to the right. Nico has to move up, has to move across. Does he have the time? 2 grappler charges. But he's not going to be able to heal. He's hobbling all the way in, and he is denied.
Hurt, trying to make his way to the safety, but no, caught in the bear trap. Down he goes. Chip is by himself. 10 points separate him to top 5. Can he clutch up by himself here? In he goes, a huge shot onto D-Gen. He saw the white HP. He's reading the plays here. He sees his opponent there, but no. He's gonna continue to rotate through. Will he hunt? Of course he will. This is Chimp here, but no, slips in, gets blocked just in time now. He has to stop down. He has to heal. Meanwhile, Jamper, 2nd place. He's locked in. He's looking great. 160 points. This is what we love to see. But how close is Chimp? 1 step closer now. Player down, but no full finish. The points, they're beginning to add up.
Every single person, maximum exhaustion for the moment. Another big max move over the mountain, past the cave, on the road, past the river, towards the bridge. Chimp, every form of terrain. He's got the tires, the legs, the know-how. Just the chutzpah to be able to do it, but now he's shopping through every single build.
Edgy's
also climbing 127 points. He's trying to make it in. 6th place, surpassing Nico and Casker. He's trying to make it all the way towards the top. Still, climbed the cave, made it over. Jamper lands right beside him. What can they do next is the question. Top 12 situation.
It's all up to Edgy. Edgy has to clutch this up right now for his team here. He's
The
so
only
close.
single digit I see right now who has the chance to do it. 6th place. How many more points does he need? We're moving back towards the other side of the cave. He's going to have to use even more mats. Magnolia at 3rd is looking to hold on.
This is looking so good for Edgy. There's an opportunity, but Gold and Magnolia are still fighting for it. They're just trying to solidify their positioning right now. And this is going up and over the mountain.
There goes Edgy.
Difficult position, but he
Seven
has the
charges.
glove. It's so good. He has the mats too. He's going to have to stop down here, hit the double heal, but he has time to work with. Meanwhile, Jumper in first, he gets dropped to the hands of 20th.
Launch
Edgy
pad.
finds a launch pad. Gifted the high ground. Here comes the crank, a glance up the top.
3rd place, he's done
his
it.
opponent there, and he is still fighting here. 131 now. A couple more elims, maybe some placement points, and we can lock him in. But Edgy, Acorn might have just done it there in the moments. We'll find out shortly. Here comes the fight. He gets another one, Shayo. He's still hunting for it.
He's allowed to be in top 5 for now, but really has to make sure this goes all the way towards the end. Edgy!
Put him
what
down.
was that? Goes down. 4th place. I don't see anyone that can take him over for now. A solo clutch to get into the finals. One that might be talked about for generations. That's huge for Edgy.
Big plays there. Commandment and Avery come back out of nowhere as well, as they were in first once before, and they fight to put themselves back in that conversation. A sneaky play down low hurts Plur here, so it's not all over for Bobby and Plur. For Commandment and Avery, they can really possibly win this right now. They have the grapple glove on both sides. Big plays, and that's a quick spot here. Let's see it. Avery with the side angle. That's a down body. Here comes the edit. They need those mats too. The big up right there, but have to slow down now. Hit the reset. It's a 2v2.
A slap, punch, and a kick. That's what Avery had as a combo to get the solo down. Now it's up to Bobby and Plur to really wrap this one out, get the experience, get those points, level up the consistency. It matters to try to make those finals. Avery, Commandment, they want to rock this out in style. A drop shot there from the other side. Avery, he gets his shield cracked. Plur is there with another angle, but it costs him a lot of HP. Another drop from Bobby. That's another body. Avery down, and he climbs up again. What a shot to wrap up the day. A win in Game 6 for Bobby and Plur.
Well played for them. They get to get a win in the end. The highlight is theirs, but it's Commandment and Avery. The 2nd place finish, the big point rack up, that's going to solidify them tons of points there and really push them on over to finals. What a final game. That was an exciting one. We get to take a look at it from the wide shot here. Shower really quickly. I mean, what more can you ask for?
I mean, an easier zone maybe. That was the hardest thing I've seen for all the players, especially the ones that need to qualify. Big ups to Bobby and Plur, though, making sure that they're there all the way towards the very end. Consistency points, they matter based on where you place in this round 4, and they rise high with that VR.
Now, what's crazy about this is last week, Acorn and Edgy edged out from the Victory Royale. They needed that in order to win. This time around, I mean, we saw the big points, but the points at the end of the day is going to be the true question. Did they get enough? Shayo, real quick before we toss it over.
I feel like it looks definitely like it. That launch pad play from Edgy, though, absolutely beautiful, too. That's enough, though, for me and Monster and Qual, too. Kelly, Vivid, Jacob, they've got the real lowdown on what went around.
Edgy, 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 edgy. I mean, my goodness, that was an incredible game there. And you do have to give a shout out to Bobby's team. But Edgy, the solo run starting in 9th, 10th place at the start of that game, going all the way up to 3rd or 4th. My God.
Oh, and to do it as a solo, too. I mean, come on. Like we're watching another POV, and then all of a sudden we're watching the Elim feed, and he picks one up on Cease, and then he finds another one, and then we tune into him, and he's got, like, a grappler glove. He's got, like, 80 builds to work with, and then finding that launch pad as well. So clutch. And again, man, as a solo, Jacob, how do you do that? Game 6.
Yeah, and then we kind of said it in game number 5, leading up into this one. They were a little low. They were a little slow to get those eliminations. But, hey, all it took was Edgy with his back up against the wall, needing to come up clutch. Because at one point, we were discussing it in the back, 16 points. They were down 16 points. And thanks to Edgy, he had me at the edge of my seat making it possible.
Seriously, and down to what, 12 HP there, grabs the siphon, just incredible run there. Another incredible run was from Avery there, Commandments duo, grabbing that 1st place overall on our leaderboard. But with these highlights, it's not a surprise why they're in that spot.
I'm so happy Commandment is back. Listen, after a rough kind of finals last season alongside Shush, where they were triple conned at Coney, it is looking good for them as a duo Avery, Command. Who would have thought that this would have been something that would have formed then over at the Rave Cave as well, getting their drop spot uncontested. Big storyline change there, and Avery just knows that drop spot so well. But then also the duo, the combined duo, they know the end games so well. You know, with Command, he used to play with Zate, who used to love high ground, and then Avery also loves that mid to low ground. So the combination of experience and knowledge out of this duo, we'd love to see it instantly perform in this FNCS.
Yeah, I like the way you mentioned Zate there, because that's just something that is priceless. That type of experience, and there we have it. The boys have done it. Back to back for myself. The curse of my predictions is finally over.
And I mean, it wasn't like it was that close, honestly, towards the end. They just did so well in that final game that they had a 19-point lead over 6th place. But Command and Avery are going to be taking 1st place. It's going to be Narwhal and Cam in 2nd, Jamper and Iamzo in 3rd, Gold and Magnolia in 4th place, and then, of course, Acorn and Edgy in 5th place. Congratulations to these 5 teams. I cannot wait to see them compete in the finals, which will be, of course, in the middle of August. Everyone, put that in your calendar. You're not going to want to miss it. But gentlemen, what an exciting game. I mean, Shayo, I can't even imagine you were able to cash that last game because it was just so incredibly high.
Yeah, I just had no idea if Edgy could do it if he had what it took in the tank, and that launch pad at the very end. I mean, you guys broke it down too. Glorious monster.
Getting a gift that you don't expect right there, but that's how the Fortnite world is, right? It gets pretty crazy in those final moments, and to see it all unfold there. I mean, we were really excited, and for good reason. Acorn and Edgy popped off this weekend.
Yeah. Also, there was another tie there. I think it was between either 2nd and 3rd or 3rd and 4th, but NAE East, the region of ties here. But let's see who's winning on our leaderboard, everyone. You know, we like to challenge each other with predictions of who we think are going to be making it into the finals. And, oh, what did you look at that? I'm right again.
I think, I was gonna say, in my head, I was like, Iamzo, Jamper, Acorn, Edgy. I had to flip a coin, but who knew I had a double-sided coin? I landed on heads 2 different times today.
Man, just bragging about something that he didn't even really officially say. This is crazy right now.
I'm still taking it.
Acorn and Edgy, I had to go with them. That 6th place in qualifier 1 was so heartbreaking. And then see them in that 10th place position coming into game 6. I was like, no, not again, please. But Edgy, clutch, Gene, Shayo.
He heard you, man. He heard you. And for me, at the start of the show, I said I was talking to the streets. The streets were talking to me. I was on the wrong street, unfortunately. So next time, I'll be sure to be on the right path. For now, Duke and Clicks, you have another chance, hopefully, in Qual 3.
Might have missed the exit. At this point, I'm going to put a disclaimer because I got, like, basically my pick stolen.
Oh, my
Acorn and Edgy, I was supposed to do it, but, you know, I kept it excited. I wanted to mix things up.
Yeah.
Went with Untitled Champion Series. They played well. They had a chance, that top 10.
Yeah.
They kind of came back, but getting taken out a little early, upsetting game 6.
Yeah, we're seeing a stark contrast here. We're seeing this half, like Shy Wager's shirt, a little bit sad. This side, a little bit more happy. Unfortunately for me right now, and for Smite and Larson, it's just sadness all around. Storm surge sadness is what I'm going to say for Smite and Larson. They were forced into a lot of engagements that they didn't want to take. Unfortunately, going down at circumstances where they couldn't really have too much control over, and that was ultimately what caused them to go down here. I think it was the lack of teams contesting around that sort of forced them to go for these sort of fights, Monster. It was really tough in this phase.
It happens too, right? That sleepy sound drop, and then you kind of move over. They shift in between the two, and I think Shifty Shafts as well. So it's really a toss-up, and you saw how contested Sleepy was as well. So it's not like they could have had that backup route. In the end, being contested sometimes works in your favor for a team like Smite and Larson. It usually does, but this week it was just a little tough.
Well, much like Acorn, Edgy, and Jamper and Iamzo, who got 6th and 7th place respectively, there is another chance for all 45 teams to compete again this Sunday. No, not next week. We're having another qualifier in just 2 days, everyone. So make sure to be here because you're not going to want to miss it. Until next time, we'll see you on the Battle Bus.
NA East? NA East?
Beep, beep.
NA East? NA what? NA East?